Every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because Vop is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk
lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Down engineering and many more. Ioka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Atlas on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings.
TGIF, thank God today is Friday. Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. Well, today is Friday. Like as usual, I'm always happy that today is Friday and it's the weekend. I won't come to work tomorrow. But my colleagues will be here tomorrow. My colleagues will be here tomorrow. Not just my colleagues, another set of colleagues will be here tomorrow to carry on. So I'll have to rest on Saturday and Sunday. And I'm very happy about that. Oh, well, good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro. Now, in the next 2 hours, we are going to take you through very interesting stories. And we'll talk about 2027 elections. Tinubu must rule Nigeria for 8 years, like Buhari. Article should bury his ambition. Now, that is coming from his presidential spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga. Away from that, still talking about elections. Tinubu's government behind crisis in opposition parties. Peter Obi, that's coming from Peter Obi, as Katsina Court declines ADC leadership tussle. And in the world of security, fear in Abuja over alleged planned large-scale attacks on airport, prison, and others. Now, these are the major topics of discussions. But before we get into all of that, we just want you to know that we are broadcasting live on Metro SLTV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. You can also go to the YouTube comment sections and let us know your thoughts about the topics of discussion. Make contributions about what is going on in Nigeria. This is Vop, Voice of the People, and we want your voice to be heard. Beyond those major stories, we also have other interesting trending stories that we are going to talk about in the course of the show. Come along with us as we take you into all of that.
Good morning, Mr. Okoro, and it's so lovely to have you join us back, Moses.
We missed you.
I missed you.
Good morning, Moses.
I missed you too. I missed you too.
Good to have you back.
I missed our viewers.
Yeah.
And yes, I don't think you guys should mind Prof. I call him Prof. Yeah, so, yeah. Don't mind him. We always love to be here. We want to be here every day if we could.
We'll be here tomorrow.
But of course, we have to take some time to spend with family as well. But we'd like you to stay with us, all right? Be with us, as we have so much more to offer you today, tomorrow, every day of the week. Of course, we're here, Voice of the People Television, ensuring that your voice is heard. That's why we're here. I'm Moses Humphrey. Now, quickly, let's touch on one of the issues that Nigerians are talking about, of course, the story of former Minister of Petroleum, Diezani Alison Madueke. Now, well, she told the Southwark Crown Court in London that she had little control over oil contract approvals during her tenure, describing herself as a mere rubber stamp in a system dominated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, testifying in her ongoing bribery and corruption trial. Alison Madueke insisted that most decisions were finalized before reaching her desk, with the ministry playing only an oversight role. She denied ever soliciting or receiving bribes, claiming instead that she tried to push back against entrenched corruption in Nigeria's oil sector. But the former minister recounted on questionable crude oil lifting deals, allegedly linked to businessman Igbo Sanomi, which she attempted to cancel despite resistance that escalated to the desk of then President Goodluck Jonathan. Well, she also revisited the controversial $20 billion missing oil revenue claim raised by former CBN Governor Lamido Sanusi, arguing that subsequent audits clarified the funds were tied to subsidy payments and operational costs rather than theft. Well, Alison further alleged that she faced political and business pressure, security threats, and even abductions. I mean, her family members were abducted, according to her, during her tenure, while defending her financial conduct as compliant with Nigerian law. Now, the United States, the UK court, which is expected to deliver a verdict in the coming days, is hearing charges against Alison Madueke and two co-defendants who were alleged bribe taking and misuse of office. Well, interesting, when I think this has lingered for way too long. The case against former Minister of Petroleum, Alison Madueke. A lot of monies were recovered from her. It's interesting that she's calling herself rubber stamp. Well, my joy in all of this is that the case is not being heard here in Nigeria. It's being heard abroad, where I believe justice will be served. Proper investigation would have been done before now. So they will just adjudicate properly. And there was a time that, she really trended when the EFCC went through, took recovered some things that were purchased by her, and then that one about a brazier costing millions of dollars couldn't stop making me laugh, because that was a lot of jewelry, very expensive jewelry. I'm sure all of that was forced on her because she was just a rubber stamp. She had no choice but to collect all those gifts, all the monies, the billions of dollars. I think to the tune of about $1.5 billion, to her name and the rest of that. Well, she will have her day. She's having her day in court, actually. Let's see how this one pans out. Now, she's been asked at some point, she asked at some point to be brought back to Nigeria to face trial, which was turned down. And some Nigerians were actually happy. I, for one, was happy that that request was turned down, because if it gets here, we'll just hear about, they'll find a way to resolve it, and then she'll pay some money, and then she'll let off the hook, and before you know it, she'll be made minister again. That's our story here in Nigeria. We don't follow things through, and then before you know it, it becomes something. People start seeing like you're persecuting the individual. It drags to the point where it becomes persecution, and then that waters down the judgment when it eventually comes. But since we have outsourced our judiciary, let justice be served anyway.
Honestly, I love your payoff that we've outsourced judiciary, because really that's what it is. But at the same time, I'm also glad that this landmark case is being heard in the UK and not in Nigeria. And little wonder why she actually did ask to have her case moved back to Nigeria. If she's saying that she was just a mere rubber stamp, then it means that we're in deep, I don't want to use the S word, but it means that we're in deep problem in this country, because it also means that the NNPC is like a ghost ship without a captain. If she was indeed a rubber stamp official or head, and she's trying to say that she inherited an already very corrupt system. So what did she do to change it? Did she cry foul? Did she call for due process? I love what is happening, and I hope that at the end of the day, justice is served. It's so sad that for many years, the NNPC continues to be a conduit pipe for corruption. I think it's just about the most corrupt federal government agency in Nigeria. The NNPC.
The kind of monies you've heard people take from the NNPC, it feels like a never-ending well.
Honestly.
I think, it's about one of the most corrupt. There was a time the NBS, Nigerian-owned survey agency, carried out a study, a survey about corrupt institutions in Nigeria. NNPCL was one of them. The judiciary was also mentioned in that list, agencies of government. I'm talking about a survey conducted by NBS, Nigerian-owned survey agency. Yeah. Well, the journey story is an interesting one, and it gives hope. Why does it give us hope, or what does it give me hope? It gives me hope because, well, it is being tried outside shores of this country. And at the end of the day, justice will be served. It has lingered, as unexpectedly. So I'm even beginning to think that there might be some form of pushback, even where she is. There's a lot of money, and you have a lot of money to pay off very brilliant lawyers, to defend you. Yeah. So it tells you that it's not alone in Nigeria that would see, pushback, corruption, trying to fight back. But at the end of the day, we are very confident. I'm very confident that justice will be served. Yeah. Now, for everything that Desiani said, I think she should tell it to the birds. That decisions were already reached before getting to her desk. And you are the supervising minister over the NNPCL. So who was taking all of those decisions? Was it the president? I think she is being measured, because if she opens up, a lot of people might get into the net. That's what I see. So when she comes out with comments like where decisions were already taken before they got to my desk, who are the people that took those decisions? And so we are yet to unravel. But it's good. I keep going back to, the case being tried outside Nigeria. We will get to a point. When we had the issue of the Halliburton scandal, Halliburton scandal that involved the current, the sitting vice president then, Atiku Abubakar, and all of that with Congressman Jeffrey and Jefferson and all of that. At the end of the day, in about 3 parts of the world, 3 countries in the world, about how many people, 6, 7, or 8 went to jail. It was only in Nigeria that nobody's career was damaged. Nobody was, in fact, at some point, the prosecution was even halted and dismissed at that point. But justice was served in other parts of the world. So that is what gives me hope.
And the same person is vying, wants to be the
president of Nigeria. That's who we have. That's what we have as a people. But in this case, Lizanne has questions to answer because monies have been recovered from her. She said she wasn't living large, but evidence is there that she was living larger than life.
No, she was flying private jets.
I'm surprised
and the rest
that
of them.
to interrogate her personality, before Lizanne became the minister, she was the director
At the
in Shell.
Shell. So she was not, and she was married to a rich man.
Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria. By standard, if you see how these people live in Port Harcourt, where they live, the Shell, Shell residential area, it's more like it's a fort because it's very well protected. It's high rise, as you drive into Port Harcourt, opposite Rumi Bekwe Housing Estate and all of that. Very big. She was a director. So what would she lack anything in life? She was married to a retired naval officer, chief of Navy staff, Alison Madueke. So what did she lack? Why did she get into? So in this case, you begin to think probably.
Let's even take a look at some of the figures recovered so far.
From her, from the United States of America.
The allegations and the figures, because it's hard to put a finger to the amount so far
that we are looking for.
Yes. So $20 billion alleged NNPC shortfall. That one is looking. You are looking for that one. $20 billion. Now, a 1.5 billion, some 1.5 billion dollars were traced was traced to her Swiss account. That's done by Nigeria's EFCC. Okay. $153 million was recovered from her, alongside gifts, alleged gifts and assets to the tune of $17 million. And then there's also the $52.88 million recovered and then repatriated from the United States in 2025. So a lot of monies, really. A lot of monies involved in all of this. But let's see how this one pans out. And
let's see how it pans out. Yes,
let's see how it
pans out. Because, we need all of that money. We are borrowing. At last count, we have 159.
When you say we need all of that money, you see, my joy here is that justice will be served.
Okay.
Yes, but it's not that the monies will come to the people of Nigeria. Because even when some of these monies are repatriated,
they are relooted.
They are relooted. We don't even know how the monies are used, what they are put into.
We still like someone has lost hope.
Oh, yes, I have. My hope is not renewed.
Really?
My hope is not renewed.
Oh, wow. We are going to renew your hope very soon.
We must
renew. Then let's move on.
The Federal Capital Territory High Court in Akpo, Abuja, has issued a dramatic arrest warrant against Sadiya Umar Farouk, Nigeria's former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, after she failed to appear for her scheduled arraignment in the 21-count fraud trial. Justice Jide Omuguzia also ordered the arrest of Bashir Nura Al-Khali, a permanent secretary in the ministry, following an application by the EFCC. The charges allege the misappropriation of $1.3 million, 746.6 million naira, that's about 2.49 billion naira, meant for social intervention programs, and funds which prosecutors claimed were diverted for personal use. While a third defendant, Sanyu Nafiu Mohammed, appeared in court, Farouk and Al-Khali were absent despite earlier reassurances by their lawyers. The EFCC revealed that Farouk had previously obtained her passport to travel to Saudi Arabia for medical treatment, but failed to return it or provide credible medical reports. Her counsel also argued that she was ill, but the court rejected the affidavit. Farouk, who served from 2019 to 2023 under former President Muhammadu Buhari, now faces arrest alongside Al-Khali in what observers describe as one of the most high-profile corruption cases to test Nigeria's anti-graft war. This is not a good day to be a woman, because really, what is all of this, But it's also very sad that someone who was supposed to be what I could very much call the mother of the poor is now someone who has denied them of, what the government actually did set out the monies for. It's so sad that people are public office holders just cut away money so brazenly. It's so, sometimes when you think about the figures, they're so staggering. And I mean, it's also high time we began to even check the mental health, status of some of these public officers or office holders. It's so sad. And again, the hospital, the illness card is one that plays out one too many times. I mean, there are several examples where a government official needs to appear in court to, account for money stolen or for some, wrongdoings, and they say they are ill. In fact, there was an infamous one where someone had to be into court.
Wheeled into the court.
With a stretcher, on a stretcher. And he was literally acting like someone who was almost fainting. It's so sad, and it's so sad. There are so many reasons to just feel very hopeless about being a Nigerian, because look at the figures. Look at the figures. It's almost as though people just steal, and this is just one of the many cases, and just like many, it will just come, we'll make noise about it, and then we move on. It's business as usual. Another time, and somebody else takes the seats, and it's just like we're recycling the whole thing. And then you begin to wonder, then where is the hope? Where is the hope? Where do we even go from here? Look at the amount of monies, that were actually earmarked during the heat of the pandemic. Because the one that really blows my mind was when she actually said that they were feeding school children. How were you feeding school children who were not in school during pandemic?
They were serving them in their homes.
Okay.
Jen, I'm happy that I'm happy that you brought in the feminine angle, the gender angle to it. I was scared, I was scared to mention it because I knew or I felt that you were going to attack. But now I'm happy that you are the one.
Let's call a spade.
I'm not a garden fork. I'm not a garden fork.
We still have some good women.
When we read the first story, it was Dejani Alison Madeke. And now the second story, Sadiya Omar Farouk, and say her, I have a mother, I have a wife, I have a daughter, and so
very soon we'll talk about better Edu.
Very soon we'll talk about better Edu. So that tells you that corruption knows no gender. Corruption is not gender compliant.
Exactly.
Anybody can steal money. Anybody can be corrupt. But we also have, Ngozi Konjo-Iweala, for the time she was there, I think
Obi.
was spotless, Obi Ezekwesili, and all of that. We haven't heard that they took this or that while in government. In fact, our own dear Dora Akohile, may God bless her soul, she went for a treatment, came back, returned the money that was, left over and all of that. But it speaks to how we have been enveloped by corruption, because it's not only insecurity that has enveloped us. Corruption has also enveloped us in this country. We are talking about large sums of money. And this is a person that saunters into the court at will, walks away from the court at will, now they have issued a bench warrant, against her. So let's see how it's going to pan out. It's a problem in Nigeria. You know why big crimes thrive? Big crimes thrive because we don't punish the small ones.
Yeah.
And so we have a situation where justice is defined as the will of the stronger party, somebody who is strong up there. I was discussing something with a group of friends, and they say Julius Malema has been sentenced to
5 years.
5 years in prison, for possession
South
of
African,
arms. I said, so why is it that there's a clampdown on opposition? One person said, no, I don't believe that it's a clampdown on opposition. When somebody commits a crime, the person should be taken in, whether he's in the government or without minding, mindless of the fact that the person is in the opposition. I say, I agree with you. But the problem is someone in opposition commits a crime, he's nabbed and sent to jail. Now, somebody in government commits the same crime and he walks free. That is the difference for me.
Okay.
That's the difference. I'm not saying that people should commit crime and walk away. The law should not be a respecter of persons.
Exactly.
As we say, the law is no respecter of persons. So whether you are in government or what, and until we begin to see a situation where people in government are sent to jail, in all over the world, I think last year 3 former presidents were sent to jail. Toledo, of Peru, was sent to jail. Another one in in parts of Europe, 3 of them were sent to jail. But can it happen here? We see a situation where the courts here invite former presidents or people that serve in government to come to court. They said, no, we are not going to come. But when they are summoned in France, they jump into the plane and go to France. Buhari did that while he was alive. So why is it that they don't respect Nigerian courts? It's because crimes are not punished here. There are no consequences, for infractions and all of that. Until we get to a situation where Bill Clinton, it was Janet Rano, her Secretary of Justice, that set up a commission to try him and all of it. Can it happen here?
Never.
It cannot happen here. So let's get to a situation where everybody, no matter how highly placed, you are subjected to the law of the land.
Isn't it ironical that we actually have more confidence in the British law system, legal system?
That is the outsourcing that we are talking about.
It's so ironic. It's so ironic. How many more will we outsource before we do the right thing?
But you wonder why our judiciary is not respected. Ordinarily, judges don't hobnob with political office holders.
Yeah.
You don't find them in the same circles. You don't find them in the same gatherings. You don't find them at the same dinners. You know, they seclude themselves so as not to be corrupted by those in government. I mean, people in government all over the world get their fingers soiled, and they always look for who to take sides with them. But then judges are protected from the system. That way they can be impartial in delivery of judgment, But over here, it's a different thing. Over here, we have a situation whereby government officials are, building houses for judges and giving them vehicles, giving them estates and the rest of them. So you can have an impartial judgment in cases like that. It's unfortunate. They are talking about how some of these individuals always appear when they are accused of stealing. They come to court looking like, oh, their life is on the edge. They are sick. They come in stretchers. Do you know Belai went to court in a stretcher? Olisame too. At some point,
yes, with the neck
neck brace, and the rest of them. They go to they appear looking sick, and they always want to.
But when they collect those monies, they are very well.
A lot of them, Akobolochemi as well.
Haven't you seen people collapse during interrogations? I
was trying to remember that man's name yesterday because
the
NDDC man. I think his name starts with a P.
I can't remember.
I was trying to remember his name. It starts with a P. I was trying to remember his name yesterday because his issue came up in a conversation, and I was trying to remember how he passed out, and then somebody tried to save him while he was answering questions. Oh well, away from all of that now, let's. There's another story here. A story about. Sorry.
Ponde faint. Professor Ponde.
Ponde, yeah, Ponde. Professor Ponde. Oh well. Nigerian sprint sensation Favour Ofili has suffered a dramatic career setback after World Athletics rejected her application to switch national allegiance from Nigeria to Turkey, ruling that the move was part of a government-backed recruitment drive by Turkey to lure foreign athletes with lucrative contracts ahead of the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics. The decision delivered by the National Review Panel stressed that approving the transfer would compromise the integrity of international athletics and undermine the principle of developing homegrown talent. Ofili, who is 23 years, by the way, had previously voiced frustration with Nigeria's Athletics Federation over alleged neglect and administrative failures. Well, now remains bound to represent Nigeria in global competitions unless she successfully appeals to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. While she can still compete in private or club events, she's barred from representing Turkey at major championship, including the Olympics. She's 23 years, looking so young with a lot more ahead of her. But of course, she has lost hope in Nigeria. And you see, we talk about how athletes are neglected. We see a lot of them, especially in football. Christian Chukwu, Rashidi Yekini, they all serve the country, but then not properly taken care of. What the things promised to them, they didn't even get to some of them until they died.
Yes,
and then you start to wonder, why would anybody want to stake their neck for Nigeria? Why? So I mean, I will not blame the young woman for wanting to switch nationality, because Nigeria has not treated its heroes with respect, and that's very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. This is permanent Japa. I mean, it's permanent Japa.
She's been turned down. She's been turned down. Like, we day here together.
We die here.
I didn't want to say that.
I know. We're here together.
We're here together. Anyway, so that was what came to mind when I saw the story of the man who jumped off the Third Mainland Bridge
yesterday. Yes.
Tried to kill himself, but he was rescued. He's not going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere.
Nobody's going anywhere.
We're in this together.
We're here. We'll salvage this country together.
We'll make it work.
Nigeria must work.
Nigeria must work. We all join our hands together. Anyway, let's take a break now. When we come back, we'll be looking at the papers.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome back. Now let's run to the papers. Now the Guardian is up here. So the window headlines. Jet A1 crisis. Fuel marketers dispute airlines 3,300 litre claim. Yes, I saw that story and I was troubled from 900 naira a litre to 3,300. That of course would affect flights, most definitely. Police customs uncover terrorist plots in Abuja, Niger, Ondo. Reps expand probe into 1.12 trillion naira anchor borrowers funds, summons firms. Correctional Center, how systemic collapse, corruption worsen inmates' plight behind bars. And then there is a breakdown of that story right there. Gunmen abduct Benue UTME candidates amid dispute over technical glitches. Tinubu dares opposition, vows to stay course as zoning debate deepens. NDPC warns organizations as hackers target financial digital system. Tinubu backs direct primaries, denies imposition of candidates. Reps, okay, 248.6 billion naira relief. 10-year debt restructuring for Kanu. Jos, Ikeja discos. Osun poll, CSOs petition Amukmito over redeployments as INEC adjusts timeline. Now, those are the headlines from The Guardian.
Tribune, 2027 presidency, no one can scare me, Tinubu vows. It's the turn of the South. Presidency replies Atiku. Gunmen abduct 14, including UTME candidates in Benue bus attack. 2.2 million student seats for 2026 UTME nationwide. Candidates free to wear hijab into exam halls, says the board. Security forces on high alert for large-scale attack on airports, prison, memo says. Court issues a warrant of arrest against ex-minister Farouk, one other. CBN pegs BVN enrollment age at 18, limits phone number charges. Odua Investments Electron Energy seal $40 million deal. $40 million deal. Oyo Speaker escapes impeachment. Oil marketers blame rising costs of jet AI on global supply disruptions and logistic expenses. Occasional heavy drinking poses major risk to liver. That's a study. Police arrest 6 in Ondo for planning bomb attack. Those are the stories on the Nigerian.
And there you have it. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll get deeper into these headlines. That's a newspaper review. That's on newspaper review. Now, let's get into a major conversation. One of them, Tinubu must rule Nigeria for 8 years, like Buhari. Atiku should bury his ambition. That's coming from Bayo Ononuga. Let's talk about this when we come back.
views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. Bayo Ononoga, a senior aide to President Bola Tinubu, has declared that the president must serve a full 8-year tenure like his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, urging opposition leader Atiku Abubakar to bury his ambition for 2027. Ononoga's remarks, widely seen as dismissive of power rotation principles, have sparked outrage across opposition ranks, while Atiku swiftly fired back, insisting that presidents aren't crowned and that Nigerians, not political aides, will decide the next leader. The clash has intensified debates over zoning and succession, with critics accusing Tinubu's camp of attempting to shut down democratic competition before the race even begins. Adding fuel to the fire, Atiku has publicly asserted that he commands more block votes in the north than rivals such as Rabiu Kwakwanso, Nasir El-Rufai, and Aminu Tambuwal, positioning himself as the strongest challenger to Tinubu's hold on power. The exchange underscores deepening divisions within Nigeria's political elite and raises questions about whether the ruling class is trying to entrench itself beyond constitutional norms. We have in the studio to help us make sense of these and others, Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is the citizen reporter and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. And we've been joined virtually by Eze Eluche. Eze Eluche is an attorney at law and a public affairs analyst. Okay, I understand that he's not in at the moment, but he's going to join us in the course of the show. We also have to join us Asim Adams. Asim Adams is a legal practitioner, constitutional lawyer, by the way, and he's appearing here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. We expect them to join on in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's return to the studio where we have Dele Fanimo. Dele, Bayo Ononuga, presidential spokesperson, Tinubu must complete his 8-year tenure like Buhari.
Well, let's start by saying that as a media aide to the president, you wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Okay.
He's just doing his job at that point. And his position may be at variance with the public, Nigerians, but he's duty-bound to come up with that statement. Because besides, the longer his principal stays in office, the more his bread is buttered. So, to that extent. But it is not sacrosanct that Tinubu must spend 8 years in office. It is going to be determined by various factors. How much has it done to impress Nigerians that this office that I've occupied in the last 3 years, going to 4 years, have I delivered on my promises? How much of threshold have I achieved? And what are the parameters? So it is the public, the voting public, that determines who does second term or for another 4 years. So, but for me, if he had made any statement that is different from what he has said, automatically by now, maybe you would have been reading that he has lost his job.
Okay.
So, but everything depends on the electorate. The electorate determines who gets second shot. And we have seen governors losing second time. We have seen senators planning and working to return, but they never get return tickets. And so we should go beyond that in analyzing who takes second shot or who doesn't take second shot. So that's my own take
position on that. All right. I'd like for us to interrogate briefly, Bayo's position, the way Bayo came out. I know you are also well-versed in public communications. Couldn't Bayo have come out better so that he doesn't insult the sensibility of Nigerians by saying that the president is entitled to 2-year tenure instead of saying that Tinubu must complete his 2-year tenure? I mean, I acknowledge the fact that he's the president's spokesperson, but he's paid with taxpayer money. So how much responsibility does he hold or should he hold in trying to ensure that we build a stable society and credible democracy? Because the way he comes across or the way he came across looks like for him it's already foreclosed that the president must complete his 2 years.
You see, the issue in this is they must.
Yes.
Now, when you want to interrogate a statement, you go beyond the statement and look at the messenger. Go back in time. You and I have spent some appreciable number of years in the media industry. Bayo Onanuga rose from the school of adversarial journalism. He was in the trenches during the military era. He was editor of the news, Temple, and at a point he was a director. And at that time, the news prided itself in guerrilla journalism. So somebody like that is just like you and an activist. You are not shaped in the same anvil, with the same anvil. The way you will talk will be different from the way Showore will talk. And so, Bayo is used to such, and there is nothing you want to say that he will not say, he has said it and he has said it. But for the psychological implication of his statement, I don't agree with that word must. I don't. Even if the principal is coasting home, you don't have to rub it on me that, look, I don't have a choice in this matter. And the moment you say that, you are telling me that I should foreclose any attempt at joining issues or taking a shot at the presidency, which is not democratic. That's the word. The must there
was not properly used.
Was not properly used.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Fanimo. I appreciate your take on this. Now, let's quickly run to Mr. Eze Eluche. I understand we've been able to establish connection with him. Barrister Eze Eluche, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning and thank you very much for having me on.
All right, I need for you to unmute your device so that we can get your audio feed.
I'm not always muted. I'm hearing you very well and I hope you're hearing me also.
I can't hear you, unfortunately. Okay, all right then. Well, since you can hear me, let me go ahead with my question. Now, we heard a presidential spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga, say, well, Atiku Abubakar, drop your ambition because Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the current president, must complete his 2-year term and that it is the turn of the South. Now, as you take your intervention on this, I would like for us to hear from you. What is the South in this arrangement?
Thank you very much. Are you hearing me now?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead, loud and clear.
Beautiful, yes. Well, thank you. The reality is this. I very much agree with Mr. Fanimo in the studio there, that when you look at the employer of the man who is making this comment, you understand where he's coming from. This is where he is from. Nigerians have learned some of these rabble-rousers, where to place them and their comments. If somebody like Fanny Kayode makes these comments, or Reno Mokri, these are the common comments you expect from such elements. But the reality is, for us Nigerians, in fact, that should serve as a motivation for Nigerians. So that, yes, you have said so, and then we must also do the needful. Because having this regime, having led us through the past almost 3 years plus of anguish, of polarization, and somebody has the temerity to dare tell Nigerians that he must stay back, then Nigerians will also tell the person that he must not come in for a second tenure. So that is, the statement should actually galvanize Nigerians so that we do the needful when the time comes and tell whoever cares to listen that Nigeria belongs to the people of Nigeria and not any person, any particular person. Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. Barrister Eze, the president held a kind of meeting with his renewed Hope Agenda members yesterday, and he said quite a lot that yesterday. He said, well, these people think that they can scare me. I mean, talking about the opposition, firing at the opposition, and he said, these people think that they can scare me. They don't know that I am the Jagaban. The president's words, I am the Jagaban. I have passed through this road before, and I'm going to come out victorious. So, I mean, he's a politician. He should, speak to his powers, to his ability, to win elections. But when he says, I am a Jagaban, within the context of the competition, how do you explain that word, I'm the Jagaban, within the context of 2027 elections?
Yes, any psychologist or somebody with experience of psychology who looked at that video or who watched the video will see scare written all over the face and mannerisms and physique of Mr. Tinubu. You can see somebody who is really, really scared. He now begins to try to puff off himself. So that issue of his Jagaban, for somebody from who is not from the north or who is not from Nupe, who cares? What does Jagaban mean? To me, to those in the southeast, in the south, in the southwest, and Jagaban is neither here nor there. But it just shows a man who is scared. And we have seen evidence of that scare in the regime. Already we are seeing the courts begin to even realize, rejig themselves. They have realized that Nigerians have come to realize their antics and are ready to confront them at any time. So you have seen courts begin to apply, withdraw from issues that would have created crisis, such as the revalidation of voters' exercise, because they now know that at every instance they try to do any malfeasance, Nigerians are ready to come out and challenge them. And with regards to what he means by the turn of the South and all that stuff, look, in this instance, there is nothing like South, West, East, or Christian or Muslim. It is one Nigeria. Nigerians of all, whether all ethnic groups, all religions, all geopolitical zones are feeling the pain, the anguish of this regime. So the issue of saying the turn of the Southern president, like Ononunga said, does not apply. It's the turn of Nigeria to choose who will be their president. And from wheresoever it comes from, at the appropriate time, Nigerians will choose him. But if it is this same character who is telling us he's the Jagaban, because he was allowed to get away with the scam of Emiloko at the last elections, it's not going to work now. And I can see the scare. One other thing I took away from that speech he did, that address to his caregivers or whatever, or to his members of his rebuild platform, is he told us point blank that he was the same with Buhari's government. And to those who were giving excuses before, he made it very clear that he inherited, he is part of Buhari and Buhari is part of him. So for the past 11 years, this twin regime has destroyed Nigerian economy, has taken Nigeria from the fastest growing economy in Africa to about the 6th, has taken the unemployment rate above the skies. So Nigerians now have enough reasons and enough weapons to tell this man that yes, he should keep on deceiving himself. He should call himself Jagaban, Bagajan, whatever he wants to call himself.
All right, thank you very much.
At the appropriate time, Nigerians will tell him the truth, that Nigerians will decide who will rule, and not anybody in any INEC office or in any association.
All right, Nigerians will decide. Nigerians will decide.
Yes.
But he is the Jagaban. He is the Jagaban. He is Ashiwaju. Those are names that he's given himself. Well, thank you very much. Let's bring Chief Asim Adams into the conversation. Good morning to you. Let's ensure that we can get your audio feed properly.
Good morning.
Asim Adams, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Now, I would like for you to come into this conversation from the angle of Atiku's statement from that interview that he made. You know, he did say that he has more block votes than Tambuwal, Kwakwanso, or anybody else in the north. You know, and of course, he said that this will be the last time, 2027 will be the last time that he will contest for the presidency. How does that settle with you, especially when you look at the coalition and those in the coalition, and the thought that if possible, if Atiku comes in again, Peter Obi might have to look for another party to run under, or maybe run under Atiku, and how will that play out in the elections?
All right, thank you so much. Atiku Abubakar is just like Thomas Jefferson of Nigeria. I do not know whether he's going to, get it this last time. You know, there was a particular president of America that tried, being in the Senate, he lost, being in the presidency, he lost. At the end of the day, he was able to win and became the president of America. I liken Atiku's situation to that. Atiku has a right, politically, under our constitution, to contest as many times as he likes. And in this instance, for instance, Atiku Abubakar has said this is his last time. Well, It may be a political statement, but some of us who know him right from 1992, or those who have been following him right from 1993 to date, know that Atiku Abubakar, if he loses this time around, he will still contest the next election in 2031. That is a sure banker. Now, periscoping whether Atiku has more clout, political followership than Kwankwaso, yes, I agree. I agree absolutely. I concur with him. I want to say that if you look at the political trajectory vis-a-vis that of Kwankwaso, who is Kwankwaso? Kwankwaso came into the narrative of Nigeria political lexicon when he was Minister of Defense under, I think Buhari or whatever, I don't know. But he was Minister of Defense. That was when he came into the political arena. Then he now was in APC. Kwankwaso has never formed any political party. The NNPP today, if you look at the NNPP, it was not formed by Kwankwaso. The NNPC was formed by another person, not Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso came in and hijacked that political party. Now let's periscope the political weight that Kwankwaso has. Kwankwaso has only political influence in Kano and Jigawa. And even in the last election, let me shock you, Kwankwaso did not score up to 1 million votes in Kano State. That is the hub of his political hot seat. He did not score up to 1 million votes. 990-something thousand he scored. A Bola Tinubu was able to, get, and that was the highest any of Malam Aminu Kano. 514,000 votes from Kano. So if you look at what Kwankwaso has, he is only limited to Kano. But an Atiku Abubakar has Adamawa, has Taraba, has Kaduna, has Katsina, has some part of Yobe, even some part of the North Central. Atiku has some tentacles there. Coming to the Southwest, Atiku has tentacles in the Southwest. Coming to the South-South, he has tentacles. Kwankwaso does not have any of this. So it will be a monumental failure for you to say Obi Kwankwaso or Kwankwaso Obi. It will not work out. It will be a very simple defeat for Tinubu. A ravaging salamander, political salamander like Tinubu, is not what Kwankwaso and Obi can sweep away. The only person, in my opinion, if we really want, people to challenge Tinubu in terms of, getting the presidency, is an Atiku Abubakar, either with somebody. Can be Obi, it can be any other person. It can be Amechi. They will give Tinubu a run for his money.
So by your analysis
so
now,
look at the political...
By your analysis now, is it safe to say that if Atiku of course has indicated interest to run again, and he just might be running with an Obi as a vice, or is it possible for him to be a vice to Obi? So if he runs as the flag bearer and Peter Obi runs as his vice, do you think that Peter Obi will be able to galvanize the number of votes that he got from his obedient movement if he runs as a vice to Atiku?
Let me tell you, for me, I have studied the political equation in ADC. It will be easier for the head of a camel to pass through the eye of the needle than a P2B getting the presidential ticket of ADC. And myself, as I speak to you, I am an obedient, but I never supported P2B leaving Labour Party, whatever the situation was, to ADC. If P2B wants to remain in ADC, I wish him good luck. But I am saying today, I'm not a prophet of doom for him. He will not, as far as you have an Atiku Abubakar there. is the only best position P2B can get is for him to be a vice, whatever they call running mate, to an Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar cannot be a running mate to P2B. Politically, in terms of hierarchy and seniority, is his senior. And Atiku Abubakar has been vice president before. Would he want to at this point in time, or a most inexperienced politician like P2B? I do not think so. So it is like the run under Atiku Abubakar. He has said that if he does not get this ticket, he will move on. We have asked him to come to NDC. If he comes to NDC, then we can begin to give him my support.
Well,
but if he does not do that,
wouldn't that divide the votes again, like it was done in 2023, where it became a 3-horse race as against a 2-horse race? Do you think a 3-horse race?
Let me tell you.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
To be put it on record, I stand on my tentacles and I stand on my veins in my blood. I mean, my blood in my veins. P2B will not score to 6 million votes again. If he's jettisoning Labour Party and he wants to run in any other political party, even though I want to come to NDC, he will not score to that 6 million votes. That is number one.
Okay.
Number two, a political salamander like Atiku Abubakar, Nigeria do not vote. Elections in Nigeria are rigged.
But we seem to have a problem.
It is a normal.
Okay. Yes, exactly the point. Barrister Adams. Barrister Adams.
It is a normal.
Okay.
It is a normal. If I can learn, can I learn on this?
Go ahead,
It is
sir, go
a
ahead.
normal. It is a normal that elections in Nigeria, there are no elections. Elections are manipulated in Nigeria. So P2B cannot manipulate elections. Atiku Abubakar can manipulate votes.
Beautiful.
Because Tinubu is going to manipulate. He's going to manipulate 2027 elections,
Barrister
whether we like it or not.
So, Barrister Adams, it's not a question of who is able to out-manipulate the order in 2027.
Somebody said that. Somebody said that.
Yes.
Political serendipity.
Okay, so Barrister Adams, you answered the question. You have answered the question I wanted to ask you, but I still have other questions.
Yes.
Now, in all of this, there are a few things that you said that need further interrogation. You said Kwakwanso has not ever formed a political party in his life. I'm not sure that Atiku Abubakar also has formed any political party. When he left PDP, he first went to AD, ACN, ran back to APC, and now to ADC and all of that. He too has not formed any political party. And he did recognize the fact that, Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso has a lot of influence in Kano State, but according to him again, it has diminished because since he left the NNPP, that value has been divided. Now, I would like to ask you, of all the political value, the electoral value that you think that Atiku Abubakar has, for 4 times he has tried. Does it look like it's because the powers that be didn't want him, and how suddenly would they want him in 2027? Or is it because he's been outsmarted on those 4 different occasions? What will it be for you, sir?
Atiku was outsmarted by the cabal, the election cabal in Nigeria.
Okay.
If Atiku had joined hands with Yeso Wike in 2023, they would have given a better fight to Tinubu than what he got. We have people manipulate elections. Why are we talking about credible elections in Nigeria? Have you read Uwe's report? Maybe I will forward the Uwe's report to you to read. That is as far back as 2009, 2010 or whatever, during the Yaradua era. They said that Nigeria can never and will never have a credible election until and unless these particular preconditions are met. And they listed them.
Barrister
I
Adams.
have followed elections since I was old. Yes.
Barrister Adams.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I would like to ask you a question. Now,
I hear you.
You are very confident that an Atiku Abubakar ticket, probably with a Peter Obi, in 2027 could do the magic. What has changed between 2023 and 2027? Does it look like the power brokers now have agreed? Well, if it is not Tinubu, it's going to be Atiku Abubakar. And if it is about brokerage of power and all of that,
let me tell you.
I want to ask you, between Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, the power brokers, who are they going to prefer in 2027? Because we are not talking about the people who voted now. We are talking about, well, the powers that be decide this is the person we want to give it to.
Let's use the word leaders, Mr. Fix It. Mr. People who fix election in Nigeria. People who fix election in Nigeria, let me tell you, they are on both sides. On the Tinubu side, you have them. The wickets of this world, the other people of this world. On the Atiku side, because let me tell you something. Rotimi Amechi, El-Rufai, Malami, Odigio Yegun, Aregbesola etc. and all of them in the front burner or front runners in the ADC prefer working with an Atiku Abubakar who is an establishment man than working with P2B.
No. P2B is out of. No, Barrister Adams, P2B is. And the question
Let me tell you.
Excuse me, Barrister Adams. Hold on, Barrister Adams. In the question I asked you, P2B is out of the equation. Now the equation is between an Atiku Abubakar who holds the ADC ticket and Bola Ahmed Tinubu who holds the APC ticket. Short of rigging, the power brokers, who are they going to choose between the two people? Because I want us to establish
between the P2B.
No, P2B is out of it. We are talking about. You said the only ticket. You said the only ticket that can fly in ADC is that of Atiku Abubakar, and that is the only person that can give a strong fight to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You also said,
absolutely yes.
You also said that elections are manipulated, more like being rigged. So it depends on who is able to out-rig the other. And you also said that there are power brokers. Yes. You also said that there are power brokers who decide who becomes the president in Nigeria. Now, for 4 times, these power brokers have not found Atiku Abubakar worthy. And I'm asking you, between 2023 and 2027, what has changed? To the extent that between a Tinubu and an Atiku Abubakar, they will choose Atiku Abubakar. Because apparently, we are not looking at who is able to out-rig the other. Now, we are looking at who the power brokers prefer. Between the two of them, who would they prefer?
The power brokers will prefer an Atiku Abubakar. Can you give me just a minute to analyze?
No, go ahead, sir. You have time. Go ahead.
The power brokers, the difference in 2023 election, people like Rotimi Amechi, El-Rufai, Odigio Yegun, what's his name? Malami, what's his name? I'm forgetting some names. All of them worked with Buhari to bring in Tinubu. And these people are now having issues with Tinubu. And Amechi, for instance, the former chief of staff, Tony Okocha, on air, viral video said how they rigged that election during Amechi time as a governor and, as a PDP man. The Tony Okocha, nobody has arrested him. He said when he was chief of staff to Amechi, this is what they did. So this, I went Amechi today. El-Rufai put together, Malami put together, Adegbeshola put together. They all worked for the success of a Tinubu. But these people have pulled out now from a Tinubu and now working with an Abubakar. These are the election power brokers in Nigeria. I can give you instances from 2015. These people have changed 2 governments. 2015 to date. It was an Amechi, an El-Rufai, Odigio Yegun, Aregbesola etc. as the case may be, Dino Melaye, that brought people like Buhari to upstage and torpedo the apple cart of Goodluck Jonathan. These people, they came in, stood by Buhari and got second term for Buhari. Then the third term they were supposed to do for APC was now given to Tinubu. They have fallen out with Tinubu, and these people work against Atiku in 2023. If they are now working for Atiku in 2027, my brother, it is going to be a battle royale. It is going to be a battle that will be cataclysmic for APC and Tinubu. Now, what is going to happen? That is why you find that Tinubu He's folding his sleeves right now. And he has woken up 2 days ago because he knows that what is before him, if Atiku wins that ticket of ADC, I am telling you, you're going to see ferocious campaigning, sagacious, display of political gerrymandering. You are going to see a lot of things. So the power brokers, in my opinion, are for an Atiku Abubakar. These power brokers, do not underrate them.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
I have given you how they are, how they operate.
All right, then.
You understand?
All right, then. Thank
So
you
that is
very
the
much,
situation, my
Chief
brother.
Adams. Yes, let's take this conversation back to Eze Luche, please. Jane, go ahead.
Okay. Barrister Eluche, good morning. Are you there? Barrister Eluche, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you very well.
Okay. Barrister's team did give a very grim picture and a stark reality of Nigeria's politics, especially the power play, Atiku's chances and all of that. What's your submission of this? Do you buy his idea? And what's your, if you could predict, what could play out eventually, especially in the ADC during the run-up to the elections? What do you see happening?
Yes, thank you very much. I myself, and I'm sure many Nigerians, will feel highly insulted with the way Mr. Barrister Sim was talking about Nigerian politics. Power brokers. That's not true. That's not true. These are characters, these are individuals. When you pin them down in their hotel rooms, El Rufai was pinned down in a hotel room in Anambra when he came for elections. I mean, all this stuff about changing to government is not true. We know how the Jonathan government was changed. I mean, the United States under Barack Obama came in frontally. Even one of the Obama's, what do they call it, campaign managers, moved over to Nigeria to become a campaign manager. So these individuals you're talking about, it's an insult on Nigerians to tell us that as a collective, when we all come out together and say this is the man that must rule us, you attain that there will be power brokers. What kind of crap power brokers are they? Yes, they are individuals. They've held political appointments. They've gotten some money from the offices they held. But before then, what were they? Non-existent. So let us keep on saying yes. That is my own view. Not power brokers. And if the reality is that the Nigerians opt to make an Atiku Abubakar or a P2B will become the president, it is not based on power brokers. It cannot be based on power brokers. That line of thinking is insulting to Nigerians, and Nigeria has never been based on these power brokers. What normally happens is the government in power uses security personnel, uses the judiciary to enforce its rules. Remove those security personnel. If the judiciary becomes very objective, what are we talking about power brokers? I mean, it's selling the money, please. I don't think Nigerians deserve that kind of insult. We should encourage Nigerians to go out and vote. When you vote, make sure your vote gets counted at your polling unit. Each Nigerian is a power broker at his polling unit. Your voters card makes you a power broker. And let the votes count, and let whoever comes to upturn it, Nigerians should come out and tell him physically that no, we are the power brokers, we have decided. So please, by that narration, that belief that there are some elements or some power brokers, some of those politicians may be liked by some others, but calling them the power brokers that decide who will rule Nigeria, it's insulting to Nigerians. Come 2027, Nigerians will decide who will rule this country. And it will not be any power broker. Any power broker that even tries to be on the road will be brushed and crushed by Nigerians. And we've seen it repeatedly. It's now for whoever wants to rule to be able to galvanize Nigerians. Because if you think of power brokers, those power brokers can easily be picked up by security agencies. In fact, those you mentioned now, let us presume that Mr. Tinubu decides to send his EFCC or his police after them, and they are locked up somewhere. Does that mean that Nigerians will not still decide who to vote? So please, don't give Tinubu don't give him any belief that they are power brokers. It is Nigerians, all of us together, that decide.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Eluche. Let's bring this conversation back to Mr. Daly. 2026 is almost here. What's the prediction? 2027 elections are almost here, just a few months away. Power brokers, the people's votes, which would count eventually in 2027?
You see, when you want to talk about power brokers and people's votes, you can't arrive at definite answer.
Okay.
Because the geopolitical zones have their own different idiosyncrasies. For instance, in the southwest here, it could be, it's my person's turn. It could be because these people, they have, when it was the turn of the north, they were doing so many things to favor their people. And now it is my turn, let it also come back to me. Now, in the southeast is a Republican environment where you have your say as an independent-minded person. Then in the north, usually the north is divided until when there is a political game. When there is a political game, that's when they will begin to romance Kogi, Kwara, Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, Niger, and say we are monolithic north. Those areas I've mentioned that constitute the northwest, it is neither here nor there. That's why Peter B was able to get votes in that area.
You mean North Central?
North Central. Now, the core north, which is the northeast and northwest, it is these so-called power brokers that determine where votes will go. So, if you are working on the same parameter with northeast and northwest, and you want to bring it to southeast or south-south or southwest, you are not likely to win. In the southwest, if I'm a politician and I want to go for presidency, I'd rather talk to people one-on-one. If I'm in the southeast, I'll do the same. But in the north, I'd rather go to these power brokers. Yes. Because elections are determined on the Friday before the election day. Most of the people that are going to be instigated to vote, they don't even know, except they are told that this is where you should go. This is the symbol you will see, and you thumbprint.
No,
so it is the power brokers
in the north.
Okay. That will determine.
All right. There's a question I want to ask you. I'm sorry to cut you. You're a line of thought. Now, there's this perception, that has endured over time, that nobody can become president without the support of the north. Is it a myth or is it a reality?
It's a reality.
It's a reality.
Yes.
Okay, so because of
it's a reality
because of the power brokers.
Yes.
Or is it because of their numbers?
Because you always get block votes from that region. In the southwest, southeast, and south-south. No, let's even leave out south-south.
Okay.
South-south are somewhat docile in political activism. But in the southwest, in the southeast, there's that consciousness. You can tell a month or 2 months to election where the southwest is going, where the southeast is likely to go. But in the north, they go for block votes. I've not seen any major upset that is not traceable to these so-called power brokers in those two regions.
So apparently you align your thoughts with that of Barrister Asim Adams. That power brokers will decide what happens in 2027 because, like you said,
it can be overwhelmed.
Broken. Okay, it can be broken.
It can be broken. But how to break it will now will now be dependent on how assiduous you would have worked to use what is available on ground. And what are those things that are available on ground? Which you have to do. Now you have to rise above tribalism. You have to also avoid religious sentiments, especially when you know the preponderance of Christian and Muslim in a particular area. So those are landmines that you must cross without stepping on.
Before we leave this topic, I would like to ask you, you know, based on your analysis, in terms of numbers, our elections are first past the post, you know. I mean, whoever wins in terms of numbers becomes the president. Also based on
the number
of states and all of that. Do you think that if the North votes for the North and the South votes for the North votes for Northerner and the South votes for Southerner, in terms of numbers, do you think that the North will still have that advantage?
They would have that advantage.
In reality?
In reality, they will have that advantage.
Why so?
Good. Check the number of registered voters in the South.
Okay.
Check the number of those who vote on election day. Usually it's between 30 and 35%.
I think the North is higher.
But in the North, you get sometimes 70%. Can you now see the difference? So they will overwhelm us because they will match their son, their daughter that is even underage, and they will vote. But you and I, the elite in the South, we are busy monitoring through DSTV. We are reading newspaper. I don't want the sun to beat me.
In the comfort of our apartment.
In the comfort of our apartment.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo. I appreciate your take on all of these matters. And to you, Barrister Adams and Barrister Ezel Lucio, we appreciate you. I would like for you to stay with us as we get into our second topic of discussion. Still talking about elections. Now, Tinubu's government behind crisis in opposition parties. That's coming from Peter Obi. As Katsina Court declines ADC leadership dispute. We'll be right back. Please do join us again.
A federal high court in Katsina has declined jurisdiction over the leadership dispute rocking the ADC, dismissing the case filed by a factional group. The court ruled that it lacked authority to intervene in the internal party affairs of the party. Justice A.K. Tukur, who presided over the matter, ruled that the court lacks the legal authority to intervene in issues relating to the internal affairs of a political party. The judge based the decision on Section 83. 5 of the Electoral Act, which restricts courts from interfering in such matters. Meanwhile, opposition figures are raising alarms, accusing President Bola Tinubu and the ruling APC of orchestrating the turmoil within the opposition parties, including the ADC. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi says he left the Labour Party on whose platform he contested presidency in the 2023 general elections and lost because he was being chased out of the party. ADC chieftain Ezie Chukwuemeka Ezie claimed Tinubu's government is behind the suspension of key opposition figures like Atiku Abubakar and Lawal Adamu by a non-ADC faction in Adamawa, calling it a deliberate ploy to weaken opposition unity of 2027 elections. The ADC's internal crisis has deepened suspicions of external interferences, reports suggesting a pattern of targeting opposition like the Labour Party as well. The Tinubu administration has yet to respond to these allegations. Barrister Lucia, I would like to have your take on this. I mean, in the last few weeks, you've had the ADC keep accusing the APC, the leadership, and what have you, of being behind their infractions in the party and all of the factional movement, don't you think this might just be an excuse, for them not putting their house in order? What do you think? Is this a convenient excuse, or it is indeed what is happening?
Before I respond to that, I want to correct one dangerous narrative that is being spread somehow on this platform about a monolithic north or a monolithic south. It is preposterous to think that the same people who are killing themselves in hundreds or wiping out villages in Kebbi, Zamfara, will vote as a bloc, or in Plateau or Benue. We are actually discussing is the criminality in the voting process, not that there is a monolithic node that votes in one direction. With regards to your question, for a very long while, it has been established, it is known fact that the ruling party, the APC, has used the judiciary and even the law enforcement agencies to scuttle the opposition parties. They started first with the Labour Party. When they created Akwampa and the Abure factions and all that stuff soon after the elections, just to destroy that party. And thereafter, the focus was on the PDP, where Mr. Wike was used as a willing tool to destroy the party, and Mr. Wike and the judiciary, which he claimed to have in his pocket. So now that the ADC, African Democratic Congress, has come to be the major opposition party, you see that the APC has now focused its venom, it's both the police authorities, the judiciary, on the African Democratic Congress. So clearly, without any doubt, what the ADC is saying is the fact. The ruling party, the APC, despite having so many governors, which it claims it has about 30 governors in its kitty, is still not sure enough, is still not confident, still feels the need to use very unorthodox means. The judiciary to scuttle the ADC. So what the ADC is saying is a fact, that's the fact.
Okay, that's a fact, according to Barrister Ezelushe. Barrister, as we talk about this, I would like to ask you, let's get some legal perspective. A court in Katsina yesterday said, well, ADC state chapter in Katsina State had approached the court, to intervene in their matter. There's a crisis between the leadership of the ADC in Katsina State, and the court said, hey, we don't have jurisdiction to entertain all of this. A lot of Nigerians are saying, well, is this another precedent? Because there's already a precedent at the Supreme Court that decided, well, anything involving the leadership of any political party should be left for that political party. It's an internal matter. They should settle all of that. Don't come to the court. Are we seeing another precedent? And how is that going to affect the judgment of the Supreme Court that is coming up on the 21st? David Mark has approached the Supreme Court, to vacate the judgment of the appellate court. This judgment now, how do you think it's going to affect the judgment of the Supreme Court?
Well, basically, the judgment of the High Court in Katsina will not affect the thinking of the judgment of the justice of the Supreme Court. It will always be the reverse. Because the Supreme Court is the ultimate, is the apex court, is the court of justice and a court of policy. So it is that court that will affect other courts. But what the court in Katsina has just done was to emphasize the current state of the law. And that is that the courts do not have jurisdiction to tamper into internal political leadership matters of political parties, except where things like human rights violations crop in. Otherwise, the Supreme Court has laid that precedent, laid that foundation that this is what the law is. That is why the case of this nephew, the Bala guy who came, who was by his midnight application to become the chairman of the ADC and was sustained by the High Court, was a bit preposterous. And that was why the angst against that judgment was palpable. And I believe that the Supreme Court now has another opportunity to either reinforce.
Exactly my point. In fact, that was the question I wanted to ask. I wasn't saying that the Supreme Court will rely on the judgment of the High Court. I was only asking whether they will reaffirm that position in the Marx case. Now, that said, Barrister, how does this, in our jurisprudence, we have a situation where the Electoral Act clearly says, political parties, if you have a problem, don't come to us, especially in your leadership. Now, it's like saying, you can go to your political parties and kill yourselves. Because if a matter is unable to get resolved within the party level and they cannot run to the court, where else can they run to? Isn't that a prescription for anarchy within the political parties? Do you agree with that aspect of our jurisprudence that says political parties, if you have a problem in your leadership, don't come to us? Where else can they go to?
The whole idea is to protect the parties from interference by the ruling government, by the ruling party. Like the APC will always try to use the court system to distort the realities of political parties. So that is a very nice law. I mean, it's a nice precedent. But if it becomes, if the rights, the fundamental rights of party members are affected or are impacted, they can easily bring those matters before the courts. Like for instance, if you have a right to contest for a post in your party and the party somehow refuses to sell a form to you without any reason, that is, they are discriminating against you, you can, when you have a good lawyer, you can couch it as a fundamental rights issue and the court will listen and give you audience. But if it's just a purely political matter, I did not resign, I resigned, and all, like the Nafiu Bala issue, that is neither here nor there. So I don't think that our law is good as it is because it protects the political parties from interference from the ruling party. But when it's abused, when the human rights of the party members are abused, they can now approach the courts and the court will look into the matter. This has been the position since.
Barrister, you come across as saying that, well, this law was meant because of the APC. So what if APC leaves government? Impliedly.
Yes, impliedly. Well, what I mean is the law was made before even the APC came into existence.
Exactly the point.
I mean, yes, it has been there. I mean, it is to protect political parties from interference by the ruling party at any time. And maybe I'm using the APC because for now it is the party that is there, and it's the party that is now using it beyond what other parties have done. When the PDP were in office, they didn't interfere this way. When the PDP was in office, they didn't bother to even scuttle the emergence of the APC. They allowed it, despite the last minute, the rush nature of the APC. But in this instance, the current ruling party is overbearing, is interfering in virtually all aspects. It's even sponsoring splinter groups. So that is why I'm using the APC for now. But the law was not made for
All right then. All right.
And I really believe that Supreme Court will uphold the law. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams. I just hope that we still have connections with him. Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you very loud and clear.
Very well, very well. Thanks for staying with us. Now, Barrister Adams, you have a situation where a court in Katsina State has said, well, ADC, we cannot interfere in this matter. It's a leadership problem. You go back and settle it. How do you react to that? And how would that affect, developments within the polity concerning what ADC is passing through at the moment? The court judgment, they have one in the High Court, we have one in the Appeal Court, we have one in the Supreme Court. As a matter of fact, Nafiu Bala has approached a High Court and said, well, I want this case to be adjourned indefinitely. How do you react to this development coming from Katsina?
How many minutes can you give to me to explain, to talk on this, please?
Barrister Adams, go ahead. Please, but try as much as possible to summarize it because, our time here is perishable.
I want to do a summary.
Go ahead, please.
I am against the law. That law is repugnant to equity and good conscience. The judgment of the Katsina High Court, in my opinion, I have heard before now, is repugnant to equity and good conscience. It is against our constitution. It is a medieval law, anachronistic law, a law that is backward, taking Nigeria 10 years backward. A law that should be set aside by the courts. Let me tell you something. I will start first of all that the law is incongruent with section 46 sub 1 of the 1999 Constitution. That judgment is against it. What does section 46 sub 1 say? It says, if I feel that my right is being breached in anything I do at all, whether I'm in a political party, in the family, in my office, that I should approach the nearest high court for redress. Also, Section 39 of the 1999 Constitution says freedom of association. And the freedom of association does not mean that you should be gagged and your rights extinguished. These are sections of the Constitution. And the particular judgments being incongruent to this Section 39, Section 40, Section 46, sub 1, is not directly and diametrically opposed to Section 1, sub 3 of the 1999 Constitution, that if any statute or act or judgment is incongruent with any section of this Constitution, that particular judgment, that particular act is null and void. Let me give you for example. In 1960, the 60s, during the impeachment of Adegbero and Akintola, a matter went to the Supreme Court to interpret this kind of clause or section or judgment of court. He later echoed again in the case of Balarabe Musa in his impeachment. The Supreme Court reached and used this particular Latin maxim, Generalia specialibus non derogante. What does that mean? Is that where is inconsistent with the Constitution that has provided a special way to do a thing, that particular judgment or law or act become inconsistent, null and void. That is Balarabe Musa. Lawyers late to me can go and read the particular case. This kind of anachronistic judgment and law, medieval law, was extinguished in UK during the time of the company's formations. To the extent in those days, when a company commits a crime, the investigation ends there. The company goes away with the loot of that crime, and nobody is held accountable. Because the law says that once a company do a thing, go and meet the company. Until same people came together and I said, no, that is a bad law. They now brought what they call lifting the veil. To now remove that veil to see the directors who are promoting that company and be made punishable and liable for the fraud committed by the company. So this particular law and even the judgment of that court has extinguished the rights intrinsic in Nigerians, like myself being a member of ADC, for instance, or Labour Party. Are you saying that if my right to leadership, like that of nephew, is being breached, that the court will not listen to me? The courts must listen. I will give you another instance quickly, so just now. During the time of impeachment in Rivers State, talking about House of Assembly members who left their seats and went to other parties, the camp. If you go through Section 109, they say once the particular issues that pertain to those issues are done, that the courts could not even entertain it. But the Supreme Court not entertain those matters, even though the Constitution say there's aspect of courts in matter of impeachment, as the case may be in the Ondo and Rivers City, as the case may be. The Supreme Court not intervene in the matter, even though there was an answer clause in the Constitution.
Barrister, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I would like. Yes, I can hear you. I'd like to ask you. In your opening intervention,
so many things to say. I have many things to say.
Yes, I know you have a. I know you have a lot to say. Exactly. I know you have a lot to say. I want to ask you. In your opening intervention, you did say that the decision of the court in Katsina is incongruent with the letters of our Constitution. The court in Katsina, yes, the court in Katsina isn't the first court, giving this judgment. Last year, during the crisis rocking the Labour Party, the case got up onto the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, hey, courts, you should not interfere, in leadership crisis. In fact, you should not entertain. You don't have jurisdiction on leadership matters within political parties.
It didn't start there, Mr. Okoro. It didn't start there. It was in another woman's case.
I'm just citing one of the instances. So, do you disagree?
We have been against it.
Do you also disagree with the Supreme Court on that?
Yes, absolutely. Like, I want to use the words of our God. One time, a vice president of America, I disagree with the ruling or judgment of the Supreme Court, SCOTUS, but I accept it because they are the final courts of the land. The same way I disagree with the Supreme Court, I disagree with their judgment on this matter and even any court at all. But I accept the Supreme Court judgment because it's the final court of the land. I want to also say, Mr. Okoro, that when the NBA president, Alpha Mosigwe, came up with his own thesis on this, I was one of the lawyers who challenged him. My article is still in our lawyers' forum today. I challenged and I said, nobody has been able to answer these questions I put forward. Is the ouster clause how can you ask courts from having jurisdiction? Does that not even run in grain to Section 251, Section 270 that says that courts in Nigeria have unlimited jurisdiction? Has that not does that particular act of electoral does it not run in grain? Does Section 83 sub 5 not run in grain? So the sections I have cited in the Constitution today, absolutely, emphatically, tendenciously, unequivocally speaking, this whatever or this is against our Constitution, and we should not encourage it. It will haunt us tomorrow. Like you rightly said, Mr. Okoro, you said. So when parties have issues now, because it's an internal affair, let them kill themselves. Let them burn the secretariat. No place to go to, because when I don't have, if you push me to the wall, I have to react. So that means that people are happy today because it favors ADC. If it does not favor them in 2028, let nobody cry. Because the law is anachronistic, it's medieval, it's a law that is unconscionable, it's a law that is against equity and good conscience, and the rule of law. So this law, in my opinion, Section 83 sub 5, and even going further to say 83 sub 5 and 6 are incongruent with the Constitution. I have about 50 before sections or clauses in the Electoral Act that I am against. I have added Section 83 to it today to make it 51. 51 sections that are incongruent with our Constitution. They are anathema. They are a drag back, retrogressive, as the case may be, and we may regret it, not today, maybe in the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Okay.
When the tables turn. That is it. I want to lastly say that Lucius Seneca has said that wearing ribbons on your neck alone does not guarantee you democracy. Section 83, sub 5 and 6 does not guarantee credible elections.
Okay.
If you like, because credible elections in Nigeria today is a commodity that is purchased by the wealthy and the most affluent and influential people in our polity.
Okay.
I have so much to say, but time will not allow me.
Yes, I know you have so much to say. Time will not allow you. But before I leave you, permit me to go back to what you said, at the earlier now, You did say that, well, you asking Peter Obi to come over to the NDC. Do you belong to the NDC now?
I don't belong to the NDC, but I'm trying to go there because I have like minds who are there now.
You are trying to go there. You are not yet there. You are inviting somebody to come over.
I did there sort of, but I'm not registered. What I'm trying to say.
Okay.
My affiliation is with them.
All right.
The chairman of that NDC is my close. Is okay.
Oh, he's your close friend. All right. Barrister Adam, what do you think are the chances of Peter Obi, or will be the chances of Peter Obi if he eventually moves over to the NDC? Is he going to get the ticket?
I discussed with them.
Is he going to get the ticket?
We are waiting. They are waiting for him. They are waiting. You see, they say nature abhors vacuum. But in the NDC's case and Peter Obi, there's a vacuum. So they are waiting for him to come and fill that vacuum.
How far can
So,
he travel?
and that
How far
political
can he
party-
travel with that ticket in 2027? How far do you think he will travel with that ticket in 2027?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! We are going to rekindle People's movement, the obedient movement. Obedient movement are surrogate right now. Obedient movement are in hopeless, helpless situation right now because there's rudderless leadership. Obedient movement is in a forlorn, and lugubrious, level right now in Nigeria. Have you seen obedient movement physically apart from social media? No. In 2023, the obedient movement was a movement, a tsunami seismic movement, a volcano. You understand?
Barrister Adams,
Now, if P2B comes to NDC,
if he comes to
telling you that
NDC,
we can go to rekindle all these things.
we are going to rekindle
Yes,
all of
we will
that.
rekindle
If he moves over to the NDC, are you just going to try to make an impression, or are you going to try to win an election? How much manipulation can you do in the NDC? Looks like we have reduced, or you reduced our elections to manipulation. How much manipulation can you do in the NDC to get him into power?
Let me tell you, in Hungary, the opposition won election recently. For 16 years, they were opposition parties. The question you ask, if Obi comes to NDC, we may not win the election because there are manipulators there, but we are going to send a strong message to them. And we keep trying and trying and trying and trying. It may not be this 2027 that will win, but I'm saying that.
All right then.
Obedient. We keep trying. 2023 we were there. If we go again this 2027, we may not win, but we become the first to reckon with. And like what happened in Togo, like what happened in Hungary, like what happened in Senegal, he's going to replicate himself. It might not be today. It might be the next 2 or maybe 3 cycles, as the case may be.
All right then.
So we must have to consciously look at it that not just winning election. That is why I'm against it to be seen.
Yes, we appreciate you.
You are becoming desperate because you want to win election by all means. No, you are not an opposition leader. You have to build a movement. A movement is like a
at this point. Let's now go to Eze Eluche. Let's have your concluding thoughts on this one. Go ahead, please. All right, then we'll bring it to the studio where we have Dele Fanimo. So let's get your concluding thoughts. You could merge both conversation and any other thoughts you want to share.
Yeah, I may not have much to say about this legalese. I'm not a lawyer and I don't pretend to be one. But the long and short of it is, this brickbat will not get us anywhere, particularly for the ADC. I think ADC should be pragmatic and begin to look inwards and see how these things can be fixed before the deadline for primaries and all that may later be upturned if all these legal issues are not resolved. Now, the other part of it, which was the first topic we discussed earlier, was on the issue of the supposedly insidious language of the aide of the president, Bayo Nanuga. I said it earlier that it can be excused based on his background, and he's also trying to protect his meal. But the long and short of it is Nigerians will decide who becomes the president on January 16, 2027. And so shall it be.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Dele Fanimo, for your contribution there. A reporter and a public affairs commentator. We've been speaking with Chief Asim Adams, a lawyer, also a public affairs commentator, and Eze Eluche, also a lawyer. Well, gentlemen, thank you for your contribution. This is how far we go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next, and we'll be dissecting the headlines from the dailies. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10. Bye for now.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching. See you soon.
I am Chukwu Makuru. Bye for now. See you on top of the hour, 10 o'clock on Newspaper Review.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're acting on.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked.
My name is Familoni and here is to Vop TV.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up everybody, who's Arco here and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on Vop. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to Vop, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, Vop is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is Vop TV. If you're not watching Vop, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching Vop, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching Vop TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, it's newspaper review on VOP television. I am Moses Humphrey. I'm not alone here. Chukwuma Okoro very much with me. Thank you very much for being here. He doubles as an analyst on this part of the show. We also have Daily Fadimo with us, who's a reporter and a public affairs commentator. And in the course of the program, we'll be joined by Chief Asim Adams, who is a lawyer. All right. So let's start off with The Guardian. The stories are on the cover pages of the dailies. Come along with us as we get into these stories, trying to make sense of them all. So The Guardian has its big story. The big story there is on the Correctional Center. It says, how systemic collapse, corruption, worsen inmates' plights behind bars. I was watching a video this morning. Pardon?
Series of that video made by
one video?
Yes, one particular guy that spent some time in the prison.
Exactly. But he did
giving
say
an insider information.
He wasn't specific as to which prison that was.
Yes, yes.
But you could see people jam-packed.
Yes.
Jam-packed, as in there was no place to step your foot on the floor. There were bed frames there.
Yeah.
There were a few bed frames there. But the people on the floor, there was no space.
And inside that cell is the toilet.
Exactly.
In fact, the latest inmate sits beside the toilet.
What's the essence of all of that? Is it to discourage criminality
to reform people? But Chukwuma, the way that guy, it's not just one video.
No one video. Yes, it's a
series of videos. In fact, I took my time to listen to it, and I began to conjure the kind of image that happens in that place. That particular picture the guy painted was a picture of hell on earth. No more, no less. Because the guy said that it is even a privilege for your friend or your member of your family to visit you. 2, he said, if an inmate is to be visited, that the inmate would encourage the person to buy bread, because other food items may make you run stool, and you are only allowed to go to the toilet once in a day. I mean,
I'm trying to see if I can get my finger on that video.
I've been following that guy for more than a week now.
You know, he said something. Said, look, that when he came out, he was somewhere, and he met up with an individual, and the person looked at him and said, "You don't look like one who went to prison." And you know, he was taken aback as to. Well, he was fortunate, maybe because of his position in the society and what he does. So he was given some sort of preferential treatment as against some others.
That was not what happened.
Okay.
You see, the guy fought his way to the top.
Inside the prison.
Inside the prison. So he had some level of comfort. Like, for instance, at some point, it became OC torture. At some point, it became OC food. So if anybody is bringing food from outside to that cell, is the one that takes charge of the food. So he takes the one that is convenient for him before he passes it to himself and the presido of that particular cell, before he passes it to the owner of the food. And he said they were encouraged to eat only bread. That when you are given bread and you don't feel like eating, you have to tuck it under your boxer to conceal it from people that will come and steal it from you.
Was he awaiting trial, or was
it was awaiting trial?
It was awaiting trial.
Yes.
Hadn't been
He said it was the prayer point in that cell for people to take them to court so that they can be sentenced and then serve out time. Where on another part of that prison, you are freer than where they are. And he said there are some people awaiting trial for 12, 15 years for an offense, if convicted, would not carry more than 3 years.
Now, let's put up the cover page of The Guardian again. Let's have that on the screen. And if we can, zoom in, let's zoom into that big story there. When you do zoom in, there's a part of it that shows it's a depiction, actually. It's a depiction of inmates cramped up in a cell, not actual humans. But then that gives you an idea of what we're talking about here. Yes, thank you very much. There you have it, right there. And yes, if you look at the riders there, you see 70% of prison population awaiting trial. I mean, we've talked about this many times on this platform. So systemic stats and overcrowding. The weight of the untried systemic overcrowding, 70% awaiting trial. You have 438% capacity overload in urban centers, 53,000 ATPs, over 53,000 out of 74,000 inmates have not been convicted, often spending years in pre-trial. All right, and we also have the business of incarceration. This is as put together by The Guardian. It says, there's a business angle to it.
Yes,
right? There's a business angle. You have the luxury apartments.
Yes.
For the VIPs, and all of that. And they pay, this is between 70 to 300,000.
Per annum.
I don't know if it's per annum or per month or per day. I don't know. But 70 to 300,000. And then there's another side, the ordinary squalor. So you have it there, and then there's also a young man whose case I picked up one time, he had to pay a certain amount. So he's not taken to the
deadliest part of
aspects of the cell. He was kept somewhere because he was supposed to be there for the weekend because his case didn't get to court on time. So they had to pay.
They couldn't perfect his bill.
Yes, on time. Yes. So they had to pay a certain amount so he's not taken to the inner parts of the cell. So he was just kept at the corner there. So there's a business angle to all of this. And I understand that Barrister Asim Adams has had to deal with inmates, those awaiting trial, those undergoing trial, and the rest of them.
Those whose files are missing.
Those whose the many complicated cases. And I'm sure you've seen firsthand. You've seen firsthand what these people go through. Let's speak to this issue now, away from politics, and then we'll get back to politics later.
Away from politics.
Yeah, but we'll get.
And realistically speaking,
exactly,
you find out that the Nigerian system, criminal jurisprudence system, is corrupt, and at the same time, we keep talking about politics on a daily basis, where the gladiators come out to say they want to rule Nigeria for 4 years, but nobody talks about the problem of the correctional center system, because some of them have not gone there. The moment we begin to send some of these leaders to jail or awaiting trial, then they begin to know exactly what it is.
But even those that
I'm very sure that
even those that go there,
yes,
they're given VIP treatment. So they come out not
having
VIP treatment what others experience.
I understand. But even if you are giving that VIP treatment, it's not the same as your VIP outside. So the prison, if you look at the prison, the precinct of the prison is like a gulag. It's like a torture chamber. So the moment you get to the building, some of the buildings were built in the 18th century. So the building alone will scare you. We bring you down to that lowest ebb. Whenever you are inside the VIP, whatever, my mother said, no matter how cool the under of a tree is, it is not a home. You understand? So that is the situation. Now, coming to periscope this, before we talk about the symptoms and not the disease, that is the problem we are having today. The reason why you have this kind of a thing happening is because the prisons are overcrowded. A survey I did myself, I've been to Abakaliki prisons, I've been to Kuje prisons, I've been to Port Harcourt prisons, I've been to Kirikiri prisons, I've been to Benin prisons, I've been to Auchi prisons, amongst others I've been to go and see for myself. Now, about 95%, if not more, of people in correctional centers today are awaiting trial, inmates. Awaiting trial. Female, male. Those who have been convicted because of our slow nature of criminal jurisprudence are not to 3%. Those who are serving sentences, you can do your own, you can fact check me. And why is a center, you call it correctional center, for 4 years without trial? He goes to court every day, they return him back the same day. He'll be there for 4 years. Why? Because the system runs an archaic, anachronistic, a system that is anathema to the rule of law, a system that is colonial, a system that is like Hitler's system. How and why? Your laws is in conflict with itself. Section 36 of 5 says presumption of innocence. Section 34, 35 talks about liberty, etc. But a dangerous, procedural act was brought into Nigeria by Jonathan in 2015, which is called the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, to help what we used to refer to in those days as holding charge. We have criticized the holding charge mentality before Jonathan came out with this law. That the holding charge is bad. But Jonathan came to legalize it with ACJ, what we call AJA 2015. Please, a lawyer that is listening to me, any lawyer listening to me, anybody there, write down Section 293 to Section 299. Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015. Especially Section 296. What does it say? A petition is written against Mr. A. Police arrest Mr. A. They take him to court out of malice. The man is not able to pay bail for himself. Police will punish him and say, we are going to put a tag of an armed robber on you if you don't pay 1 million. The man does not court, armed robbery. The magistrate who sits there would not want to profile and know exactly whether this man preliminary had investigation they have done to say a gun was found with him, etc. The magistrate says, I have no jurisdiction to entertain the case of armed robbery. The magistrate begins to write and say, duplicate the file and send to DPP for advice. He washes off his hand from that matter. And the file to send to DPP, you need at least 1 million naira for your file to be taken to DPP for advice, if you are very lucky. If you don't have the 1 million naira, you'll be there. The unfortunate thing is that every day the magistrate adjourns to September 27th. On September 27th, they will bring that inmate to the magistrate who gave the order that he should be remanded. They come back and say, no DPP advice. The same magistrate who's supposed to fight for the rule of law, who's supposed to enthrone Section 36 of 5, Section 34, 35, 37, 33. The same magistrate will not even make any inquiries into this. He will now increase the time and say, okay, if there's no advice, let him come back 27th of January 2027 for the DPP's advice. What is DPP's advice, Mr. Magistrate? That you cannot even make inquiries into the file, and you say you don't have jurisdiction, but you send the man there. Busting sin. Now, when you get to the prison, if you are lucky, you go to VIP, you have money. But if you are not lucky, I had somebody who was a food supplier to prison. They buy rotten beans from Niger Republic, ship it to Nigeria here, come and cook. No oil. Even though monies has been voted. But the contractors, so-called, embezzle the money. People love to be contractors. Minister of Internal Affairs. When Raouf Aregbesola, that is why I'm saying Raouf Aregbesola does not even have the intrinsic and that particular allodial right to even come out and begin to criticize Tinubu. During his time as Interior Minister, the Nigeria prison was worse for it. He came in and in a cosmetic manner changed it from prison to correctional centers just to, put pancake on how bad the system of that place is. He didn't do anything about it. People lobby, they bring substandard food, and when he gets in there, those inmates again will begin to fight over it. I have done matters for people who were in prison are going to be.
It is not out of place for Aregbesola to change names.
To change names?
To change names.
Yeah,
After all, he changed the name of Osun State to State of Osun.
We seem to have lost connection to Chief
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me?
There was a glitch there, so we lost a few of the things that you...
Yeah, there was a glitch.
Yes.
Question is, the network is not too very proper here.
Okay.
So these are the reasons. So I want to tell you, when I was doing my human rights in Lagos, I spent about 2 weeks at Lion Building. I went to represent a client, and the then OC, whatever, felt I was too overbearing or exorbitant, or as the case may be, and he ordered that I should be put in there. And I said I will never apologize to him. He kept me there, but I know that the man regretted it later in the day. So I know the condition they live there, even the police station, Lion Building, go to state CIDs, all over Nigeria. You will cry for what you see there. So it's like the Serengeti, you know, animals feed on grime, death, wickedness, etc. as the case may be. So this is what happened in all these areas. As the case may be, it's sad. It's a sad thing.
Yes, it's quite sad. Unfortunate, and it's scary. It's very scary. When I looked at what the Guardian did, you know, very good job that they did here to outline, you know, the different sectors within the correctional facility, and it's quite scary. My wife is a lawyer. She went one day, you know, to the anti-cult squad, you know, to bail somebody out. And when she came back, she called my 2 grown boys and said, whatever you do, stay out of crime. Please, whatever you do, stay out of criminality.
That was the statement of that guy repeatedly.
Stay out of. You know, because she said, at a point, she requested to see her clients, you know, and they took her to the cell. You know how they get it? The cell is half wall. So you
need to bend.
You need to bend to enter. And when you enter, you remain like that. Yes. You can't stand, you squat. When you squat to enter, you remain like that. And you can't even stretch your legs because others are also in that mode.
The place is cramped.
The place is cramped already. And you know, so what happens is that at intervals, bodies are brought out. You know what happens in the regular prison, you know. And so she painted the picture, and my 2 grown boys were like, you know, so, and I was scared too. Another thing that the Guardian did here that I like is that they talked about the recidivism, you know, which is the tendency. 70% of people that are released from prison as awaiting trial, one way or the other, go back, are rearrested. And so what is the essence of?
That means they are not reformed.
They are not reformed. It's supposed to be a correctional facility. You know, so like Dele said, people pay money so that they can be taken to court, sentenced, and you go to normal prison.
And that shouldn't be an option.
It shouldn't be an option.
For me to now confess to a sin I didn't commit, and then just because I want sentence so that I can go
and
to
because if you don't, you go back.
That is it.
You go back to the ATM. They ask for the DPP's opinion on that, and he says,
this particular guy.
Let's take another date, July. We are in April now. They say, let's take another date, July or August. You know, and you go back to awaiting trial.
Barrister Hasim said something that to accelerate the process of DPP reports on your case, that you pay as much as 1 million naira. How many of these inmates
have 1 million naira?
Have 1 million naira to pay? How many of them have families that can pay 1 million naira on their behalf? And that's just the preliminary part of the case.
So while we are discussing this, it brings to the fore again the issue of what leads to criminality. Because there's a certain European country, on top of my head, I can't recall. Either Netherlands, Norway, or Sweden, you know, and have shut down their correctional facilities.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because people are no longer committing crime. Yes. Why is it that people don't commit crime? Because life is good for them.
Maybe we should export.
In fact, in parts of Ireland, you know, if you see somebody committed, like steal petty things, you have petty thieves. They don't take you to the police. You know what police does? Police takes you to a psychiatrist to find out, is this person okay? Because the state practically provides, if you don't have a job, they
will still keep you alive by giving you stipends
to feed.
And they
to
keep
pay your accommodation
and
not in a home and all of that. But here, we have our political class amassing wealth, you know, primitive acquisition of wealth, where that they don't even need.
They don't need.
You see people park 30 luxury cars in one apartment. How many of them can you drive in a day? And at the end of the day, the money is not, resources are not redistributed, so people get into criminality. That is why we are having all of these correctional facilities. We have people that in prison
facility
in other countries. People in prison. Robert Mugabe acquired 3 degrees while in detention. Robert Mugabe, far back in Namibia. sorry, in Zimbabwe then, or Northern Rhodesia, acquired 3 degrees while in prison. But do we have that here? We have the National Open
No,
University.
you can't even get a right examination until you are tried.
You are tried. Good.
Yes.
Because we are talking about 2 tracks here. Is either you're a convicted prisoner.
Yes.
I think your case becomes even better.
It becomes better.
It becomes better. The only thing you have is that your right is abridged.
Your freedom
is curtailed and all of that. But if you are waiting trial, your case
is neither here nor there.
You are neither here nor there. We were here one day when someone walked into the newsroom. He said he spent 12 years.
For a crime, if he had been convicted, maybe 2
or 3 years.
Maximum.
He admitted to that crime, said, yes, we stole the vehicle. But one thing led. In fact, he stayed for 12 years awaiting trial. He took the intervention. He was lucky.
It was an NGO.
An NGO that intervened and got him out.
That guy in that video.
And he's not one. There are so many people that people stay like 12, 13 years, 15 years awaiting trial. What's that supposed to mean? And we have a judiciary. We even have the office of the public defender. So what is it defending? And money is allocated earmarked for that department, for that agency year in, year out in government. So what do?
Another dangerous trend in this whole thing is if the police feel you are stubborn and you are not ready to part with money, what they do is they slam capital offense on you so that you won't be able to procure bail at the magisterial level. Even when there is no evidence to show that you actually committed that offense.
And it could be that your family was unable to raise 10 or 20,000 naira.
Yes. And then that person now goes through, his file goes through DPP, that may not come out in 2-3 years, and he will be in detention. Because even magistrates cannot hear your plea, cannot take your plea.
I think Barrister Singh wants to say
something. We had advocated, sorry if I had to barge in, I'm so sorry, but I don't forget it.
Go ahead.
You know that we had advocated that for this to stop at the police station, let us have what they call district attorneys. We have so many lawyers in Nigeria today who are jobless, let me use the word. The states can employ them so that for every police station created, you have a lawyer who is called the district attorney in that particular police station. You also have one member of the civil defense, the civil defense and the human rights commission in every police station. People is another way of creating employment. If we have 700,000 police stations in Nigeria, you can create employment for at least 1 million Nigerians, both state and federal. District attorney, that is a lawyer, a human rights lawyer in that particular police station. Somebody from a civil society organization, either from CDHR or from Amnesty International. A member will be inside the police station there. When police arrest, they must pass through the tables of these 2 people. They are the ones to make a recommendation to DPO to release. How can you keep somebody who stole yam, even phone, a telephone, somebody who stole phone of maybe 80,000 naira, or somebody who stole food to eat? How do you keep that kind of person awaiting trial? Why will you do that? Situations of that nature, if the man who is the district attorney at the police station and the human rights CSO at the police station, Amnesty International, they will recommend to DPO, if the guy confesses for his sin, release him. Let him go and do community work or duty. It is only when that guy commits the same offense the second time or third time that you cannot commit him to prison. These are recommendations we have made. As I speak with you, my own group, the Committee for Others Access to Justice and Lawyers Without Borders, we have made memorandums to the National Assembly for about 10, 15 years now on how to look into this area of our criminal jurisprudence. If these particular measures are taken, they are panaceas to decongest of the prisons as it is today. Because I have been in the field for 30-something years. I'm talking about at the police station, the level of the police station right now. If bail is no longer in the hands of the police and in the hands of these district attorneys, you find that a lot of this system will be changed. Because a lawyer who is a district attorney in a police station will not want his hands stained because of 10,000 naira if they petition him. So he will be upright. And he will advise the DPO to say, no, this man cannot even sleep here. Can you call your brother or your sister, come and take you on bail? You go home. As the case may be. So only matters that should go to the courts are, felonies. That is why you see the law divided into criminality into two parts: misdemeanor and felony. Misdemeanors are, a man steal 10,000, only 1,000 to eat. You now take him before the police to go and bring 20,000 to bail himself. The man does not have. That's why he stole that 1,000 naira.
Yeah.
Why are you asking the people to go and bring 20,000 to bail himself? He is not able to bail himself. You now say it's an armed robber. If he can steal 1,000, means the one that led that gang to go and raid. The reason is what police. The Police Act, Section 24. Police Act, Section 4 of the Police Act has to be rejigged to remove that power of police to detain at their whims and caprices. Bail should not be at the discretion of the police. Bail should not be at the discretion of the police. They have abused it. Bail should be at the discretion of the court. That is how it is done elsewhere. If you leave bail at the discretion of the police, police will say bail is free, but they will still collect money from you. If you don't pay them, you go to awaiting trial. They have the mechanism to do this. How to stop the problem. Not the symptoms that we are having. Maybe the command prison it is.
There's a lot of work. A lot of work needs to be done.
A lot of work needs to be done, honestly.
Apparently. Oh, well, we're having that glitch again. I guess we'll just move away from this story and touch on another story. Gulf crisis. Nigeria has no plan to seek IMF support, says Edun. UN Deputy Chief Amina Mohammed says Nigeria's reforms showing early gains, warns rising inequality threatening progress. Fund warns country's limited fiscal space weakens response to food inflation. And then also the story of the late General Brimer says late General Brimer's children get scholarship from Edo government. One of them is he's 18-year-old who is in 100 level. He will get scholarship. Another one is 16 years old, currently in SS3. He will also get scholarship. And then there's a 12-year-old as well in JSS2, all of them, children of the late General Brimer.
Honestly, the only consolation here is
this is coming from the government of Edo State,
yes,
not the military.
Yes, I don't know why the military would have to wait for the governor's intervention on this man's matter. This man died on the line of
duty.
It wasn't as if he was ill, taken to Germany for treatment or anything. This man, I saw his video while he was addressing his officers and men, trying to pep them up, boost their morale, while waiting for further instructions to go all out to decimate these non-state actors that have been. It doesn't encourage people that are still in the service when you treat a general family like this. The first thing they should do should have been to take care of the immediate need of the family while awaiting the processes of getting his terminal benefits. They shouldn't even, how much does it cost to send these three children to university? How much in this country? And this man had been so canonized that everybody that had one or two things to say about him showed, right from when he was in the Zaria, even Zaria. He went to this NMS, Nigerian Military School, Zaria, and he was class captain right from secondary school. So he has been showing leadership even before he got to NDA. And after NDA, he has also shown leadership. There was a particular video I saw yesterday that the officer was saying that he had the misfortune of not serving under him. That shortly after he was moved from that command was when they brought him there. That you have been hearing so much about him. So people like this should not even, we shouldn't even read something like this. It should be the military doing this. And then the state government can say,
complement.
Okay, you know, even the complementary role of the state government is, if he has not built a befitting house, let the state government build a house for the family. Because the family will have to relocate.
Yes, they have to leave the barracks if they were living in the barracks.
Give them accommodation. And then if the wife is still young, then give her a job commensurate with her certificate so that she can at least take care of those children.
The children. It's quite unfortunate, and it's on record that in the past 12 days we've lost 6 of our senior military officers, you know, to terrorists and all of that. It's quite sad, and I hope that the government will start looking into the welfare of these army officers and not wait up until they retire. You begin to give them bulletproof SUVs and $20,000 and all of that. These are things that people in politics, political operators take for granted because they just dip their hands and take those things. Away from that, I'd like to talk about what Amina, the person that I think is a UN representative, you know, that says something about
Amina Mohammed. Yeah.
Amina Mohammed,
yes.
You know, our permanent rep. Yeah. In the UN, that no, he's not a permanent rep. He's UN deputy chief. You know, said that that the policies are showing elegance. You know, but I think there's some form of contradiction. If these policies are showing elegance, she turns around to one of rising inequality. If they are showing gains, I mean, there should be little decrease. Even the inequality should remain static and not rise. If the gains are there. Because when you talk about inequality, in economic terms, you are talking about economic decline, you know, and imbalance in distribution of resources and all of that. A lot more people are getting poorer while a few people are getting richer. That's the imbalance that we are talking about. An economic decline. You know, people don't have jobs. People don't have opportunities. The environment is not conducive for business and all of that. So if these policies are showing early gains, as a matter of fact, there should be a reduction in inequality, no matter how minimal it is. So that is one problem I have with people, you know, that the Bretton Woods, they come out, IMF, World Bank and all of that, they come and prescribe for us, oh, remove subsidy, you are doing very well when you remove subsidy. But they'll turn around in their home countries, you know, and now give subsidies to farmers and all of that. And unfortunately for us, this Amina is Nigerian. Right? She's Nigerian, and she's telling us that, well, the policies of this administration are making early gains, and turns around again, more like a contradiction in terms, to one of rising inequality. I'm unable, I can't wrap my head around her position in all of this, because what we see is clearly different. A lot more people, in fact, when we hear these things, our own survey agency owned by the federal government is the one that puts out these figures. NBS says, at some point, 133 million Nigerians will face acute hunger. Poverty. And we'll talk about multidimensional poverty. It came out from NBS. And how do you measure multidimensional poverty in terms of education, in terms of security, in terms of health, and standard of living? We are not doing well. The other day, we talked about Millennium Development Goals. Then I think you were the one that said we have even passed that. We are talking about SDGs.
Yes.
Some people have attained that level, they are now trying to sustain the gains made. While we have not even met the MDG, we had 8 points of about 8 points. How many of them did we meet before the world moved on to SDG? And so we are still grappling, for survival, playing catch up all the time. It's quite unfortunate. We can't travel in this direction if we are supposed to make progress as a people and as a nation.
Very unfortunate, I must say. Barrister Sim Adams, do you have some contributions to make to this story?
You see, is the only thing President Tinubu, I've said it this number of times, and I will repeat again, I repeat all over and over and again, today, that if you look at Section 16, Sub 1 of the 1999 Constitution, you go back to look at 16, Sub 1B. He's asking the president, he's asking about President Tinubu. I don't think they don't read this. I don't think they don't read all these things. What does he say? He said, that is control the national economy. He didn't say state economy, he said control the national economy. In such a the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every citizen. That is what the Constitution says. The economy is in shambles. The Nigeria Bureau of Statistics will come out with mind-boggling, statistics and figures. In fact, I have to commend them, because some of them would have given us very unhealthy, some very fake news on statistics to say the economy is doing well. But now they have come out to say the economy is bad. You understand the point? And so I cannot really place it that where this man has been able to fulfill Section 16, Sub 1B of the 1999 Constitution. Secondly, the governors of the state, I heard they are taking about 80 to 100 billion every month now. What have they done with the money that's given to them? Are you telling me that the governor of Lagos, the governor of Rivers City, as case may be, in Rivers State, nothing is going on yet? But they are collecting billions of naira. What are they doing? The economy and even the welfare of Nigerians is not just about Tinubu alone. It is for the governors. So if, for instance, there is unemployment, the question we should ask is this: what are the local government chairmen doing? Are they not employing? What are the governors doing? Are they not employing? What is the federal government doing? Are they not employing? As the case may be, or creating the enabling environment, for employment. These are the questions. See, let me tell you something. You see, if you go and read Dante Alighieri's, Dante's Inferno, it's a theological book anyway. But if you go and read it, it's like he's talking about Nigeria, because we are in purgatory now. Which is described as the purgatorio and the paradiso. Every time these people come to make promises, when they enter, they will take us out from purgatory to paradise. But each time they come to say that they want to take us from the purgatorio to paradise, we find ourselves more deep in the purgatorio. And Dante Alighieri now went further to that, say the 7 layers of sin before you get to that level. We are in the, I don't even know whether we're in the first layer or second layer of, mismanagement, hunger, starvation, unemployment in Nigeria today. It's something that bewilders me. Then what is the essence of government? What is the essence? So the government is not doing well. Why are you borrowing again? Don't blame the foreign countries. I have seen even on social media, some loan apps, they always make a very interesting advert to tell you to take loan from them. When you collect loan, is from go and take, and you see what you put yourself into. It's the same thing these foreign countries do. The foreign countries, you don't need to blame them. They need to make money and get interest from useless, impoverished, third world countries like Nigeria.
Okay.
That has everything Ali Mazil described as Garden of Eden in decay.
All right.
That is why we're having this problem today.
Oh, well. Let's touch on another headline here before we wrap it up. This borders on insecurity. The Punch report says FG moves to tighten airport, prison security. Police, NIS, NCOS on red alert to contain threats. 700 security experts demand drastic action against terrorism. And then this day has its own report, says AP, security forces on high alert over planned attacks on key public facilities. Terrorists allegedly target Abuja airport, prison, military detention center. Well, those are the headlines there.
Despite promises, they kidnapped 14 UTME candidates yesterday in Benue. In Benue.
We are still talking about John Arum, the young man who was brutalized,
tortured
by terrorists for not denying his Christianity.
While trying to solve this problem, we keep going back and forth. We hear that 744 ex-terrorists
have graduated from
744. How I wish there were just 770.
So just as I hate
so that we know that one came from each local government in Nigeria. Unfortunately, we are running short of about 34 or so. That's on the lighter mood. But see, are we how intentional? What is our level of intentionality in trying to solve this problem? There's nothing like ex-terrorist. What do you mean by ex-terrorist? Someone is a terrorist. Somebody that has killed people.
Now, Chukuma,
he's a killer.
The thing that becomes worrisome to me is the fact that somebody that you can identify came to your village to ransack, kill, maim, and rape. Then 2 years after, he's back and wearing state uniform to that same community
to come and do what? And we are making excuses in this country. It just shows that we are not ready to solve this problem. Because if we are ready to solve this problem,
everything points to this.
We are not ready. This is criminality.
It rackles my brain. Somebody that you admitted is a terrorist.
Somebody that you know that if he had the opportunity, he would have killed a state governor.
Yes.
Somebody that you know that if he had the opportunity, he would have shot the president.
Of course.
And you are saying the person is repentant, he's ex-terrorist. And you take money to rehabilitate the person, clothe him, feed him,
train him on weapon handling to be better than when he was just an ordinary
person. So what have you done?
That's why some people say Nigeria.
I can assure you that out of this 774,
it's an unusual place.
100 will go back in the next
into terrorism.
Yes, they will.
It's a
life. They will serve as most. So that's why we have saboteurs.
Yes. Now they have trained them. They now know how to intercept security radio signals. They now know how to handle weapons better than when they were just ragtag. And then they are now going back.
Farouk Abdul Muttalab, what was he? He went to Yemen, not only being radicalized, he was taught.
Yes.
How to blow up equipment and all of that. It was just that people were lucky in that
airplane.
People were just lucky because he would have killed everybody on board.
And nobody would have traced it to him.
Nobody would have, because you also would have died.
Would have died in there.
They would have just brought out the manifest. Oh, a certain Nigerian.
There will be money.
It will be money. A certain
Nigerian. A son of a former chairman of
the First Bank was involved.
Nobody would ever imagine that he could go that route.
That he was the one behind the mastermind of that incident. And so when we say this, you turn around to tell us, oh, this person has repented. They are our brothers.
They're prodigal.
They are prodigals. He's a prodigal sons and all of that.
Then they should also.
And you are sitting in that position as chief of defense staff.
They should also.
Telling us that we are hopeless. That
they
we
should
don't
also
have
free and rehabilitate all the people that have been convicted for murder.
Yes, that is what it means.
Because they committed the same offense like that terrorist that is being rehabilitated. Then anybody that has been convicted or condemned to death for committing armed robbery should also be freed.
Because it doesn't make sense keeping them there while you are freeing other people.
They will have a society filled with criminals and the rest of them.
And all of us will become criminals.
Roaming the streets. Barrister Asim Adams, let's see if we can get your reactions from you as we wrap up.
The thing is, it has been politicized. You know, every Nigeria is politics. Everything has been politicized. That is the reason why we are not able to win this war. Now, how do you tell me? Let me give an example. A man who was born a Muslim.
All right, goodness, we've lost connection to Chief Asim Adams again. But let's quickly touch on this story here. It's from the Punch newspaper. It has the picture of Governor Sanwo-Olu of Lagos in China. It says Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu receiving the symbolic key to the 24 brand new car trains for the Red Line in China on Thursday. All right.
24 brand new red line. I'm very, very impressed. I'm highly impressed. This is the way to go. 24 brand new. Imagine what that will do to transportation in Lagos.
Do you know that somebody...
For all of Buhari's infamy, that is one good thing that he did for us. The railways, you know, he removed it from the exclusive legislative list and brought it to the concurrent, where the states, you know, can legislate and make policy decisions on the railways. And so, if you have one running from Okoko to the island, one from...
You recall that Francis told us 2 days
how he uses, yes,
that between Oshodi and Songota, that he pays only 500
only
naira.
500 naira. Rail.
And it takes him only 50 minutes.
50 minutes to get to Sango.
50 minutes.
Yes, to get to Sango.
And so he comes from Sango to this place. He does his work by 5 o'clock. He's at the train station. And by 6 o'clock,
he's already on
home.
the streets.
So imagine we replicate this in 36 states
of the Federation.
We have the money to do this.
And then we link these states
from state to state.
Which means I can be in Akure and be working in Lagos.
Very possible.
I just program my timing. Any train that leaves Akure at 6 a.m. will get to Lagos maybe 9 a.m. and by 10 a.m. I'm in Lagos.
This is walking the talk. This is walking the talk. Lagos will be better for it.
But it's one thing to acquire, it's another thing to put to use, and another thing to maintain.
Well, the Chinese people that
let us even start by doing it. Then we can now interrogate maintenance later. What about those who have not even done anything?
Okay. All right then. Well, congratulations to Lagosians, I must say.
Yeah. We are the Lagosians.
Yes.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Dele Fanimo and Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister, unfortunately, we couldn't get your concluding thoughts there because of the fluctuation in the internet, but we appreciate you for your time on the program. Chukwumokoro makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting, trending political stories.
All right, there you have it. And that's it on the show. Newspaper Review makes a comeback tomorrow. All right, that's Saturday edition.
Morning Buzz.
Morning Buzz. And then they'll have paper review as well. So it's a beautiful weekend to you. That's what I wish you. I am Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day,
The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please sport.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop Tv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maritime from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
I go tell them, no worry. I will tell them. And the tell them, say, please, say, mommy, please give me money to go and buy candle. Now for people who say they cut their light. And so you'll be not passed like that. Because you know at your place say nobody go talk say my soup not sweet. I dey tell you every time we be say na person be say get better soup for face my face, you know, be big boy. They don't need to argue and the future of football you're dey safe. I say my greeting at this bonge morning. When a good morning saying that they join us this day, now it be the Sports Republic show where we say we get many things we will tell you now for area where you happen, we never too take. It just makes sense, it just fine well. See if area feel crucify Jesus Christ, will be Reverend Father. Now so just still be. Sharply more run enter the one where just day so. I don't know where for the watch us so, but one time I say the future of football is safe. Me now, I don't talk now, say the next salary now go tell no tell me let me place and for some place. Because as he job be now, Michael Olise, when they call Michael Olise, Lamine Yamal, all those ones now, they be calling potential Ballon d'Or winner. Me not even know who they go give first. But I don't talk about Hurricane now because they not fit dragon. Now I may not see these two people waiting for screen so. Yeah? So I go talk say if they sack be bad boy, not me for Lamine Yamal, matter if they bend people one side. See Olise, I can't hear you text me. All these ones when they season they call better players. These two see, people they find for this life for see football potential greats. May not give me one reason why this one not win Ballon d'Or. Waiting them they see role model. You where they watch us, who be your role model? Not go they follow person we say not to answer. And not they follow motivational speaker when shoot bend one side. They advise me, say man not listen to Sherman. Very shift. Who they there? Man say another first. Show me. People they player Jamel, see player of the match 90. Minutes 90, goal 1, 84% passing accuracy. You call it tell me so this is not good. Now I'm just telling I your day so this Michael this so this player of the match not be only they get nomination, he dey inside there, Ousmane Dembele dey there, Zubimendi dey there, Daniel Moyo still dey inside, but now you call collect am based on generally for the Champions League. So now Michael this more check his stats now for Bayern Munich this season. He don't play 43 matches, he don't go get 18 goals, he don't get 29 assists. Now be incredible 24 years. Now 24 years old, now be this one a small boy, now be this. Now I'm not telling again, if now the fine person be saying good, I look this boy matter. I look Michael Olise matter. I look, I say Nigeria want to claim him. This boy gets chance to play for Nigeria, but he do NFF, he do us turn, I not agree. NFF say we need you many years ago. This boy give us unfaithful dream. With a dream, our dream not come to reality because even myself, say I know Michael Olise, one-on-one, me will advise and say no. Don't ever play for Nigeria. Not be disrespect. Now so your be. I'm not in the respect na agent. In the respect na legend. People don't play for Nigeria so they don't even remember again. They don't even dare self. They don't even know again. They don't move. Many years ago, know what they talk about them. Now you call they give Michael Olise say come and play for Nigeria. But by your day where you day, thank God say you don't have to commit yourself to France. Because if you see, if time not today now, if you even go in World Cup, so because in our squad, we they talk about Ekitike, we don't come out. That one pay me. I know they sleep well, but Olise. I bet more just jump enter Benin now. Who dey for Benin so? Black I can't my answer. If you don't dey with me, move for a line. Man follow my guests. They talk. I play. Who be football expert? You come today. My say. Who be there? Now you. Palmer. You dey hear me? Plus not dey hear me. Let me test you. Hello, Palmer. You know dey hear me? You know dey hear me? May you unmute your mic first. No one follow me talk. Unmute your mic. Don't do it. Don't come out to okay. You know, so go say come back and I saw some kind of bridges they have for Nigeria. All this one they call technical issue. Presenter will come show, come do some kind of show things. So we say, you know, to work on go put them for some kind of place, talk to them technical. Technical don't to suffer. But more talk about this kind of start. Nothing go make Lamine Yamal not win Ballon d'Or. Me not check how old 18 years. Wait till Lamine Yamal don't do for his age. Many people never do one. Michael Olise now, wait till don't do. Those two players, wait till they don't do, nobody if you don't do one because I just check their record with their young age. You listen to 24. Now when I see this post ready for screen, so I say, this Lamine just see that. He said, now Messi, now Neymar, now me the wash. Number 10, and they call re-recognize rate. But more just jump, will not be doctor, but more go talk about Achilles tendon rupture. But if you not see injury, more showing a leg. When I see Achilles, when I see footballers, their money, they say their money be like, some say they come like weekend, but footballer, more go Ekitike matter. If they tell you say you not go walk up, you not go believe her. 8 weeks, man, I look at just to walk up. See Ekitike, maybe say we don't vouch for. See, when I just look this leg first, just leave and feel like this. Well, more do some kind of doctor matter. I don't need to wear white to be doctor. When I look, when I see where the news where ghost side carry this one come out, they talk say they can't maybe say press neck in Pempe. suffer for 400 days. They call an Achilles tendon rupture. But injury bad though. Now you go knock Igwe Ekitike so. We'll carry the video come. When I say video players, this football work too sweet oh. Players, see, you know the game it is beautiful. Now me the talk I say as Nigeria not go work if they pay me. We'll show a video. Now I see. We'll watch and full. Players they be say not be me not see now. See Brahima Konate. See these boys now where they deal with are not being teammate oh. They did there. Not be by the score. See how they deal with her. See how then I leave her. Elect Achilles tendon. Don't see how some players see the Varascala then. They not going to come out there. They all them patch. They all did there till the end. Till they carry and come out. Salah can't enter. So when I see this, I say, I don't even know how this guy will take play now. If I go come back now, I can I see. They pay Vitinha. See you never the reverse. You're the washer. Van Dijk situation. So even I check this injury routine, I will not say this Achilles tendon. More job observe. When I all look, when I see that thing will come out from under, and I see both all disjoints, you don't press, don't come out now. Now you get Ekitike now, big blow, you know can't go walk up. Even though we know say France get better national team, they get plenty players for front. Their front line they fear me. Understand? When I just check their front, they get Bradley Bakola, they don't just see return. So they get they call them Diredu, they don't just see they get Mbappe, you're the worry. So they get Marcus Thuram, not the year word. They get Randa Colomani, you see there. So their front, it be like say anti-cry the press person for back, but me not go try them. They're good. So they go miss her. Ekitike, wait and say you don't move from Frankfurt, enter. Just enter Liverpool. Now because they feel say yes, this is your time to shine. But this is your time to shine. And name of Crusade. Oh, they see for Abulegba. More your connect. If Kennedy don't me follow me talk. Kennedy don't there.
Yes, I did hear you. They hear me now.
I they hear you. Now we need you there.
Okay. Now be near I did. Good.
Because they talk like person be say it do matter. It's too much.
No, I didn't.
David, correct. I also follow my press you. I bet more aligned. First of all, I tell people say the future of football is safe. Say nothing go make Lamine Yamal not win Ballon d'Or, but more enter Michael Olise matter in appearances, in start for Bayern. Not we don't do. May you follow me aligned. Tell me about Michael Olise. What do you know about this boy? He's 24 years.
Michael Olise, now player one I don't love right from Crystal Palace days. Yeah, I don't love right from Crystal Palace and yes, for Premier League, although say if they get injury well sometimes when they Palace ahead, they make up like waiting be like the hinder progress small and the Palace not the club where they say they compete for the highest at the highest level. They just they manage maybe they not go relegation, maybe they just stay within the league, maybe so far they not relegate, but they okay. Now Olise now don't come up for Palace, don't go Bayern Munich, and they pull up these numbers. They get Hurricane for in front for there where they say they convert the chances when they create almost about 28 to 29 assists for all competition this season. Not be small thing at all, like not be small thing. Only say not actually they get the recognition when it deserve. One time when they watch one video when they ask and say which player potential you would like get to add when the ones when you get it. Don't say that Lamine Yamal PRO 9 get.
In the talk about
because in those yes, because he knows say the guy know the potential, the guy know the talent when he gets. It's just that he not get that PRO when other players get. If you get those PRO when those players with the staff when they are believe or they push Olise for Ballon d'Or because this season when they get to now Ballon d'Or contender that season and they get Olise and a player, very fine player. I love him very much and I know say you will still like the guy too.
Normally, no girl say I tell you true, no girl no like better thing. You not see light, say you want follow darkness. Olise good, we like him. See, yes. They say Ballon d'Or and French award. I don't know, they now tweeted. I know they tell me they do bad thing, but Olise reached to winner, but not before this season first because my Hurricane matter and not be here. But more you talk about you go Ekitike. I talk and say you don't need to go Ekiti State before you go know Ekitike. It's too good. I don't see the way they take up Premier League. All those defenders, if you enter the day back, they see in get presence. Nobody if they stop him if they play on a very good day. From entrance Frankfurt to the Premier League within a short time. Now this French boy don't show the world. Say yes, me I good. Even Isaac self can say, God, please help me. But Isaac don't return. So now Batty say, you know, go walk up. Bros, may you reason with me now. How many weeks ago? You just check her now. Every day we have the counter. Ekitike, you see that Achilles tendon rupture. Now bad one. When you hear the news, how you feel?
I feel very bad for Ekitike. I feel very, very, very bad. When I feel you see injury, I call the hope saying just
small thing.
More injury when it's okay. Yes, probably if he keep her out of the season, but he will recover in time for the World Cup. But when I come see the news the following day, say the kind injury where Kipebe gets when he spend over 700 days because he have to do surgery more than 2 times for that thing to be for that thing to recover well. And even after he recover, he never hit the level when he did before that injury. Now waiting me the fear for Ekitike. So we know how injury affects players, not just about the time where they will miss, their confidence and their ability to, because some of them are they'll start to be fear. Now why they say that they advise most of them say, okay, as they recover from this injury, so you see a sleep therapy, so you feel all these things you go they come up for your body this much more. I feel so bad for the guy because right from the very first game for England for that community shield against Palace, is now he starts to hit the ground running. The first game against Bournemouth, he score and he do very not just about his goal scoring too. Now the all-round game. Now the all-round player when they say yes, if you play and say, okay, I want to accommodate one player for this place, so you go play this other position. He ready go play and he go still give you all. Now that kind of player now can be. And France go meet and where more forget all this and when they say yes, they get players everywhere. They get the only they say it get waiting in for people offer to France when they say right now, so they're not going to get. And this thing, Bill, which affect France for last World Cup for that final match. Because just before the World Cup, before Benzema injured, they not bring replacement come for him again. And on that final day, Giroud injured. So we see, it can't be saying only Mbappe and I can't have to step up because if Mbappe not step up, they could lose that match even before that penalty kick. So they need other players when they say go still step up if their star man or their star player not they play well or they get bad. They are now critical and huge. I don't say they get players like Kolomwani, although I not say they will carry Kolomwani go World Cup because of since they went to and they get
the figure relegation.
Thuram and others then Mbappe. But all these other players when they say they not good though, but after Kylian Mbappe, with now this what they call a Ekitike now they say I don't see for French strikers or for French attackers, maybe say he played that number 9 role when we say yes, I really don't enjoy, I really don't like for a very long time. So France will be play.
I know. Say you say I don't talk my, I don't lick your leaves now because see Ekitike, see he get flair. Because Thuram, what those one they go walk up, you know what they do for Inter Milan, women. That Lautaro Martinez now they show himself, say no man I go walk up. But I get what you talk now. If Mbappe did game, maybe Mbappe not play number 9. They will not have a friendly now. They play for Brazil match. Ekitike start that match. But Mbappe just see they move free roll. We don't see Mbappe say get all those presents, he get move. And if they pay me so as you tell they pay you, and I say tell they pay me say Ekitike now go walk up. Regardless of anything. But if they say even if they for kind of go abi.
Sure. Therefore carry and go. I believe so. Therefore carry and go.
Okay. You never to tell more just about kind of come back to Nigeria where you play yesterday. Me just see that match. If you see the player that carry us going, I say Nigeria need to be good again. The player they go play Osho United NNL match. Me go watch that one yesterday. They give us special invitation. Same way yesterday. Me want to see Osho United they play Sporting Lagos. And that match, can't even see as they watch that match, they can't wait to go happen for Onisha So. For Anambra State, for Nisha, so now Oka they play that match. Maybe say Soludo team, Soludo FC, Football Club of Soludo. You understand no matter. Then they play with Aqua United. So Aqua United, can't just they wait, may they win that match. Can't they pray? See, not even try. May your destiny not there for your enemy hand. Your opposition may not there because see, don't they work like that. You know if they say maybe win this one, like you the press on, like you they pay recharge card bill for me. I play. Now, Aqua United now they wait. Me Osun State, Osun United go beat Sporting Lagos yesterday. They can win for away match. Can they expect results? I say as if you see all those players they cry. Now, me not see Sporting Lagos now. And now sweet news for we people of the Lagos. So I don't know. Currently you now Binisa you there. So you are sport bender channel. They say now be gunners of the season, gunners of exam. But me not look this one without buy play. Sporting Lagos now go promote to the MPFL side. Now, not only there now, they don't forget Kurudu City where you see there so. Now, Inter Lagos now just to join. This one just say run come on since. So now good news for Lagos. Say Lagos now next season will produce. We are say will produce. I'm not saying Lagos boy, but we also dey inside Lagos so. Because for Nigerian film, they'll talk say if you don't go to the city, you can't make it. We did city, so how many of us don't make it? But God, the help us. Now, see, Ikorodu City, Nollywood men at the help us. Ikorodu City, Inter Lagos, Sporting Lagos. Now, currently, you see this video for screen, so you see those fans for Sporting Lagos, you see their faces, they all get joy. We don't see them before. They play good football. They call them the noise makers of the stadium. Now, they tell us, say, football, stadium is not a library, but we could make noise. How good it will be for Lagos State to produce 3 MPFL clubs or 3 clubs for MPFL next season? So, you did there?
So, get Sporting Lagos, Inter Lagos, and Ikorodu City for the MPFL. Now, good one because all but now I don't know how it will be for people where they say they pass through that. They are rat for those stadiums, they go their workplace because of the traffic and everything where they say we know Lagos for.
I know what you want to talk now. I know you go answer me now, no worry. We did Lagos, no worry. We know traffic, Abi, no worry.
Yes, that one be the bad thing, but that good thing. We dey see for other countries, see England, and see for London now. You know how many clubs London get for Premier League? They get like about 6 clubs for Premier League. Not to talk of say me you go Spain, say me you go Catalonia. So all the time, now very good one. As long as the one owner gets the clubs, as long as a different management, now they manage the clubs, no problem for that. It was that the same owners now get those clubs. Now for they say, okay, yes, it's not supposed to be like maybe one supposed to do relegation or one not supposed to play the 2 sides not supposed to play for the same league. Now welcome development, and at least I think this one will still boost the Lagos economy one way or the other. So most year next season will be for the MPFL with these clubs.
Okay, more just jump, kind of come back to Conference League. Some people will say they don't reach that level, still a small call, but you don't win her before. You don't win her. Now, Crystal Palace, so we say, me they like their manager. See, when I try, we both talk, say, leave when it's loudest. Now, so it's sweet. Oliver Glasner, so, see, now, Conference League, now, that we talk about. Now, Crystal Palace, now, their matter, they go beat Fiorentina yesterday 4-2 for aggregate. Now, they want to book their spot for semi-final for Conference League. Now, for the first time for their history, they go call reach semi-final of European competition. Now, this is not ready for screen, so me they fear. Now, if you talk, say, congratulations to Crystal Palace, they go play Shakhtar Donetsk for the next match. So, now they call last 4 semi-final. See, coach Deo, but what did this man not do for them? So, this man give them FA Cup, but they might get on a very chase. Now, this man, so we are just not doing and it possible. But what do me like for the man matter? I say, he don't know, say, if he did now, if he go shift one side, he tell us, say, after this season, I want to put pen to paper to come to an end. I don't want to do it again. I don't resign. And we respect him. So, Shakhtar Donetsk will come play them. Me just expect I go see English boys for final. How you see him? Carrington. Conference League.
Yeah, I don't right from the season, when season started, I don't really talk and say I will tip Crystal Palace to reach this Conference League final, just because of the manager Oliver Glasner and the record so far. They speak for him. They speak for himself. Like for Frankfurt, he carry Frankfurt all the way, go win. I think that this Conference League will be the Europa League one season like that. Yes, before he come Crystal Palace, and for Crystal Palace now, he doesn't deliver them 2 trophies, their first trophies for their history, FA Cup and Community Shield. Defeat Manchester City and Liverpool, so it will not be easy one. But right now they play against Shakhtar Donetsk. Shakhtar Donetsk are a club when we say regularly they appear for European competitions. Before they always see there for Champions League, they see there for Europa League, and now they did this Conference League now. So and they go I don't know what that experience will play out for this tie, but I still tip Crystal Palace to actually go all the way to the final. Even if they don't win, but I tip them to reach the final. Even if now here they end, they don't over try. They do very, 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 very well. Yes, but Shakhtar Donetsk is not the pushover, not the 40 there compared to Crystal Palace. This will be their first European season, and see what they achieve is already too good. Yeah, and also ready to say one promoting, one try itself for big club. But I don't know which big club will carry on as a start like this. But this semi-final match, I go like now one match where I go like watch because I want to see what they go do differently against Shakhtar Donetsk.
Okay, from one manager to the other, he get person say one go reach his 7th final. So This is who want talk so now. Spanish manager, we say everybody respect. He come out now, they want to give a chance. This man carry this matter like antenna for his head. He carry like gilly for his head. He matter long like Lagos Terminal Bridge. Me they talk about Unai Emery. Me not see record where person don't achieve. Now he just the 3 match away now to become that manager. We say we call they say Unai Emery to reach his 7th Europa League semi-final. This man record long. The way to the winner, he doesn't even do back to back. Man, I see record now. 13-14 season, 14-15 season, see back to back record. This one, man, I see now. This one, see in record, everybody knows say Unai Emery not get best. Europa League be like they need to rename his name so Unai Emery Europa because he get Europa magic. So now Aston Villa now go carry and now coach say go carry them go where they supposed to go. Because they look and say it be like say they go win and more after they see so I don't know. How you see?
Yeah, I don't even then as when they go Europa League, as they not qualify for Champions League at the end of the season. I just say all these people they'll go win this cup. Now which I just said talk last season, and I said they'll go win this cup because of Unai Emery. Come on, the record for Sevilla speak for themselves. 3 times back to back, the winner is still go Villarreal. The winner now lay for Arsenal because of the Arsenal course when they follow them. So they cannot win.
You say waiting
against Chelsea.
Bama, you say now. You say waiting. Arsenal waiting.
I said the Arsenal course when they follow them.
Arsenal. They cause Arsenal.
Yes, they cause Arsenal.
Who caused them?
If their past don't know me, they tell them now, so they cause Arsenal.
Yes, me don't know this one. You're the year so.
So we Twitter they talked before, yes, and now they do another semi-final again when they were playing Nottingham Forest, and Nottingham Forest their league form no good at all. So but they try for Europe, they defeat Porto on one side when I think they go fit goal out all the way to win this Europa League this season, but Nottingham Forest now defeat them for league phase, defeat them for quarter-final. Now they face Aston Villa, but I believe the manager experience will play out for this entire because Unai Emery are one of the best managers for Europe. Whether people they give him the accolade or not, are one of the best managers for Europe. For Sevilla, I think it almost everywhere. I think only Arsenal and I know for win trophy. Almost everywhere they win trophy with Sevilla. Make Sevilla they very competitive. Win with Villarreal. Give Villarreal their best ever trophy. Like as that club does it series.
That's small club that time. That's so.
Yes, yes. Then they still come out of Villa. See when they come out of Villa now relegation they battle. Now you don't carry them go maybe say that they compete to qualify for Champions League every season. So you have to give this man a flower.
You need to give him.
Yes, he coach PSG. He still win the league for there. Still win the league for PSG. And I believe to say get time for Arsenal. They give him that time when he needs for Arsenal. Probably maybe for them win the league with Arsenal.
So if they say they give him the time when they give Arteta, so I'll be 6 years.
Yes. I believe say for the winner. So I still expect them to win this Europa League this season. And them why they support 100%. I expect Aston Villa to win this.
But who don't know? Make them know. Unai Emery not be small coach, now world class coach, not be that one. If you just check their team, now them concert yesterday, the other Tyrone Mings, or the Luka Dean, they get quality for that place. You check their midfield team yesterday, they get Amdu Onana. Player you see McGinn, at the watch the only Watkins, you see good Kamara. See check their plays. Everybody just stay clear. So the feel your winner, only Watkins, now Aviation now go winner. So we the wish them all the best. We don't say many people like to watch Premier League. But more your career come back to Champions League, team of the week, more you do some kind of scrutiny on the analysis, more you check on. More check, I more know that you the feel say girl who not supposed to be there. More show now the Champions League team of the week. Who they there? They not put them belly there, me they come out for my name. I play. Go and score, not be small picking go. Me now say I'm also they for post. Who they there? Most of Atletico Madrid be keeper. So Charisma, this one if you dribble, I go come back again. Not the year what. I got tired for this boy matter for Sporting. They don't come on, but they also give respect, they also point. Because the last time they put Araujo where they play left back. But this time, now they can to use that dance and where. Now, Upamecano and Marquinhos, they say now 3 they will play for back. It makes sense. Fine one. I also did Upamecano for we see him for Bayern. And Bayern not dominate all this one. They also put Marquinhos. He don't old, but he get experience. They don't they climb and grind anyhow. Then Llorente, this one, the way they play boy, I don't know whether a horse job be. Llorente, they the Spanish boy, they there. Kimmich, Joshua, he better play and not be here. Or you don't turn register self for Bayern. You can't check Martin Subimendi. He breaking this time around the scene and they notice that. They not be either. I can't say that Gule. I said they not put Gule. Me on. If they not put this Gule, I not do this show. I be. You say Gullet did there. Now, Michael Lise, because wait, the goal where Gullet scored, man, in New York. New York turned to Melanie. You don't see Abi, you post everywhere. Then Michael Lise, they for inside. And if you watch that Bayern match against Madrid, not too day like that too. But the chance when again, the goal where scored a fantastic world-class goal. Nobody feel the stopper, no keeper forward. If they like me, they 4 or 44 for post. Now you can't go left side. Then Belly wait to score Liverpool for that second leg, the first goal. He cannot come. Same person may go pay school fees. Use leg, you go bend down, you score goal. Then Ferran Torres, even though he get brace, they come on one, come the single goal. We need to see give some kind of college. So may you understand, may you check on. If you look this one now, what if you say not there? What if like me you see for there? And also if you go call me now.
I think the only person won't be saying me personally, I would really like to see for here now. Dani Olmo of Barcelona.
Oh, Dani Olmo, not true.
Yes. Yeah, now Dani Olmo. Because Dani Olmo played very, very well that day. Get assist for the second goal. And he was a constant threat to just be that day. He played very well. He played very, very, very well. I don't see the Arsenal game, so I don't know. I don't watch Zubimendi. I don't know how Zubimendi perform. But
no, Zubimendi breaking, he play well.
Yeah, for today, he really deserves it. Then Ferran Torres, I think say probably maybe Harry Kane or Kylian Mbappe for day ahead for there, but he still deserves it too because he scored 1 goal and he still tried.
Not be saying you score 1 goal, he play well though. He play well. He worried that day.
He play well. Yes, he play well. Then only say and the Billy, I not get any talk at all for that one. Everybody see what these people do. Adagula, the same thing. Adagula, very, very fantastic. That
one a Turkish Messi.
Yes, not just the goal. Adagula, when we say we know he's a lazy player before that, they really play. Say, I want to play for today, and he play very well too. Then Upamecano, not be Upamecano for that Bayern defense. Waiting Vinicius and Kylian Mbappe for take one another. I see. I'm not sure say he go remember he go facing Ronaldo na come play against him again that day. So yeah, I know then for the goalkeeper for goal Musso, I not to get issue with that because the other games when I see the goalkeeper don't really impress me. So I say the team they okay.
Okay, more just still run. Which one did that day to remember yesterday? I bet more do some kind of emotional message. More just sitting Mbappe send, but not go back. More just clear some kind of record now. Say Mbappe now he strike against Bayern Munich. Then get 15 goals for Champions League this season. Now this Mbappe so not only Ronaldo 17 goals for 13-14 season, 16 goals for 15-16 season, 15 goals for 17-18 season. Then Robert Lewandowski 15 goals for 19-20 season. Then Benzema 15 goals for 21-22 season. And because he gets 15 plus goals for Champions League, not only when he just pass, and now still post when Mbappe just drop. I say we just carry read down because he did very touching. I say he said we tried until the very end, but it wasn't enough. When I see him, this one I they call if person not do well, club not do well, go apologize, go let them know. He said it's disappointing to be eliminated from such an important competition. I need to talk so because I say, but we have to look ahead. Understand? Maybe just talk for pitch more for clear. And he just say, Mbappe, they kind of corner too much. He said they tried to the end because they were waiting they do not come to reach. Because he did disappoint. He said they don't come up for this kind of group stage, for this kind of part of say they important. So now he can say we not get everything we want to do. Now more they look ahead because who lose guards? Who look back and lose guards. So because I say we need when they take to the when they start to the work out, when they look into middle of the matter to avoid this kind of thing not happen again. Say not disappointing, make fans forget them. The content they say for Madrid, we know their logo. They say they don't give up. Understand? They say we will never give up. They talk and so. They say for Madrid there, say failure, not be matter, not be option. Say they don't like to fail. But he don't tell them they want to say when you give a promise, not be the one will be sad and give Eve. He say he promised them one thing. He say we will start winning again. And which time wants to the winner now very soon. So the time don't reach. So I say this message, I say, Mbappe good though. And for this Champions League, they're not going to hide down. See, when I watch Madrid players, some of them are winners. They don't win before. You understand? Rodrigo not they not win before. Vinicius they play like Sina from the first start. He don't win before. But we know, me and you know, not go. Understand? Not for the life ourselves. Understand? Mbappe need this Champions League. He win World Cup when he's small. 2018. How many years? Count on I don't say. But you know, say he never win Ballon d'Or. Maybe check his age. He still gets more time, but he needs to win Champions League. And enough we say I don't come the right club. How unlucky the boy yesterday. You go jump. They say patience is virtue. I be the talker. Mbappe not go patient. Now you go wrong. Enter Madrid. I say enter Madrid. PSG don't win Champions League. So in and not go to sleep way. Not fit tell me because all them small do way where they look up to him. Like say they are root for come out. They wash him. Then barely say like team. You tell me say Mbappe get record pass. They wash him. Now they don't go win Champions League. We say never win. Small children. So when we talk, this message in Mbappe just give Madrid stars. I play.
Now the right thing is go to talk and to do at this. The season is almost over for them. I not see any chance of them winning any trophy because now this Champions League will be meant for them to win this season. They don't lose the Super Copa España. They don't come up for Copa del Rey for the league. Now they're 9 points behind Barcelona. So now only this Champions League will be like waiting there for fee win, and now they're not go fee win, and now they're not going to get any trophy this season. So the only thing when they go fee do now to apologize to the fans and hope to do better. Them as the players, they need to talk to themselves because I see the attitude when they give each other that day after the match. Even when they say they got the get report, whether Vinny they tell Belly and Belly I'm shut up, and Belly and they tell Vinny me shut up. So the player power for the club number one first too much. They need to actually reduce that one.
Who want one? Abela want one.
I know whether Abela will continue. But whoever the manager be, may the president talk to the manager and give that manager the full power and the autonomy. Then if you follow the players talk, you got to get privilege to play for Madrid. Not be Madrid go get privilege to get you as the player. So now that one be the thing. Anybody when they wear that white color of Madrid, suppose they are say yes, suppose they fight, they run for the shirt. They let them know say okay, yes, this club I deserve to play for this club. Not be say this club deserve to get or as the case may be. Everybody just need to do their job very, very, very well. But it not make sense now say 2 seasons in a row they finish without any trophies, whether European or national trophies. It not just makes sense at all for a club like Madrid. So they really need to go back to their drawing board and do very well.
You get what you talk, eh? People go talk so now take home. As I did like this now, can I go as I get pocket here, me or can I go? I say you're supposed to be privileged to play for Madrid. Now you talk.
Yes.
Okay, I like that talk. That obviously makes sense. People kind of go as, but you know, say you get what you see from Mbappe to Camavinga. In all there, a couple of times they cry. See more talk true. More talk about Camavinga. You see that ref. You see that man that day. That match makes sense. He just control that match. Now big ref. We say I tell do the match, but he spoiled that game. And me understand. We don't check all the rules. We don't see everything for IFAB. We don't check many rules. We don't see all the FIFA rules. All the UEFA, every team where you play. Now, if I want to tell you this thing, this Camavinga, so first of all, now in discipline, that's what you do. But the ref don't go forget, say don't give this man yellow card before. If you watch that video, for kind of comment for seeing, he himself can say, oh man, don't forget to say me don't give this guy a card though. He not forget say don't give a card before. Come finally come give because that's what you do. If whether not right or not wrong, the ref they right. But for that incident, if you say remember, if I not give this guy a card. And as a game card, that means you go see open because don't forget say Chomeni not did that match. So Madrid can open. Now make him back all of that. Even as a good they collect red card, direct red card for bench. They don't change them. You understand? But see message where this guy talk. Nothing they sweet me past the person feel me you apologize. Not be Nigeria people. You see this Nigeria, person go fail, go see the way they not the change, they not they move, you feel say you're right. So put their mouth, maybe they apologize, maybe they won't say they not do it again. Now bounty, they want us to do there. I'll go bend on one side. Now, see this one now. He said, I take responsibility for my part. First of all, he carried that body. He not get right to do that thing, but that's in a yellow card. But the rep for you give that thing man management. He himself no say he not do well. Because that Adagule free kick, all this way they talk now really matter. Adagule free kick, that go and score. They not lineman not touch Brahim Diaz, but ref not to see him. They don't say ref angle, they different from VAR. What would they see? Now it don't say, I want to apologize to my team and all Madrid stars. You see, in the beg them, say, thank you for the support. Normally, we wear white and I be Ala Madrid always. I bet follow me talk. Camavinga matter. That more you talk about that card, not deserve card. For me, now yes, but that ref forget.
first of all, now the second time when Kamavinga they do something like this for this thing, Champions League quarterfinal, second time when they do this thing. So last season against Arsenal, what they 3 goes down. The referee already blew it, so he kicked the ball come out. He did on yellow card. The referee give a second yellow card, he get red and come out. Then last on Wednesday, he do almost similar thing. You even if referee forget say you don't already do on yellow card, you yourself as the player, you just they come in. You just they come in about 20 something minutes, and you don't already do on yellow card. The best thing you could do now to avoid problem, avoid anything where go make the thing come rob you. Stop. Hold relax. Now you can make tackle when we say okay, yes, referee. Now you will make the tackle. What you go do? You go cheat. You know say you don't yellow card. Even if the referee do this thing, maybe you not remember before. You don't go play to your hands. You go do everything possible not to make sure say the referee will call get something against you or so over you and go use that to punish you. Now here it's a mess up. You do this thing last season. This season you do one. Only you not be saying maybe another person I do. That game they under control for them. For that 85 minutes, they already they win. That game now they go extra time. But as he just get that red card, the whole thing just
the game go open.
Just quit. Yeah, okay. Open. Because because I believe if he did that match, if he closed down Luis Diaz to shoot.
Because everybody see that pass where we say Harry Kane give Olise York in space. But more talk about Arteta. Everybody talks Arteta a good coach. But me not talk and say the only thing we say this Spanish man go feed you now. You give yourself trophy, FA Cup. And not be only that one they talk now. But more carry Arteta post give you. People they say Arteta don't they make mass, they don't they post, don't they talk anyhow. But based on that, he not become the 5th manager for football history. Where we say he don't take Premier League club, reach back-to-back league, but on semi-final. Nobody don't do it like that. Don't say now 5th manager. Now I'm not see Arteta they talk. He say there's a reason we are the only English team left in the competition. Now, let me say they carry the balls. I'm going to show you one record where you stand out. Now, you see feel great Arteta. Maybe say some managers, maybe say he pass J for that list. Because they see where Arteta put himself now. Because this record, now, I'm going to look back-to-back UCL semi-finals. Manager don't achieve feat with English team. Ferguson, I see Triana Guardiola. And you see the just did the Benitez said in world class. We know if you forget him. But men I see what Arteta don't do now for your record. Now, it don't become back-to-back. Ferguson do it 3 times. Guardiola do it 3 times. Benitez do it 2 times. Club do it 2 times. But this man will be say, we go wait, most of it go happen. See, I don't want to ask you any question about this one. More just the job because we talk about Arteta. If you get here, you want to talk about Arteta, maybe save her like the next if they come. So, from Arteta matter, I'm just talk about Harry Kane. Record, people they play ball. That they went squad. I don't know why you don't do like this. Dance celebration, not one. Just go down. People they play ball. Men I see now. People want good to see, bros. I don't know. I don't want to do one. This guy now be future Ballon d'Or winner for me this season because when I see 50 club goals in a season. When I see record all day now, Harry Kane now this Bayern Munich striker now become the 2nd fastest player for century now to score 50 goals in a club season. Is Harry Kane getting old or not? How old is he? They now 32 so. See, when you come out for Tottenham, they say, why you come out? You know what, stay, maybe you fight for Premier League record. And Nigeria, when they do testimony, because as you come out, you go switch them. But look, record is good for your football. See names said there. Messi, Harry Kane, Messi, just did there. Messi too good. You see, they come back, they repeat and they come. Lewandowski, Haaland, Ronaldo, Lewandowski, Ronaldo. Ronaldo not be here, but maybe you just see Harry Kane. Record where Harry Kane don't set. What do you want to talk about this English man? Me now, I call him Ballon d'Or future winner. I see him.
Oh yes. This is when they get Ballon d'Or season, worthy season because now they go win. They just wait for the day maybe they will crown them Bundesliga champions, and after that one they will likely win their DFB poker. So now they did Champions League semi-final. They are likely to go all the way to win a treble this season. If they win that treble this season and England down for 50 somewhere like semi-final for World Cup. You see, I see that they sing Harry Kane for Ballon d'Or, Anything they can win that Champions League and probably they reach what they call a semi-final for World Cup.
Maybe they just reach quarter-final if he win now.
Yes. So Harry Kane is one player I like so much. I like Harry Kane so much. Yeah, I wish they play for the club when I dey support but he not they play for the club and well, I happy for her. You know, he come up for Tottenham how many seasons ago now? He don't in one win like 2 or 3 trophies in a season. So to say still dey Tottenham probably for the fight relegation, but right now he on course for not just only this thing. Say he and the club want win trophies. He still dey fight for individual excellence to individual award. So now good one for Hurricane. Hurricane world class player all time.
And normally everybody know Hurricane a world class player. People they talk say world class, that's what kind trophy matter. See, goals where they don't achieve, nobody see I dey tell God, may God help me, may I achieve my dreams, may I achieve my goal like Ronaldo and Hurricane. Their goals there, they insane. But based on Champions League semi-final, we don't see the analysis, they will not enter details based on what you all they look now. You all they look our goal now, say we need to check on. Now we don't see how the parent yesterday, PSG go play Bayern Munich, yesterday. Arsenal now, let's come out, they jump up, say the field pass and say now walk over. We never know more your keeper. But it gave it up that supercomputer talk. More check and more see the ratio, the graphic, the design, not be pick code on. Who did that? They say, me not see, me not look record, me not say I want to play. Me not see as son they want to be. They call out the title decider. The running continues. Premier League title chances. So, and this up that supercomputer and projections, not based on result for Man City. Me not see I your be. Man City and Arsenal, see the draw, see the ratio, who they see this thing. He say, Arsenal win, me not see percentage. I don't know whether you believe this thing where they see for screen, so because I don't understand. 69, see, they see red, they see blue, they see red, they see blue, they see red. Where they long, you don't see that 2%. I better me check and observe, and what do you think?
For the Premier League title chance.
On Sunday, not too far again.
Not far again, no. And City day home, Etihad Stadium. So this one a very, 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 very tough one. People they give Arsenal the Arsenal chance to win almost 98%. City man. Some people they give her 98, some people they give them 69.
They not see too much draw for the match, though.
At all, they not see too much draw for the match at all. But this match a match when I believe say winner go day. Yes, winner go day. Arsenal now for domestic competition for the last 3 games they never win. So now if they fail to win this one, anything make them lose this match, they will lose the league. So they just have to win this game.
What if not draw? Yes, may they manage draw?
They feel manage draw. That is if they not go fool themselves as they say they always do before. They feel manage draw. Draw can be managed.
All those boys don't tire.
If Arsenal go with the match, yes, but if Arsenal go with the mindset say that draw, they want draw this game, they go lose them. Now waiting, I just want to take.
Oh, if Arsenal go with the mindset say they want draw, they go lose them.
Yes, if they go with the mindset say they want draw, they go lose them.
Oh, okay. More the other way now. Super they call. I'm just to do some small mathematics. If Arsenal win, now they go 9 points clear. If they go lose, they go -3. Come on for inside. You can't be 3. Now, City you can't go win the outstanding match. Let me say don't finish. I tell you, that two show no can come out again. No. Why they do like this now? This man don't get joy. This man don't like this man. He like a on boy, but not like. See, all these things are more you leave my face. More just see jump. Champions League match just see they, but Premier League see they come again and on Saturday night. I see a Chelsea Man U. Who go blow the match? Just see the referee will show you now the ref who go blow that match.
The referee not be referee the favor both sides. He not really like both sides at all. And this one, so
you don't see
both sides need yes. Both sides need the point. Man, you now need that win to take.
Make the balance.
Make the balance.
But Chelsea need and die, yo.
Yes, Chelsea need and die because if Chelsea don't win this match and Everton and Brentford go win their matches, Chelsea they go 8 or 9 ahead. So not be waiting they want for themselves at all. Not be waiting they want for themselves. And for their last league matches, they never even score. I think about 3 matches for league, so they never score. So and now they did their home. They lose last week for home, so they're not going to want to lose another match for home against a rival. When we say the two of them need these points at this particular time for the season, so they need that. Yeah. So Man U need that, Chelsea need that.
Who you feel go win?
I'll say Chelsea get. With the way Man U take this, so when we say no experience CB, I think I just have to give up to Chelsea.
Okay, Chapalita not today more run enter this one. One of the sweetest news and the most shocking news we had seen for Japan it happened. So Japan now don't go appoint Shunsuke Nakamura as their head coach now. That one also day one side. Now they call a legendary Celtic player Nakamura. When they appoint now, go carry and go walk up with the console. Now, right now so they talk. So Japan they unbeaten. Maybe not the year they don't unbeaten for their matches they don't play. So 6 matches so unbeaten. Now they go win England 1-0. They go beat Scotland 1-0. They beat Germany 4-1. They go play draw with Croatia. Maybe not the year so they go play 2-1 with Spain, 2-1 with Germany. Now they for 7-year-old now go did the team where we say they will carry them go continue for where they go. But if it take us surprise for inside the matter, we say Hajim Moliyasu, where we say that our coach they give them all this record, so they don't go sack her now. Even though the team where you do so, they don't just hold on. And this one a bold and surprising choice by Japanese Federation for World Cup, where they're 2 months away. Maybe you check her. I don't know, parenting. I don't to give you time to talk about this, but just in 10 seconds, this is not good news, I mean, bad news.
I don't know. The thing get us a deal, but I hope it not actually affect the players for their performance for the World Cup, because coach maybe say they don't they used to already. The second just before the thing when we say that they already they suffer, they carry them, they come already. To me, it don't make sense at all.
Okay. We don't see many things they happen for World Cup. Many things go see happen. We go see many more things or many things. That is go just to play go happen. But currently, Palmer, thank you so much. But before you come on, match, I'll tell you, say Messi don't go buy 1 3rd division club. They call her UE Cornelia. You don't hear Abi? Messi the Sana. Yes. If this show finish, advise Nigerian player when they go to fan club, they go sign for MPL. When they buy, you not go bad. If not NNL, when they go there. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. We're not there with me for the show. So for TV, we're not do and they come, they go. I not forget, say, we still get many programs just sit there inside for the matter. But I tell you, say, person say God don't bless. And nobody just say constant. So me just do everything. See, come on your hand. Me try come on your hand for NEPA salary. Sabi, come on your hand for NEPA salaries. Me no go cut you, but you were the best. Ronaldo is earning too much money. Sabi play ball. Not be to get rep. Say you get star. I better not rich. I won't come out. My name is Nakizike. We'll go to a game episode. Don't see return for the TV matter. I play.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector,
Oburu na mbụ ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chim n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee nnukwu
ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị asamakasa anyị jikọtara ọnụ nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla asamakasa anyị jikọtara ọnụ nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because Vop is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries.
Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Police confirms abduction of 14 passengers in Benue State. Authorities tighten security at over-planned insurgents' attacks. President vows to face national challenges. Osun campaigns now end August 13. FG pleads with airlines to halt planned fare hikes. New rail set boosts Lagos mobility. In business, Nigeria rules out IMF borrowing. And in sports, Manchester City hosts Arsenal in title decider. In the world of entertainment, U.S. artists held over teen's death. And now the news in full. The Benue State Police Command has confirmed the abduction of 14 passengers traveling along the Makurdi-Ochukwu Road. Most of the victims are reportedly JAMB candidates who were heading to their examination centers when the attack occurred. Commissioner of Police Ifeanyi Emenari says he is personally leading a rescue operation in the nearby bushes to track down the kidnappers. He noted that one passenger managed to escape the scene and is currently helping the authorities with their investigations. Initial reports suggest the commercial bus was operating late at night against the standard safety policy of the transport company. Security experts are questioning why the driver decided to embark
on the journey during those dangerous hours. The police have also vowed to secure the safe return of the students and are working with local vigilante groups. This incident has raised fresh concerns regarding safety of candidates traveling for national examinations across the country. Still talking security matters, security has been stepped up at major aviation and correctional facilities across the country following fresh intelligence reports of possible coordinated attacks. Authorities say the move is precautionary but necessary given the nature of the threat. At the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, security presence has been reinforced with tighter screening and increased patrols. Officials insist that all layers of checks remain active to prevent any breach. Similar measures have been extended to custodial centers, including the Kuje facility, where officers say surveillance has been intensified. The Nigerian Correctional Service say all its facilities nationwide are currently on high alert. Security agencies, including the police and immigration service, say they are working closely through intelligence sharing to stay ahead of any possible attacks. They are urging the public to remain calm while operations continue. Moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says he is not intimidated by opposition voices, describing them as noise makers. He insists he will not be distracted from governing the country. The president made this known during a meeting with Renewed Hope ambassadors from across the 36 states of the country. He told the group that his political journey has prepared him for the challenges ahead. Tinubu says he remains committed to democracy and respect for the rule of law. He also urged party members to stay united in pursuit of national development. He took a swipe at former Vice President Atiku Abubakar over past privatization efforts. The president also assured Nigerians he will stay focused on delivering his campaign promises. Meanwhile, former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi says many Nigerians are eager to vote President Bola Tinubu out of office in 2027. He blames worsening economic conditions and rising hardship across the country. Amechi made the remarks during an interview on Channels Television, The Morning Brief. He questioned the current situation as difficult, saying many citizens are struggling to afford basic needs. He also criticized the rising cost of living, including fuel and transportation. According to him, the economic pressure is affecting everyday life for Nigerians. Amechi further blamed political choices driven by ethnicity and religion for the current situation. He says Nigerians must rethink their decision ahead of the next general election. Still talking politics, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has shifted the campaign deadline for the Osun governorship election. The new date is now set for August 13th, 2026. INEC says the adjustment follows the earlier decision to move the election by 1 week. The poll will now hold on August 15th instead of August 18th. The commission explained that the changes aligns with the Electoral Act. Campaigns are expected to end 24 hours before election. INEC is urging political parties and candidates to comply with the revised timetable. It also reassures Nigerians of its commitment to credible and transparent election. The federal government has issued an urgent appeal to the airline operators of Nigeria to refrain from increasing airfares or grounding their fleets. This comes as the price of aviation fuel, also known as Jet A1, skyrocketed by 300% in just 6 weeks, jumping from 900 naira to 3,300 naira per liter. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo warned that sudden hike in ticket prices will impose severe hardship on Nigerians and could stifle the demand for air travel. He also noted that suspending flight operations would deal a significant blow to the national economy and disrupt critical logistics network. To address the crisis, a high-level emergency meeting has been scheduled for Wednesday, April the 22nd in Abuja. The government aims to bring together major stakeholders and regulatory bodies to find a sustainable solution to the rising operational costs. The minister assured operators that their concerns are receiving full attention at the highest level of government. For now, the administration is urging resilience while it works on immediate steps to stabilize in the sector and protect the businesses of local airlines. Moving on, the federal government says 744 former terrorists will be reintegrated into the society. They completed the de-radicalization program under Operation Safe Corridor. The Chief of Defense Staff says the initiative is aimed at reducing extremism and promoting lasting peace. He stressed that the program is not an amnesty for wrongdoing. Officials say participants underwent rehabilitation, including vocational training and psychological reports. The process is designed to prepare them for a return to civilian life. Authorities say the success of the program depends on community acceptance and continued support. The government is also urging beneficiaries to embrace peace and avoid returning to violence. Meanwhile, retired police officers are raising concerns over what they describe as poor pension benefits. Some say they receive as little as 1.5 million naira after 35 years of service. The retirees staged a protest at the Oyo State Police Headquarters in Ibadan. They say the payments are not enough to meet basic living needs. Protesters are also demanding an exit from the contributory pension scheme. They argue that other security agencies are no longer under the same arrangement. The retirees are now calling on the president to approve a bill for a separate pension system. They say they will continue to push for reforms through peaceful means. And in Lagos State has expanded its Red Line rail operations with the addition of 24 car trains. The move is aimed at improving transportation efficiency across the busy corridor. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the new trains will increase capacity and help reduce waiting time for commuters. He adds that this is part of efforts to ease daily movement in the state. The Red Line Rail project, which serves densely populated areas, is designed to reduce traffic congestion in Lagos. Officials say the new rolling stock will make the service more reliable for passengers. The state government says it remains committed to building a modern transport system that supports the growing population. It assures residents that more improvements are still on the way to strengthen urban mobility. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. We're expected also to join virtually Mr. Sunday Moses Oladapo. He is also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, David.
All right, then let's start off this conversation. I know you had a take on this particular conversation during the newspaper review just a couple of hours ago, but I really want to have your position on the fact that the Lagos state government clearly is expanding the red line rail operations in the state, and particularly around the densely populated area of the state. But how much of an improvement would these give to transport system at a time where, if you're going to take the commuter's bus now, it is clearly at the double price. How much of an impact will this make in the state?
You see, one of the problems we have in this country is that in working on statistics, we don't take cognizance of minute details.
Okay.
You see, yes, it was somebody was telling me of his experience this last Wednesday. It's a big relief for him that now he stays in Songwater.
Right.
And he comes to work here.
Okay.
That once he gets to Oshodi, it's 50 minutes to his abode in Songwater.
Without traffic?
No traffic. And he pays only 500 naira.
Okay.
Now, I'm not too sure Oshodi Songo can be less than 1,000 naira, if not more.
By bus or by train?
By bus.
It's over 1,000.
The train is 500. Now, when you do a cumulative saving, let's assume that this man comes to work 5 days a week. To and fro, he has saved 2,000. Times 4, which is a month, he has saved 8,000. That 8,000 is enough to buy Gary that will last that family for at least 1 week or even 2, assuming that they are not eating Gary or Eba alone. Now, let us now look at the volume of passengers that this train will take on a trip. Let's assume 2,000.
Okay.
1,000 times 2,000 on a trip. That's 2 million. Right? Then coming back, another 2 million. So on a daily basis, if that train is commuting 5 times to and fro, that's 10. That's 20 million naira on that train route alone, saved just because a government is proactive. Now, the public transport system, which is deregulated on that route, would have a rethink because of low level of passenger traffic.
Okay.
So if they are meant to increase astronomically, they would have to be mindful of the fact that some people would rather wait for train.
Which is more economically safe.
Which is more economical and safe. Now, let's now expand it. If you have another train that transits from Island or even the Butemeta to Ikorodu, another one transiting from that same Butemeta to Aja, Badori, and then down to Ekpe.
Well, in that part, a lot of the waterways operations are dealing with that part of the island.
You see, that's why I said only those who are not informed will be asking for. That's why I'm surprised that NLC and TUC, they are asking for salary increase. Salary increase will not solve anything. The moment they tell you now that your salary has been increased from 500,000 naira to 1 million naira. Those who will take it from you will be waiting for you. They are waiting for you in the market. They are waiting for you inside the bus. They are waiting for you in the hospital to take away that 500 extra.
No, you did not.
But
That they will be waiting for you in the house because your landlord would also increase his rent.
Definitely. So now, imagine if our transport system is solid, and there's a train that can take you from Abeokuta, speed train, to Oshodi in less than 45 minutes. There's another train that can take you from Shagam down to Oshodi, which is the melting pot, in less than 40 minutes. Why should you live in Lagos? You now discover that a lot of people will migrate to Shagam. A lot of people will migrate to Abeokuta or Ifo or Mowe, and then houses will become vacant. Tenants will now become the beautiful bride. It is only inflation increases when fewer goods
are available.
So you can now see that rather than ask for salary increase all the time, our unions should be asking for some of these amenities. What stops the last time low-cost housing was done in this state was between 79 and 83 by Jack Conde.
Right.
Successive government, what have they done? Why don't you, if you say Lagos is landlocked, open up a corridor, open up the Ikorodu corridor, and then have a partnership with the Ogun State government, open up Shagam, and then build massive low-cost housing and see the multiplier effect. Let people go on mortgage. If you go on mortgage, at 25, you started a job at 25, and you are on a mortgage of 35 years. The amount that will be taken off your salary will be so insignificant that after 1 year, you will not even notice that somebody is taking money from your salary.
Interestingly, how you expand the full grasp of the effects of these red
rail. But don't forget there is blue line.
Oh yes, I was going to ask you a question on that blue line, but
Yes.
then I understand that our virtual guest has joined the conversation, and I'm talking about Mr. Sunday Moses Oladapo. Let's establish communication with you. A very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation, Mr. Moses. Oh dear. Okay, so let me bring it back. I understand that we cannot establish that audio, but my team is working on it. Let me ask about the blue rail, the blue red line. A lot of persons have said there are no enough coaches to convey people within the blue rail line corridor, and of course, making it a bit uncomfortable for commuters who ply that road. And of course, I can tell you for free that I've once been experiencing that particular route where at the close of business, you see a lot of people.
There will be rush.
That major rush. And then a lot of people standing. It's quite uncomfortable. One situation that we don't want to, imagine if there's any level of communicable disease, we know how much that would bring. How much of
planning?
How much of planning, basically, is the government going to be giving to that line also? Because, again, it is doing a whole lot of job, I dare say, on that particular corridor.
Now, you see, this is where government agency like MBS has failed.
How do you mean?
Because in the course of gathering data, within 2 weeks or 3 weeks of the commissioning and use of that corridor, the blue rail, they should have targeted the flow of traffic over 2 weeks and bring it back to the notice of the government and say, from all our findings, we have just discovered that if you had 20 coaches, you will require another 30 to make it 50 coaches to accommodate the influx of passengers between so-so hour and so-so hour. And when they are returning in the evening, between so-so hours and so-so hours. With that, do you know that, I'm sure you must have seen it, but you may not know why it is so. You see at interval on the Federal Highway, you see 2 cables drawn across the road. Those cables are not just there. They are meant to gauge the number of vehicles flying that road at that particular time.
Right.
So they should apply that here in this system such that it is the aggregate data collected from the field workers that will determine the expansion of the blue rail line. But one thing again is we need to commend Lagos State government. One, for being tenacious about IGR.
Okay.
2, for thinking out of the box to make life easier. You imagine if we are still doing Molue. When Molue was to be phased out, nobody believed. Because we have grown and lived with it, that it's almost becoming a culture. But today, what makes you think in the next few years we will not be facing downfall?
Mr. Fanimo, government is a continuum, and this is one concern that some persons living in Lagos will want to have. And of course, the concern is this. You would recall that there are some particular roads that the former governor, I'm talking about former Governor Ambode, started, and as we speak, has not been completed. And that, again, is supposed to be a continuous project. Looking at these conversation about the red line and the blue line rail in Lagos, do you think any other government's coming, even though we still say they are still the same APC, would want to have that visionary plan to making sure that the state is sustaining this level of development? Because that seems to be a problem.
Anybody, even if another party comes into Lagos today, that party will be committing suicide if it abandons this project. Because what was the instrument used against somebody that stalled the second term? It was Loma. It took Loma, it took those people that were involved in Loma processes and gave it to a South African company.
You know, I say that to say that the present administration, by my record, have not really done well as against the same rail line from the previous administration. And I'm talking about the Buhari's administration. But the concern now is this. Let's put it on the national level. Should these be translated to the national level? How much of an impact and generating IGR would the government have on this transport system?
Let me tell you the good news here. There is an agency that was established in the Southwest long before the Southwest Development Commission by this administration. One of the projects of that agency, which is likely to be transferred to the Southwest Development Commission, is rail project. There is a master plan, there is an architectural design, civil design already on ground for rail network across the Southwest.
Okay.
And I'm sure that whatever it is that is stalling it is likely to be funding. Or maybe they have not really signed MOU with their technical partners from other countries, probably China. But I can assure you that the way it's going now, in the next 5 years or so, we should network all the state capitals and different cities that have intrinsic commercial value in the Southwest. And I expect that other regions should just take a cue from this.
I like the fact that you have your crystal ball right in front of you, and you strongly believe that this is going to see the light of the day, because some would say when it comes to projects like this that might not totally, in the full glare of it, benefit the government, they sometimes are a bit aback in implementing it. But let's go to another conversation that I know you're also big at, and I'm talking about the retired police officers who have been raising so much concerns about what they've described as poor pension benefits. You covered this bid for a while, and the conversation about pension going as low or as high as 1.5 million naira in the lived reality of the Nigeria of today. Do you think that also would see any level of development should these protests continue? Because they are presently
I
having
think
an
it's the
ongoing
police
process.
that is fighting. It is the police that is retired police officers that are complaining. Because they have removed the military from the new pension scheme.
Pension scheme, yeah.
Now, you see, sometimes when you make a law, it is not always possible for you to hazard guesses at what can happen to that law. And that's why laws are open to amendments. What is the difference between a policeman and a soldier? One is protecting the internal security, one is external. And the two of them carry guns. The two of them face risks. As a matter of fact, in some cases, a soldier may be there 10 years without going for serious operations. But a policeman cannot remain in the police station for that long without going for operations, without encountering criminals and all that. So we can't say that the policemen also experience less risk.
Okay.
And besides, somebody who signed away his life and surrendered his life for 35 years. By that time, when he's exiting the job, it will be probably between 55 and 60. Now, this person is walking away. He probably was an upright police officer throughout his career. He doesn't have a house. His children may be married late. His children were maybe the first born is in university, the other two are in secondary school. He cannot go back to his village immediately because he doesn't have a place to stay in the village. Except if he goes back to the village and they begin to mock him, that after your years, you have come back to your father's house. Now, he has to contend with house rent.
And with this level of pension.
And then the total, because the new pension scheme is contributory.
I would want you to hold your thoughts on this, because I understand that our virtual guest again has joined the conversation, and I'm hoping that we can establish this communication. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sunday, and thank you for joining again this conversation this afternoon. Please, would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly. Are you there, Mr. Sunday? Help us unmute your mic so we can establish communication with you. Oh dear. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've just
All right then. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. We can hear you clearly. Thank you so very much for joining.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry for being struggling with all this.
I understand. Sometimes technical glitches like that can be a bit odd. All right, then let me start off this conversation again with you, just like I did with my studio analyst here. The fact that the retired police officers are currently protesting and asking that they be exited from the contributory pension scheme is on one hand. Do you also think that as it stands, the Nigerian police force can do better with retired personnel, particularly on their take home after 35 years?
Well, if you can hear me, because the network is still staggering, what I can say is that policemen in service need to understand that one day or very soon they will also be out of service. And the way you treat those that are out of service now is the way you'll be treated. Many people, while working, always forget that one day you will be out or you'll be retired. And encourage new people to join the police force or any ensuring that people will have 5 years of their life. That is the major part of their living as a woman. Because before you are a child, you get to be a teenager, then you get to pass the mandatory 18 years old. By the time you have 35 to that 18 years, you see that that person is well spent. Talk less of going to university and finishing at 25.
We seem to be struggling with your audio there, but we will come back to you because we're trying to get that audio clearly from our end as well, because we really are struggling to hear you. But we'll come back to you before the end of the conversation. All right, Mr. Fanimo, you were saying something about the lived reality of a retired police officer returning back home and not having something to show for it.
Yeah, and then it's a contributory scheme where you are supposed to pay percentage
of
your salary, and then your employer now adds his own percentage, and they place it where it can be used as investment vehicle so that you get interest for your savings. Having said that, the question is, this pension scheme was enacted in 2004, 22 years ago.
Yes.
And I think it came to full operation 1 or 2 years later. So what we are saying is, those who started with the pension scheme, if their employers, because you find that a lot of employers deduct this money, they don't pay. Unfortunately. And there's a penalty. You can sue your employer if he doesn't pay into your contributory scheme, and that employer can go to jail even after paying fines.
Now, before I let you off this, maybe in 30 seconds, in 2004 was when this contributory scheme started.
Yeah.
The lived reality of 1.5 million naira in 2004 is quite beautiful. I sat there.
Yeah.
And in 2026, 1.5 million naira can barely raise you even a room. I mean, for the benefit of for those who are still building, how much of a concern is this situation that we just painted now to the lived reality of a police officer who is working presently and knows that he will retire in another 2, 3, 4 months after now with 1.5 million naira after 35 years?
No, it depends on your rank. And
I'm talking about the lowest of police officers.
Now, let's assume that somebody gets 1.5 million. That one is even a little bit, as bad as it is, it's still better than the monthly pension. A retired commissioner of police came on air late last year in person of former Lagos State Police Commissioner Owosheni.
Yes.
And he said his monthly pension is 70,000. Now, if that man has not planned for his retirement and he relies solely on 70,000 naira per month, somebody that is of the stature of a commissioner of police,
commissioner,
and then he goes to bank to collect 70,000, that cannot even fill his smallest car for 1 week.
Oh, well, because of our time, really, so much is to be talked about on these particular retired police officers, because when the officers of the law, like the police, are being treated this way, little wonder you uncover their behaviors on the street. But it is not a prerequisite to those kind of behaviors. And we only would hope that the government will listen to them and, most importantly, do what is right by the citizens and, of course, by these police officers. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanima, and we want to say a big thank you to you, sir, for being here.
Always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up next. Please do stay. Glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has inspected ongoing and completed projects in Edo Central to assess development and monitor progress across the state. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo on Tuesday inspected ongoing and completed projects in Edo Central as part of efforts to assess development across the state. Okpebholo addressed issues relating to ongoing development efforts in the state during the inspection tour.
We have gone around schools today, you have gone around roads, you have gone around hospitals, you have seen for yourself, you've seen water. So these are the things that matters to our people. These are the things that our people want to see. And that is exactly what we are doing with federal government allocation given to us. And for me, my interest again is also to make sure that I live Edo better than the way I met it. So we will continue to work for our people. We will continue to make Edo shine. And that shining agenda of our government is as a result of Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President. So I want to thank you for coming. And I believe you will spend like 2 or 3 days in Edo State. At the end of the day, I am not the one to tell you go and speak for Tinubu, because we are not getting this money from the bush. He's giving us, and we are working with it. Thank you very much. And God bless you, my brother. Thank you.
During the exercise, the Edo State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Kazeem Afeboa, and popular Nigerian musician Idris Abdulkarim accompanied the governor across various project sites.
30% of the geographical spread of Edo, and what you have seen, you can say to everybody.
So I'm here to tell everybody that truly His Excellency is working. I've gone around Central, and I've been able to see some of the work that His Excellency is doing. In the next 1 year, 2 years, you see all the achievement.
The inspection covered roads, schools, and healthcare facilities across Edo Central, with officials saying the exercise is part of efforts to strengthen project monitoring and delivery. Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on to other stories. At a time when arbitration is gaining prominence through formal institutions, the Institute of Chartered Mediators is promoting mediation as a more inclusive, accessible, and human-centered approach to dispute resolution. The Abuja branch of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators has organized the Mediation Without Borders Summit at the Mediation House in Abuja. The initiative aims to promote alternative dispute resolution, encourage dialogue, and strengthen sustainable peace building across communities and institutions. Our correspondent at the capital, Ferdinand Iba, has more on this report.
The chairman said the platform was created to address a major gap in Nigeria's peace and security landscape, where violent incidents are widely tracked, but peace-building efforts remain largely undocumented. This platform, known as the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC, is to provide greater visibility for conflict resolution and peace-building efforts nationwide. The initiative is aimed to systematically document, archive, and map peace actions carried out by government institutions, civil society groups, traditional leaders, youth organizations, and community actors working to prevent violence and manage tensions.
To the contrary, the latter seems to be paramount or predominant in the sense that we have policies, fantastic policies and laws that support the practice of mediation, using the alternative dispute resolution spectrum to resolve our disputes. So there are laws and there are policies, very beautiful. But on the contrary, what we have as a challenge is that there hasn't been much of awareness. And like I said, for the fact that the Institute has been existing for over 2 decades, and till now is still yet to, a lot of places in the country you go to and you still find mediation strange to people. People are not really fully aware of the mediation as an alternative that they can explore to resolve a dispute.
According to other members of the ICMC, while insecurity trends, armed actors, and violent incidents are frequently monitored by national and international systems, the same level of attention has not been given to initiatives aimed at preventing conflicts. They added that here is a need for a stronger community participation in governance and peace building, noting that local communities must be empowered to play a more active role in managing their own affairs.
Mediation as it is, we need to understand that there are diverse ways of getting into it. It could be by means of party writing, informing a mediator, inviting a mediator into their matter. It could also be a situation in which mediators, like our institutes, notices that, okay, there's a problem that needs to be resolved, then we so moto go into that sphere and see how we can assist in ensuring that there's peaceful question, there's peaceful resolution of the dispute.
There is a way that you can resolve disputes that will be win-win for everybody. In mediation, you leave the mediation table and you go for lunch together because you are both winners. And that is part of what we want to achieve tomorrow. That's one. Then two, we want people to know that it even exists. The institute itself will not involve itself in mediation. We are the ones that will go out there and sell the gospel and also show people that it works.
It's important that they start focusing on what is positive, focusing on what works, focusing on what we can learn from, because that is the only way they can actually tackle the myriad of problems. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Ferdinand, for that report. From there on, let's move straight to talking business. The federal government says it has no plans to borrow from the International Monetary Fund. This comes despite a proposed support fund for struggling economies. Finance Minister Wale Edun made this known at the World Bank and IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C. He says Nigeria is not considering taking on additional financial burdens at this time. The IMF had indicated it could provide between $20 and $25 billion to support vulnerable countries. It also advised nations to act quickly when financial help is needed. However, Nigeria maintains it will not seek funds for now. The government says it remains focused on managing the economy and addressing existing challenges. And from there, we'll move straight to talking sports. The Premier League title race takes center stage this weekend as Manchester City hosts leaders Arsenal in a high-stakes clash at the Etihad Stadium. Arsenal go into the match 6 points clear, but under pressure after a dip in form. City, meanwhile, are in strong momentum, having won their last 3 matches against top sides, including Arsenal and Liverpool. City manager Pep Guardiola's side will be looking to close the gap and intensify the title battle. Arsenal midfielder Declan Rice says the team is aware of the importance of the encounter, describing it as a defining moment in their season. He admits recent performances have not been at their best, but insists the squad is ready for the challenge. Elsewhere, Chelsea faces Manchester United in a crucial Champions League qualification fight, while Liverpool travel to Everton in the Merseyside derby. The result could have major implications for both the title race and European places. And to wrap up the media news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. A U.S. singer and TikTok personality, David, has been arrested over the death of a 14-year-old girl. Police in Los Angeles say he is being held without bail as the investigation continues. Authorities say the victim's remains were discovered in a vehicle linked to the suspect. The discovery followed reports of a foul odor from a car towed to a yard in Hollywood. Investigators say the case began as a death inquiry before evolving into a murder investigation. Evidence gathered over several months led to the arrest of the 21-year-old singer. The case is expected to be forwarded to the district attorney's office next week. Meanwhile, the incident has sparked widespread attention online and raised questions about the circumstances surrounding the teenager's death. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls.
This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on Vop TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? It's another day. And guess what? Today is Friday. And we all know what Friday is for. Thank God it's Friday. Time to pop the champagne and, enjoy ourselves. So yes, and I hope you've not forgotten that I'm your baby girl, Precious Akumari, aka Call Me Prezi, as E-D-B. So yes, get ready everyone, because we are about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And today is very different. We'll be talking about a lot of things. So first on our list today, we're talking about a statement that was made by our Nigerian music executive, Don Jazzy, has sparked conversations online after sharing his views on why many people struggle financially. In widely circulated post, the Marvin Records boss suggested that poor spending habits play a major role in people not having enough money, noting that individuals often spend on items that do not add real value to their lives. So this remark quickly gained traction, with many users debating whether lifestyle choices are a key factor behind financial challenges. So this comment has really sparked conversations online. And yes, it reflects a broader message about financial discipline and prioritization. All right, let's see what Don Jazzy has to say.
And you cost. A lot of people spend money on irrelevant things that don't make sense. Sometimes you can be making money and you are like, the money is not enough, it's small. But I think that most people that I see, most young people that I see, actually just go as far as spending the money on wrong things, on too many things that they don't need. These things that they want. They want it. They don't necessarily need it, but they just go ahead and just get that. I've been blessed enough for a long time to be able to afford any type of car that I want, or even to like buy like a private jet or whatever. Yeah, but I have more.
Oh, sorry. If you can afford a private jet, I don't think there's anything more important. Like, well, what could it be?
Wow.
What could it be? What could it be?
Wow.
Okay, you have people to take care of.
Wow. Yeah, of course you have people. You have people to take care of. Nothing beats investment. There are different type of investments that you can put your money in, including investing in yourself, including going to acquire knowledge of something that you can actually charge people for. You understand? This forex that I'm doing now, I'm learning now, I'm investing in myself, whether I like it or not. Tomorrow is going to turn into something more important. I have more important things to take care of.
See, the part where Don Jazzy is talking about finances, talking about how to build yourself is very, very important. A lot of people have the money, you understand, but they buy things that are irrelevant. They don't need those things at that time, but they just want it, and it can just be there. So all those things are really not, I really accept what Don Jazzy is saying, because a lot of people have been in such situation where they find themselves, they buy things that they just want, not something they need and something that is very important to them or valuable. Do you understand? So it's good. Like I've said before, all the times, I always say, you see, investing is a very good way to preserve your money. And yes, because a lot of people see that, oh, they just want to enjoy, they just want to have fun, but they don't think about, putting or investing in places like getting lands, doing better things, investing in yourself too. Like even Don Jazzy said, investing in yourself, learning skills that could help you in future. Do you get? But a lot of people, a lot of young ladies see themselves like, oh, they want to relax, they just want to spend the money and rest of that. It's not really good. So this particular one Don Jazzy has said, me, I'm in support of it, confirm, as it is very good advice, and you should listen to that too. All right, let's go over to our comment section. A lot of people have brought up the issues where they talk about finances, talking about preserving your money and stuff like that. So let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment people have for us. All right, and K Solo Heat said sometimes when people get too much money, they begin to spend on things they don't need. He's not far from the truth, and it's the truth. And yes, comedian MC Coco said, now who done successful advice I they take now. Nobody they take poor man advice. All right, and Pretty Kurotini said, where is the lie? Actually, you will see people that want to spend a lot drinking, taking themselves out, but they always don't really invest in themselves or invest basically on things that could preserve their money. It's crazy. A lot of people just want to just enjoy, eat, drink, sleep. You understand? All those things. Very important to invest in yourself. All right. And Ugo Joy Adorable said, your choice, the people buying pages is still their choice. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people, saying the statement Don Jazzy has actually put out. And Diary of a Girl in Tech. And she said, I teach. All right. And Cupcake 01 said, saving would change your life. Before I buy something, I always ask myself, girl, do you need this? Saving is one of the best ways to be financially confident. Then investing in the right things works, yes. And you'd hardly have a conversation with me that I won't advise you to save. Even my family knows, say you get key cow for me to admit I have money. All right, it's locked and will never come outside. All right, waiting concern me, concern luxury life and show off. Who am I to impress? All the rich people I know don't impress or show off. I'm talking about show off. A lot of people just want to impress people. They have the money to invest, but they don't want to use the money to invest. Rather, they want to spend it. So this is where people come out and say, oh, because your friend A did this, you too, you want to go and do it. Not that because you have the money, maybe you have the money to invest on something, but you just want to, because A did this, you just want to do it because he did it. Not that you need it. You see people spending money on, okay, birthdays. Let me take birthdays for an example. A lot of people also want to spend on birthdays and do a lot of things. But even if the money comes, why don't you invest it in something better? Simple, yes. Maybe you don't have that money now. And even if it comes, why don't you invest in something better? That would also give you more money. But you just don't, just because somebody else celebrated, you just want to celebrate too. We are not saying that it's not important to celebrate. Yes, but that's when you're sure, you're confident that, that you can spend this money and more will still come out. But when you're not so sure, you just want to spend all that you have and feel that, it will still come out. I don't think that kind of mentality is only left for people that have poverty mentality. I'm serious, but that is the truth. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, somebody said, advice plenty for rich man mouth. Drop updates, how boys go take become men. Leave too much advice. Actually, even if you drop advice, would they listen? The people that you feel that they are rich now, they didn't just wake up one day and become rich. They worked for it. So you too should work for your own money too. And MZ Eshe said, daddy, buy me, please. All right. And Ayo Lens Production said, Kai, Don Jazzy, no quick talk now. Me, I don't go buy shawarma with 6K way they my hand. That's for no be irrelevant thing. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are saying about Don Jazzy's statement. And Marty Prezi said, if every rich man spends wisely, how the people will go do PJ one take sell? You go get some kind of thing where don't JSF they buy where other rich people go feel like saying a waste of funds. All right, and MC Pap Comedy said, now why Dangote refuse to buy Arsenal and choose to build refinery? Actually, you get the point. Seriously. And Esther Zeche said, buying burger feels like a financial mistake in this economy, actually. And Olu K said, the question is not to buy. Can you? All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, but my advice, I still stand to what Don Jazzy has said. I support the fact that he has said you should invest financially, invest better, good investment actually. Invest also on yourself. See a lot of ladies these days. I always talked about the gold digging thing that a lot of ladies just want a rich man, made man. But do you also have that thought that these men that you are waiting for also need somebody that is also settled, someone that is also built? Because you can't stay and not have, work yourself to greatness and feel that, because you see other people being great, now you want to just come in like that and just, start spending money. Actually, men actually know what they want. They are looking for people that will also invest them and make their money grow. Who want day for sufferness? That is just the truth. So it's a good advice that you invest in yourself, invest in your finances. It's a very, very good thing and it's very important. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, hope my milkshake and asun is not relevant. All right, we are not saying you shouldn't take all these things, but when you know that the money is okay for you to invest, why don't you invest something that will yield you more money to buy as many asun you want to buy? Do you understand? Not like you take the whole one money and just buy their soul, and definitely you will not see the money again. But definitely when you invest, you see more money and you keep getting more money and you feel comfortable. Even when you want to buy that, you can buy as many as you want. It's possible. All right. And Francie said, and now every day I dey spend 23K for Jazzy's burger. I no go stop, Sha. It's too sweet. All right. And King Aderichi said, I need us now. Is well with you, with all the Arsenal fans. And Otoro Celine said, intelligent spending is key. That's very good, regardless of your financial status. Very, very important. Intelligent spending is key. And No Ezzy said, I have been blessed enough to eat boiled yam and stew with. I think I am overspending. I need to cut down my expenses. Go with you. And J Smiles Official says, shall build good home and invest in your next generation. Make no be prodigal family. Go chop all your investment. Last. All right. And Mula for King said, you are still not rich enough to buy. When you are, you will buy. All right. James Binar said, Bona Princess, leave the group chat, and Timberland, hey, is well with some of our comment section people, because you would, sometimes people really baffle me. I see some things and I'm like, oh my God. See, we're still talking about investment and the statement Don Jazzy has said. See, wise thought, invest in yourself. Very important. All right, enough of that. And just that takes us to our next gist. And yes, we are talking about Grammy-winning rapper Cardi B has officially entered the beauty industry with her launch of her new hair brand. So Grow Good Beauty unveiled in April 2026 this line, which includes a range of products such as shampoos, conditioners, hair masks, and the rest of them inspired by her personal hair care journey and rooted in traditional routines influenced by her Dominican heritage. According to the artist, the products are designed to support her hair growth, repair damages, and care to a wide variety of hair textures. So this is a really, really good business. Like I've been saying, invest in yourself. Very important. You see, Cardi B is always in the music scene, doing music. And it's good to see that even the celebrities are even looking for more investment to do. And you see this, Cardi B, this is good. So the launch really follows nearly 3 years of development, highlighting Cardi B's hands-on approach to creating the brand rather than simply lending her name on it. So Grow Good Beauty has already begun generating a lot of buzz online, with fans and beauty insights eager to try the product and see how they perform in real world use. And it's beautiful to see that Cardi B is really, turning better things to better things, to better things, seeing her doing her thing. And it's good. Beautiful people. We have a lot of celebrities that are into the fashion brands. Yes, they invest in themselves. So you have enough time to also invest in yourself. You're looking for somebody that you want to range over because the person has money and you don't want to work. You don't also want to work. It's not important, my dear. This time around, a lot of people, men actually looking for people that are going to invest too. And also there will be an investment in the person's life. Not you coming to reap. Let me put it, reap where also. But trust me, it's also good that you invest in good investment, like the one Cardi B is doing. And now she has invested in her hair business. And see, it is really, and just in 1 week, she has made lots and lots of money. And let's hear what Cardi B has to say concerning her brand.
It's funny that my product is green because my mom, she's a real mother plant. One of those people that owns so much plants, and she names her plants and she talks to her plants. If you look at plant growth products and everything, like the soils and everything, they're green. And to me, like, hair is like a plant. That represents like growth to me, and it grows good. It's funny that my product is green because my mom, she's a real...
You see? The way she's just advertising her product is beautiful. I see hustlers, I see people trying to make, you do things that make people that, oh, I really want to get this. And this is really beautiful for Cardi B, despite the whole issues surrounding her, her life, her personal life, basically. Still, regardless, all those things didn't really put her back. She still stands as the queen, as she's always. All right, let's go over to the comment section where people and her fans have actually come out to say things concerning her brand. And a lot of people are eager to, know what the brand is about, know what her hair brand is about. And trust me, she has a very beautiful hair. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what people have for us. And Cutty Lipsy said, I beg, help us tell them, make she enter Nigerian market. I won't buy. Oh, okay. All right. And Ruth Folkbay said, is this supposed to be new? Wow, really? And Towe Diamond said, one of those who make it sold out, anything she sells, I am getting it. All right, only 3 people in this industry is allowed to eat my money. Wow. 1 Taylor Swift and Cardi B and 3 Priyanka Chopra. I love these women so much. Okay, so people and their fans have been bringing out all their fans out. All right, Yemi said, rap queen for a reason. This shows that, seriously, that women are really, doing better things and greater things for themselves. I see women saying that, oh, they feel, see, gone are those days where people sit down and say, oh, because they want to just flex, they want to sit down and relax, their husbands will give them money. Let me tell you the truth. If you're a real queen doesn't sit down to expect things to come. They work. They also work. They push forward. They do things. They invest. They do good investment. Important. Very important. So I don't see any lady, I just see those people as failures, because anybody where you will sit down, say you be woman, you want to sit down, you don't want to learn anything, you don't want to invest in yourself, you don't want to learn a skill. I pity you, because I don't know what else you're looking for. Basically. All right, let's move. We're still seeing what Cardi B's headline is saying, talking about, and a lot of fans are really happy for her and, congratulating her. And a lot of people are saying, oh, I really want to try this product. And yes, Creamy Lukes 565 said, Brady attendance is ongoing. All right. And somebody said, I'm buying it, baby. All right. And Eloviano said, as it should. Lol. Okay. And Life with Obi said, Ikweji to her and her brand. Ikweji to where they read the comment, Kilo Day. People are bringing them to Majuk's and matter into this. Okay. And Coco P said, her prices, they reasonable. But if the Nigerian celebrities, they go one cut us. Okay. So come to think of it, her prices are reasonable. It's marketing strategy. It's what you do. It's not how you put your package in, definitely. But trust me, a lot of people would want to get this. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Pretty Gina said, nobody loves Cardi B rich pause. Okay. And Big Veb said, I love me some Cardi, clock it. And yes, Big Well said, Nigerian celebrities need to come learn how to do business from Cardi B. Okay, also, did you all see how much the hair care product was sold for? If na Nigerian celebrities, it would cost an arm and a leg, and they would expect their fans to buy. Meanwhile, over 90% of their followers base are average Nigerians who cannot afford 2 square meals. I think this is also very important, that sometimes where people want to, sell their market, they should also think about people, the masses who are really buying it from them. A lot of people would want to get this and will need it for their hair growth, basically. But it's also good that people think of how other people, need to survive to get. It has to be affordable for people to get. So that's what I'm trying to say. And yes, somebody said this is what influence is all about. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Big Bina said, Pelu Pierre, oh my God, give me fame now. Okay. And Jayway said, much deserved. Cardi used almost 4 years testing the product on her hair until results were showed, as you can clearly see how neatly her hair is. Nigerian brands will market their products but will not use it on themselves. Really? That's a lot. A lot of, I basically saying a lot of people do, advertise their product, but they've never used it on themselves. So how do you expect people to buy it? It's as simple as that. You selling products needs you to use them too. You could, advertise your products by you using them and telling people, oh, I use this. This worked for me. That worked for me. So you don't just have to come out one day and start selling products that you have not used. And maybe the products are not really nice and you expect people to buy it. Well, this is why some people say what you ordered versus what you get. It's really funny. It's a lot these days, because I've basically seen so many things I've bought online, but they don't resemble things that I have ordered. What I saw online was not what I got. So it's really, really funny to see those kind of things. So it's good that if you're marketing your product, it's best that you also use it so that people will know that you are doing that and you are using it and it's working for you. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about Cardi B and her product. And yes, Caleb Jeans Hair said, celeb needs to learn from her, launch products for your followers and everyday people can afford, not what only your co-celebs can afford. Thank me later. And Ade Lami said, handler loves Cardi and I love to see it. All right, let's take more and more comment. And Midday said she has one of the most healthy hair I know. The length. Ooh, who saw the length actually? Her hair really looks very long and healthy. And Lady Frances said, is a baddie gang. Okay, and Jinx Hair said celebs need to learn and launch. All right, we have more comments. A lot of people are really happy for Cardi and people are saying congratulations to her brand. And a lot of people also want to get the product. So it's beautiful seeing that our celebrities, like, you know, Cardi is really getting better and bigger, you know, and bigger and bigger. So this is good that some other women too should learn from Cardi, as people are saying. All right, and that's it. Let's go over to our next gist. And yes, we're talking about a viral video has been circulating on social media and has actually sparked widespread reactions after a woman alleged that she was issued a sudden quick notice by her landlord less than 6 months after renting an apartment. So in the clip, the visible distressed tenant claims she had barely settled in before being asked to vacate the property, raising concerns about security of rental agreements. And it's about these landlords, like we have a lot of landlords that people try to invest more in their homes that doesn't really look nice. And after some few months, you send them packing. That's really bad and it's really, really unfair. All right, let's see what this lady has to say.
Apartments before I rented it. This was how I rented the apartment. I was even happy that I did not listen to the first painter I brought to this place that was advising me to do screeding. He gave me a budget of like 550 something thousand for screeding. I was like, that was too much, that I cannot afford such. So I went to get another painter that now painted it for me. We first of all used like 2 or 3 coats of emulsion paint. Then we now go ahead with the satin paint. So that's the toilet, the bedroom. That's the first batch of tiles I bought that wasn't enough. I need to buy the second batch. That's the second batch. So this was the day the painter was working. They had to scrape off all those yama so that it will come out neat. And at this point, work was still going on. Like, I haven't finished, but I just have to make the video. Started taking clients. So this is before I even finished working on it, because I eventually work on the toilet and did some other things. Anyways, joke on them, because I eventually removed everything that I installed in that place, my tiles, the electrical, the wiring, everything except the paint. And the reason why I didn't want to touch the painting is because I was already tired. I was so stressed packing, and also I was very, very tired. I just said, let me leave them.
So you see, sometimes I see these kind of things and I'm really pissed out about the whole situation, because tell me how you would want to tell a tenant to come to your house. You understand? The tenant has finished paying, done everything for the person to actually pack in to the house, and all of a sudden, after 2 months, you tell the person that, oh, you're giving the person a quick notice that you're no longer interested, that you want to just... It's sometimes I see this kind of things and I'm really pissed out. And I'm like, why? What kind of mind do you people have? This person has actually put in so much work in the house, seeing this, scraping the walls, trying to paint, and you even can imagine the kind of interior decoration she did in the house. A lot of stress and everything, and you tell them, oh, that you're no longer interested. It's sometimes you get some landlords, why would they see like that? Say, God, Jesus. I suppose they pray hard prayer for them, because come to think of it, this is really, really unfair. And not be only one person don't see this, don't experience this kind of thing. A lot of people have experienced this kind of thing. Even nobody is just trustworthy anymore. Even people that are even looking for houses, both the landlords, both the agents, and everybody they do their thing. Come on, it's high time that people start being trustworthy in things that they do. Seriously, it's really not nice, and it's really unfair. All right, let's go over to the comment section. This is where people that have experienced such things have actually come out to say things concerning what this lady has gone through. She packed it into a particular house, and in less than 2 months, she was served a quick notice. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what people have for us. And Tosan Souvenir said, "You do well for breaking the tiles." Oh my God. All right. And somebody said, "I will first break the tile." So, all right. And Iwi Nosa said, "I beg, deface that wall, please. You can't leave it for your selfish landlord." But seriously, this is really unfair to see that you put so much work doing the tiles, painting the walls, and all of a sudden he tells, and most of these people don't, all these houses are supposed to be well furnished, even better furnished before you even move in. Because tell me, if the landlord, if no be saying money, the landlord define. Tell me why you go pursue this kind of person, say make it come out. Because why? This is really unfair. And it's heartbreaking. Someone that has done, like, paid you, moved in, fixed everything in the house, you just tell her to pack out. Why? For what reason? It's well. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, as Abi, you know, get children for area, we go help you design the walls. Which one is you are tired, drop addresses. Let's help you finish the paint, I beg. And Dolakid said, whoa, una go there all right. And another person, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are really talking about this because trust me, some landlords say, you need kabash for their head. Serious kabashing. A lot of people don't they face, landlords, wahala, tenants, wahala. I'm basically not saying this basically for only the landlords, but trust me, nobody's to be trusted again. Even tenants have they get their own issue. But this is really unfair that this kind of person packed in 2 months, in less than 2 months, you're already serving them quick notice, and why they've already furnished the house. Not that you're even giving them compensation of what they have actually done in the house. Seriously, it's really painful. All right, somebody said the man still gain honestly. All right, and Demonstra said, why would anyone renovate a rented apartment? Why won't you renovate a rented apartment, please? You make it, that's why you paid for it. How can you go into a house that looks like that? She didn't actually, it's something that she wants. She can't stay in that kind of place. Even you stay for that kind of place. It's how some people don't really have that conscience. They don't. All right, let's see more. Then somebody said, landlords rent house for you for 1 year. You renovate them, they get mine share. Before you renovate any house, make sure it's not leased for at least 5 years. Because tell me why, I don't understand. Basically, what she did was to paint the house. So is she meant to stay in a broken apartment? Wow, this is really, it's how people think about this whole thing that is really baffling. And somebody said, go to where them kill goat, collect goat blood and carry them go there, make them repaint. It's well with you people. And somebody else said, them go, they renovate another man's house without agreement from both parties. That's very important too. It's also good that even while renovating any apartment, you need to let your landlord know. Yes, the person that actually rented the apartment to you. It's very important. It's very, very important. Because a lot of people, this kind of things now, to avoid such things happening next time, it's also important that even before doing anything in the house, you let them know. But basically, I feel that once you have paid for an apartment, what's the law? For the rest of the year, you can do whatever you want to do in the house. Shall make you not spoil anything. That's just the truth. Yes. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, them know they renovate another man's house without agreement from both parties, like this old mistake that I wouldn't do again. And yes, another person said, next time, just buy Pam. Okay, and expert OB said, find all these small area boys, find them something, make them scatter the wall paints. All right, and Hawa said, oh, so sorry about this. I pray you get a better place. Please involve a lawyer next time. Also good, it's also a good advice to also involve a lawyer when maybe next time you're trying to rent or, an apartment for yourself. And yes, Alaga said, you still left it better than you met it. All right, essentially, Helena said, where are the lawyers in the house? Why are they all quiet? I don't get it. If this was a medical issue, the people in the healthcare sector would have already started advising us. Dear lawyers, isn't there any advice you can give to people regarding this sort of situation? And yes, Constance Mosu said, why are Nigerian landlords and landladies like this? I've seen so many relatable videos and it's like their habits. Most Ghanaian landlords are very appreciative. I painted an apartment. I was staying in Ghana before relocating to the UK. I rented just a year, but my landlord allowed me stay there for an extra 3 months without paying a dime, just to say thank you. So I was happy when moving from the house and didn't even take anything aside my personal belongings. Actually, we still have good landlords and landladies, yes. In as much as we have the ones that are not really nice, we still have good landlords that are really understanding and that really want to allow you, lease the house to you and also allow you to do whatever you want to do in the house. So, but this is also an advice that if you're trying to get an apartment for yourself, please, 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 one, you have to involve a lawyer, or even when you are being leased the apartment, please always talk to the person that has leased the apartment to you that you would want to do such thing in the person's house. Very, very important. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more juicy stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The views on the streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, it's still happening here on Vop TV, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akamanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And as you know that we have been talking about a lot of things that have been happening around you. And first off, yes, we're still talking about right now. See, we have been saying so many things about engagements, about weddings, and a lot of things. But it seems that this 2026 not just great for anybody. But right now, Big Brother Naija star Emmanuel Omo is reportedly set to tie the knot on April 17th. And yes, according to his post, the announcement, which quickly gained attention online, has sparked excitement among fans and followers of the reality TV personality. See, who is not excited? See, it seems that all these blessings and testimonies just they come for these our big brother people, because I don't understand what's going on again. Seriously, a lot of them have just been celebrating both weddings or both. This one will buy cars, this one will get this. So it is now too much. I'm not like asking. I beg go. Maybe we know if we got. You understand? Maybe we just know whether we go on day line. Maybe we go there wait. But this is actually beautiful, seeing that Emmanuel is getting up the market. Somebody clock it. All right, and to come to think of it, they actually look beautiful. Oh God. See, when I say love is beautiful with the right person. Yes, with the right person. No, they no go marry the one where you go enter. You go, they give you baskets for house. But it's really, really, love is really, really beautiful. Even if we have, even as much that we have people that are not really nice, because normally as they be, still they happen. But it's also good that you believe that love is really beautiful and that you enjoy good and respectable love. Yes, that's very important. All right, let's go over to the sections. Fans of Emmanuel have actually come out to say beautiful things about his upcoming wedding, and people are really happy for him and saying congratulations to Emmanuel. So let's take some comments and see what people are saying about him. And yes, somebody said men are getting married to natural okay, with BBL to attract men. This life no balance. Congratulations to men with sabi better thing. And Melanie said it's always the US-based women bagging the Nigerian men now. Congratulations to them. And Life said he married for papers. God, I beg go. You don't want to say he married for papers because this woman is way grown, sha. See, you see one thing with some people that they are so pained. So even if the man is way grown, should be people, even young men say they marry people way old past them. So why are you people so pained that this guy has actually found peace and said, oh, I want to settle down. Now don't they carry on a bad character, they come outside. More than they calm down. All this is too much. More than they calm down. Anytime we want to see this kind of thing, why not just congratulate the person, leave matter for matter? Hey, Jesus. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, she looks older though, or maybe it's just makeup. Now, no. You don't find peace of mind. Now that woman, he find peace of mind. So allow him to enjoy his peace of mind. If you choose and say that, oh, that it is not your business, it's their matter, it's their marriage, let them enjoy it in peace. This is how Jide was getting was getting married, and a lot of people are saying, oh, why did Jide go to the US to get a lady? Why didn't he come to Nigeria? Please, don't be where person find love, where person give and peace of mind, now you good day. Why they calm down for this comment section? Because I don't understand. This is where we see people. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, now BBN guys, they marry past their women. I wonder why. Well, that's something to think about. And yes, somebody said, this one not senior you, Emma. I'm a nutshell, congratulations. In a nutshell, congratulations anyway. Waiting, I know self. Okay. And Shash said, him no they ever go for him mate. How they concern you, leave him. All right. And Just Prepare said, them just they marry my crush. Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. And Official Wendy said she's beautiful and well endowed. Actually, let's take more comments. A lot of people are congratulating Emmanuel on the new step he is about to take. And Princess Star said, Ifeanyi Chuku Angel said, the men are getting married, the women are doing BBL. Hey, voila, don't be that. And Tema said, everyone is just getting married. God sent my own to me. All right, he must be rich, cause me self no lazy. Okay, that's a good one. And Emilia said, I love how men are marrying women of value. I just really want the women to do same. Stop marrying anyhow. Actually, that's the truth. If the guys are getting married to people that are adding value, you should also add value to yourself and also get married to people that are adding value. Yes, it's as simple as that. Because I can't see someone saying, oh, that you are digging gold. Please dig the gold. I don't even blame people that are saying digging gold again. Dig the gold very well. So that even when they come, they will also... It's very important that as a lady and as a guy, I've been saying it constantly. Please, don't be idle. An idle man is what? A devil's workshop. So do you want to be the devil's workshop? No. So please, find something doing so that the Otogo will come and marry you. And as a young man, so that the Adeze and the princess will come and, accept your proposal. Don't be saying when you don't get anything, you want someone to come marry, you won't go put them for inside poverty. It's as simple as that. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, I love how men are marrying women of value. All right. And Aya said, God me self won't marry you. Oh, don't worry, yours will come to those that are believing that they are going to get married. Amen to your prayers. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are really talking about Emmanuel getting married. And JC Variety Store said, I shouted at because waiting they sub. Under 1 week, 5 people don't marry. Adio! What's happening? Is there a deadline for marriage that I'm not aware of? I beg, help me ask them. All right, and some Bami Empire said, I'm happy married life to both of you. And yes, C. Jesse said, is there a deadline for marriage? Because congratulations to them. See, everybody just asking, is there a deadline for marriage? Because what is going on? Everybody is just getting married. God! Hey, if I call on you now, she go they say, oh, Precious, why you call my name? But it's the truth. You see, a lot of people now are getting married. Now, this is the time. The time is now. Okay. And to those of you, expecting to get your own testimony, to get your own God-ordained spouse, don't worry, definitely you will. It will click. But just do the right thing and be sure to open your eyes. Maybe you don't go enter Wahala. You understand? Because Wahala, no day finish. All right, and that takes us to our last story. And we're talking about Nigerian singer Adekunle has sparked conversations online following reports of him acquiring 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles within space of 1 week. Jesus, see, money, when I shout the money now waiting. Money now, what's up? The money long go. What? And come to think of it, Adekunle Gold and Simi have really, really been making waves this period, because what is not going is how, this marriage is so calm, so peaceful, and don't be the one where you go to hear this or that one. Everything is just classy and so calm. And I'm so happy that, you see, Adekunle Gold has added to his luxury of cars. And this is really beautiful. See, a lot of people are really happy. Fans have actually come out to say things concerning Adekunle's Gold achievement recently. And this is really, really a beautiful one. So let's go back to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, the real Ababola said, and the guy sing one song we say, money, no, they bring happiness. They can play first. And yes, Mohammed Lexus said, he no get money, rich, portable. They play. Okay, and Caribbean said, this same man says that money doesn't give happiness, but he's smiling with all 32 of his teeth because of the happiness that money has given him. I go swear for him. I beg, no swear for him, no verse. And Wabzi Zaza said, oh, more money they bring, money they music. It be like I go enter studio tomorrow. I beg go, be like I go follow you, no verse. All these songs where they sing for my ex every night before. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are so happy for Adekunle Gold. And yes, somebody said, all I can say is, more times waiting. Okay. And somebody said, please leave him. Have you forgotten when he sang Ire Ire? Finally found him. And somebody said, I tap into greatness, actually. And somebody else said, congratulations. I suppose they see the latest Range Rover. Okay. And Olumi Daniel said, but wait, though, I think say Adekunle Gold once said, money no they bring happiness. But be like say, yeah, well, you don't see him now, happiness day. And Sugar Destiny said, pure example of money, nah, water, as I shout and before. And XX Army X said, God, I beg, may this money reach me too. Amen. Amen, amen to that. And the Olusala David said, I'm so happy for Adekunle Gold, but this achievement got me thinking, why? A pop musician brought 3 luxury cars in 1 week, but nobody's complaining, nobody's talking bad about it as it should be. But let's say it's a gospel or gospel artist or a pastor that buys it, you all will start complaining, saying that they had used offering money to buy it. Like, if pastors are not meant to enjoy life, or they cannot have a profitable side business that enables them to afford luxury, wait, is that not hypocrisy? Okay, see, I just believe one thing, that when you work for your money, it speaks for you. So if someone has worked, he deserves good things. So I don't know why you're saying because you are going to question. Why are you questioning his hard work? He has worked for his money. You have seen songs that he has dropped. So why are you questioning? It's well with you. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral we're going global. Please stay true to your stories and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop Tv Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Komi Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Agolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, I'm it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music?
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop Tv. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where thousands of people gathered early Friday in Douala, Cameroon's largest city, for a mass led by Pope Leo in what is expected to be the biggest event of his four-nation Africa tour. The Vatican says 600,000 persons are expected to fill the streets around Japoma Stadium to attend the service and hear the Pope's address. Under heavy security, some worshippers began arriving on Thursday and stayed overnight to secure a place inside the venue. Pope Leo I, U.S. Pope, has used his Africa visit to criticize global inequality and leaders who prioritizes military spending, saying the world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants. He is due to spend several hours in Douala, including a visit to the Catholic hospital, before returning to Yaoundé. Cameroon continues to face major security challenges, including a long-running Anglophone conflict that has killed thousands since 2017. Moving on, South Africa's National Prosecuting Authorities has condemned social media threats against state prosecutor advocate Joel Caesar, who is involved in the Julius Malema firearm case. The NPA says it is concerned about posts circulating on platform X allegedly linked to the economic freedom fighters, which contains serious threats against Caesar. It warns that such conduct undermines the rule of law and poses a risk to those tasked with upholding justice. The authority adds that concerns are heightened in the Eastern Cape, where 3 prosecutors have been killed in the past 2 years. Meanwhile, addressing supporters outside the East London Regional Court, Malema criticized Magistrate Toinette Olivier, calling her racist and describing Caesar as arrogant. Moving on, Denis Sassou Nguesso has been sworn in as president of the Republic of Congo following his victory in March's presidential election, securing a 5th term in office. In his inaugural speech, the 82-year-old pledged development, job creation for young people, and efforts to revitalize the economy with a focus on agriculture and industry. He won the election in the first round with 94.9% of the vote, according to official results, with turnout reported at over 84%. While observers from the African Union described the process as peaceful and orderly, opposition candidates alleged fraud and questioned the turnout figures. Sassou Nguesso, who first came into power in 1979, briefly left office in 1992 before returning after a civil war in 1997. The Republic of Congo continues to face high public debt and unemployment, with more than half the population living in poverty and a large youth demographic. And in West Africa, Burkina Faso's military government has dissolved more than 100 associations and civil society groups in a move rights organizations say further restricts basic freedom. The Ministry of Territorial Administration and Mobility announced the dissolution of 118 NGOs and associations, along with a ban on their activities, citing legal provisions. The decision comes months after the government dissolves all political parties. Since the 2022 coup led by Ibrahim Traoré, authorities have tightened the restrictions on NGOs, trade unions, and political activities. Last year, a law was introduced limiting the operations of right groups, followed by suspension and revocation of several organizations. Amnesty International says the latest actions reflects an intensifying crackdown on civil society in the country. And in Gabon, Gabon's former prime minister and opposition figure, Alain Claude Billy Banzer, has been placed in pre-trial detention. He is under investigation over alleged fraud and breach of trust linked to a 2008 National Cultural Festival he helped organize. Prosecutors say a service provider who claims they were not paid filed a complaint implicating the former premier. They add the case involves the alleged non-repayment of $9,000 he is said to have received. His Ensemble pour le Gabon party has condemned the move as politically motivated, describing his arrest as arbitrary and a violation of the rule of law. Billy Banzer served as the last prime minister under former President Ali Bongo Ondimba, who was ousted in a military coup in August 2023. And in East Africa, civil society groups have urged President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to take urgent action to prevent fishery communities affected by oil development along Lake Albert in Uganda. In a joint statement, the Environmental Governance Institute Uganda and Climate Rights International called for community-based fisheries protection units and a halt to eviction near the Kingfisher Oil Project. They also reminded the president of his August 2025 campaign pledge to involve the indigenous communities in managing lakes through partnership that respects their rights. Still in East Africa, Kenya's President William Ruto has signed the VAT Amendment Act 2026 into law, temporarily cutting value-added tax on fuel from 16% to 8% for 90 days. The move is aimed at easing pressure on consumers and stabilizing fuel prices. The reduction is expected to provide short-term relief to motorists, transport operators, and businesses dependent on petroleum products. Fuel prices have remained a major concern in Kenya, with global oil market fluctuations continuing to affect local pump prices. The government says the measure is a temporary intervention, while broader policies are reviewed to cushion consumers from energy cost shock. President Ruto says the administration remains committed to stabilizing fuel prices through tax adjustment, subsidies, and reforms in the petroleum sector. Still in Kenya, the Forest Service has taken disciplinary action against 2 rangers in Kirinyaga County following the death of a man arrested for alleged illegal lodging. In a statement, Chief Conservator of Forest Alex Malemakoko said the move follows the death of David Munene. KFS says Munene was arrested and handed over to police, where he later accused the rangers of assault. He was subsequently arraigned in court before being admitted to hospital, where he died on April the 8th. Police investigations are ongoing. The service says it does not tolerate excessive force and insists its officers are trained to operate within a human rights-based framework. And in some education matters, Germany is offering full-funded master's scholarship to Kenyans and other students from developing countries through German Academic Exchange Service. The program aims to strengthen globally focused higher education systems in sub-Saharan Africa to support sustainable development. Scholarships will be awarded to candidates pursuing master's degrees in development-related fields, particularly those interested in teaching or research careers at African universities. The initiative is funded by Germany's Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Germany is encouraging women and applicants from disadvantaged backgrounds to also apply. Still talking education, the Ghana Scholarship Authority says government has released first quarter funds to the Ghana High Commission in the United Kingdom to begin clearing outstanding arrears owed to Ghanaian students. The move aims to address delays in stipends and tuition payments affecting students across institutions in the UK. The authority says the intervention will help restore regular payments and ease financial pressure on beneficiaries. In a statement, Director General Alex Kwaku Asafo Aguirre, apologized for the delays and assured students that steps are on the way to clear the backlog. He added that the funds will go through the required administrative processes before being paid out. Government says it remains committed to supporting Ghanaian students abroad and preventing future delays. And in Liberia's Civil Service Agency has announced plans to reform and expand its operations, backed by increased funding in the 2026 national budget. The initiative, led by Director General Josiah Jokai, focuses on decentralizing services, strengthening staff capacity, and improving efficiency across the public sector. As part of the plan, the agency will renovate and modernize regional offices in Western Liberia to improve service delivery. It is also constructing a regional headquarters in Branga to serve Northern and Central Liberia, the first of its kind in the region. To address power challenges, the agency is procuring a 250 kVA generator to ensure more stable operations. Staff welfare measures includes the addition of 2 buses for employee transport, bringing the total fleet to 3, alongside 4 vehicles for senior management in the sector. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an author and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
All right then. Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakeye. Barrister Edward is a legal practitioner in Uganda, a business associate, and also a human rights activist. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and my senior in the studio.
Thank you so very much for joining. All right, then, also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor, the CEO and founder Wealthgate Insurance Agency. He's also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David and Mr. Peter.
Thank you so very much for joining. Also expected to join the conversation all the way from Liberia is media and communication professional Hansen Blayan from Liberia. Virtually, he'll be joining us as well, but we're expecting to join the conversation as it progresses in the day. Well, let's start off this conversation from the studio here. And of course, I'm coming to Dr. Peter because I know for a fact he definitely would have 1 or 2 things to say about the fact that government authorities are releasing their first quarter funds to the Ghanaian High Commission in the UK to clear off the outstanding arrears owed Ghanaian students in the stipends that is owed the students. What would you say to the fact that before now, students have been complaining about the delay in these stipends coming in from the government back home? But of course, right now, the government of President John Dramani Mahama has sent in funds. And of course, the High Commission in the UK has received this fund as well.
Well, for me, I see it as a positive development. This is not just happening in Ghana alone, it's happening all over Africa.
Right.
Governments in Africa and now they are foreign students, that's African students in foreign land to be stranded. Understand? To be stranded. And this makes them, causes a distraction. Understand? You see even some trying to do menial jobs. Understand?
Just to get money.
Just to get money. So that's, I see it as a positive development, because that's a saying, it is better to be late than
never.
Never.
Well, again, I'm still going to stay with you because the government did say that this intervention will restore regular payments and ease pressure on the beneficiaries. Now, looking at these promise, again, like you would always say, government is a continuum. Should the presidency and, of course, this administration leave office, would this level of continuity rarely be seen? And, of course, we won't have students going to do menial jobs just to get their fees paid in school.
Well, government should try that to be consistent, understand? Because that is the only way they can do what is expected of them. Because if a student is reading and he's not sure of where his next meal will come,
right,
there will be a distraction, understand? Apart from that distraction, he may also try to leave his studies to begin to go to other areas.
Which is not what he came for.
Which is not what he came for. So, and for me, there's a difference between that's making a resolution and putting that resolution into law. That's implementing what is said. So if it can be passed as a law, that any government that comes,
right,
understand that this is your responsibility, you must follow it. I feel it will help us African students in diaspora.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda. Barrister Edward, this, again, is a conversation that is quite concerning because the young people in the diaspora who, again, clearly went for studies are practically going to be stranded should these funding not come as when due. But the government of Ghana has apologized for the delay and, of course, has assured that steps are being made to clear the backlog of any payment that is being owed. A step in the right direction, or, again, some would say political statements just to appease the students who are already clamoring for help abroad. Barrister Edward, I don't know if you can hear me. You might have to unmute your mic. Oh, dear. Okay. Let me take the same question to Mr. Martins. Same question. Do you think that this is not just a statement to appease the students, or you think it's a right direction that the government of President John Dramani Mahama is taking right now?
Thank you, first, let me to say that education in every country and the constitution of every country based education as free, and the development of the country economy, education is on the center the evolution of the entire cycle in governance and even to stabilize the future economy, socio-economy, and socio-politics. And one thing that when governments for education overseas or abroad, it means that they have taken the responsibility that there will be no gap to facilitate their education and their being when they are overseas. But you find in some instance there is gap in the governance, whereby if the funds was to be remitted on time, you find it has taken time and it ends deteriorating the situation of the student. So basically, this wants to be implemented. It's not about saying that we are releasing or we're gonna release. It should be given a priority. It should be documented that they have sent this sum amount, and the students who are abroad should converse the same that has happened, so that to avoid the default. Because you find the government is saying that we have released the funds, but whereas on the other hand, students are stuck and nothing is it has been addressed. So we cannot take communication. We should take the effect or action taken.
All right. Well, again, I'm still going to stay with you before I go to Barrister Edward, who I understand has joined the conversation now. Still staying with you, Mr. Martins. Interestingly, there are conversations about the fact that there was some level of misappropriation of funds during the Akufo-Addo administration. That's the former president. But this administration under John Dramani Mahama has said the funds will go through the required administrative process before being paid out. So is this clearly stating to the fact that they have identified some level of loopholes when these funds are being released and they are not getting to the students? Is that what this statement is speaking to? Or do you think there is something else added to this as well?
I think in every country there is an institution that we call Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs ensure there is smooth transition and the funding of this education for the students who are taking scholarship overseas. Basically, corruption takes effect when the scenario from 2017, whereby the county were funding students for education, but you find that those funds are not reaching to enhance the education of this student.
Right.
Hence, you find that there is push and in the government.
Okay.
So this should be addressed to the head. It should belong in the entire process. Because now you find an officer in the governance is saying this, one is saying this. They are playing politics with the critical situation of the students who are overseas. So
right.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should come out and address this critical issue to enhance the education of these students. Because
right,
when this student comes back to the country, they are resourceful to enhance to address the issues of economy, politics, creation of employment, and making the policy of an institution stronger to enhance the future.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is already standing by. Barrister, let's again establish communication. Thank you for joining. I understand that you were a bit knocked off before, but we're talking about the students who are under scholarship in the UK, and of course, who were stranded as a result of the stipends promised back home in Ghana, not getting to them as at when due. Dr. Peter in the studio here did say that there should be some level of policy that would make any government coming into office, because again, government is a continuum, to make it a mandatory that students under scholarship will get their stipends as at when due and not be stranded. How much of policy making does African nation need to have as against implementation, full implementation of these policies? Because like we hear, there are a lot of policies, but implementation seems to be the problem within African countries. What's your take about this? Oh dear. Okay. Again, I think the network is just not helping us. But the same question, let me bring it back to the studio. The same question is what I'm going to ask you now, Doctor. How much of policy implementation does African nation need to adhere to as against just having these policies, rebranding these policies again and again, government after government?
The truth is that these people who are in public offices seems to have short memories or mental disconnection, because most of them went through scholarship in Europe. Most of the leaders, heads of government in Africa in the 60s, 70s, 80s went through scholarships. Now, when you went through scholarship and you come and you use your education to begin to govern your people, you need to send also people there so that there will be succession. You cannot just cross on the bridge and you break it.
Okay.
Because that's exactly what is happening at the moment. crossing bridge and you break it. What you pass through that made you a responsible citizen, you should allow other people to also pass through, so that there will not be a vacuum in your country.
Now, Doctor, like I said before now, while I was talking to Mr. Martins, there are allegations about misappropriation of these funds with the formal administration of President Nana Akufo-Addo. But looking at the fact that President John Dramani Mahama has set up a major committee of investigation on that's on a different ballgame. Should there be major deterrent to any level of misappropriation of these kind of funds? Because when the students don't get these stipends, they go doing other menial jobs. What do you think? What do you make of this as well?
I want to start from the beginning. One, the misappropriation shouldn't affect the students. Understand? You cannot say until the money that was misappropriated is recovered. Understand? There should be, one, education should be a priority of any government. Education, health, and security.
Okay.
So, but there should be serious deterrent, understand, to stop people from thinking about that, let alone doing it. You know, this is the consequence of misappropriating bursaries. Now, maybe heavy sentences above 20 years old, above 20 years. So when that is done, and some people are used as an example, understand? Maybe those in Nana Akufo's government that are found guilty of this are given 20, 30 years. So those the people who want to do it, remembering that some people are in jail serving long sentences, that will deter them from doing it.
Okay. That's, again, I would want to say I totally subscribe to that. But the questions will be asked, and the questions will be, wouldn't that become another political witch hunting, like it's popularly said across Africa?
Once corruption is established, understand? Once stealing is found, due process is followed, and somebody is found guilty, the law should take its course.
Well, Doctor, there's so much to ask from you about that. But I also want to ask Miss Barrister Edward, because what I wanted to ask you, and I'm taking it to Barrister Edward, I don't know if he's joined the conversation, is the part of plea bargain. Plea bargain is another conversation, but I'll move that again. But let's jump to another story. I'm going to stay with you now, Mr. Martins. And of course, this story is coming from Kenya, where the Forest Service has taken disciplinary action against 2 rangers in the Kirinyaga County following the death of a man arrested for alleged illegal lodging. Mr. Martins, I don't know if you are abreast with this particular story. Some have said that the rangers and the way they malhandle others is quite disturbing in Kenya. You are residents in Kenya. Give us a vivid, lived reality of how rangers particularly deal with citizens in the country, because there are questions surrounding his death as against the illegal malhandling. And of course, this has led to the death of the young man. What do you make of this as well?
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing we have to understand, the police, the law governing police operations is the same across the continent, where police are banned from excessive force. But essentially, we are in era whereby police are doing excess in ensuring law and in enforcing law and order. And you find that now in such occurrence, such situation, you find that the police has violated the whole process, whereby there is torture. You find this have been beaten by the police. You find police assault a citizen or an offender. So in this occurrence, we can see that the police are not establishing their area of professionalism when they are handling any enforcing law and order.
Right.
So in this case, we need the institutions that are governing police operations to address this issue, because even when there is demonstration, we are the same. Police assaulted the staff. In this, it means that the police have gone outside the line of operation, and that is criminal. That is against the law of governing humanity. So in this case, those police should be taken. They should be taken to face the law, since they have gone outside the line of duty. So this is the situation that has taken hand in the governing bodies.
Okay. Now, I'm going to stay with you for a bit, because you just said they should face the law. And of course, yes, they've been arrested presently. But the question now would be, would the arrest of these two individuals solve a systemic problem? Because that's what you just painted while you were talking a couple of minutes ago. Would it solve the systemic problem that we found with police brutality in Nairobi, Kenya? Maybe 30 seconds, because I understand.
Thank you. That question for the institution that is to address these issues, because it is so that the police are not oriented in the basis. Because what we Sunday is what is now appearing again today. So this is a systematic situation, and it is before the tooth and the nail to ensure that the offenders of the law are taken to the court, and let the court declare any judgment. May it be 5 years prison, may it be 6, may it be 1 year. If it is dead, be a pronouncement from the judge. Hence, we take to their hands.
All right, then.
It means we're gonna finish the generation to come.
All right, then. Let me move.
By instilling fear to the offenders.
All right, then. Let me move to Uganda. Barrister Edward, I hope this time the network will be friendly to us in this conversation. Police brutality in Kenya. What do you make of this? As it stands, the two rangers have been arrested, but the death of the young man have, of course, happened. How much of lack of oversight are we seeing here? Plus, can these arrests solve the systemic problem that is found when it comes to police brutality in Nairobi and maybe across Africa, I dare say?
Good evening, David. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for my interference on the network. It is something which is on and off almost the whole day. Now, coming to your question, some of the cases when it comes to police brutality, which we should be addressing as a continent, not necessarily even in Kenya. It is all over the continent, not even the continent, even actually would say the whole world. I think our police really need to be equipped a lot when it comes like issues of handling the civilians or the people they need, because this alone has actually for the few years you have seen so many people die in the hands of police who are actually supposed to be protecting, and that is what the law should be saying, which is the law is saying that the police is to keep law and order, but not to murder. So in this case, when the police murders, then it means we may not blame the police as an institution. We also blame the government itself, that the government doing much to create institutions which are actually taking care of the issues concerning our security. you get that these are also human beings. The very way you get probably a temper, it's the same way a policeman can also do. So I feel they also need a lot of actually trainings. They also need a psychological kind of attention. There is a lot police requires before even that takes place. But it is unfortunate that this is happening in our continent mostly, and our leaders are just watching, meaning the institutions which are actually entitled to do, or actually protect, or to actually take care of the issues of police are not working hardly to make sure that this menace is actually reduced. Instead, it is increasing, which is unfortunate in Africa.
All right, then. Let me still stay with you, Barrister Edward. Looking at the fact that you've just spoken clearly about how very terrible it's become with the systemic problem, questions are being raised about the fact that aside this whole situation of police brutality, before now, there's been an order by the president when that particular protest erupted in Kenya that the presidency did say, shoot in the leg of anybody who's going to disrupt businesses within the capital. Such order to individuals, I mean, in this country, do you think that such order clearly can maybe instigate even more of the position of the police force?
Kind of a statement from the head of state, which you have had most of the time, actually, from even the late former Prime Minister, His Excellency Raila, actually condemned it. Most of the civil societies condemned such pronouncement. Not even the head of state, including the so-called the Minister of Defense, who's now actually holding that position, that docket, did the same thing, did the same pronouncement. You get, this is a very bad example to our leadership in the continent. So I would actually say, if Africa needs to grow, Africa needs to move to another level. These are issues which should be addressed in African Union. African Union is actually big, an institution which is supposed to protect every country in Africa, because we are all depending on them. There must be solutions, there must be ways of addressing this kind of problems in African Union. But I tell you for sure, I don't think whether they are even modality, whether they are thinking of creating some of these policies, because the African Union is just quiet like water. There's nothing they are doing. We are not seeing what kind of, what is on the table for African Union. It's totally unfortunate. We don't know whether we have people to defend us when these kind of statements come from leaders. These are leaders who are supposed to be banned out of leadership because of the kind of statement.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here while we wrap up, because I just saw that we are totally out of time. Doctor, same question. How much of an impact does leadership statements like that, which the pronouncement at which the president of Kenya, William Ruto, did have during the protest the other time, would have on a force that already has been accused of having major brutality on civilians, even without such orders? Well,
it's a negative motivation. It is a negative motivation. That's what I used to say. There's a slogan: police is your best friend. Police is your friend. Police is nobody's friend. Police all over the world are bad, not just in Africa, both in Europe and in America. Police are not civilians' friends. So they need to be trained on how to relate with civilians. Understand? There should be a training on how to relate with civilians. Their main responsibility is ensuring law and order. But a lot of the time, they are the ones breaking the law and order. So an illegal occupant is a minor offense.
Right.
then it does not need to torture. The guy must have died out of torture. For what? For a minor offense. So for me, they should be trained on how to relate harmonious relationship between police and the masses. Should be a course that should be a compulsory course for them. Harmonious relationship between them and the people on the other side.
Again, before I let you go now, Doctor, looking at the fact that this is not about the first time we're seeing several protests like this happen in Nairobi.
It's all over Africa.
In all of Africa. I mean, I was going to come to you on the part of Nigeria, but should such pronouncement clearly be an indication of the fact that the government is looking away from the impunity of police brutality in the state? Is that what it's all about?
Well, like I said, it is a negative motivation. That's from the president of the country. You don't give such order. We have heard even presidents in Nigeria saying, shoot on sight. That is jungle justice. That it is the court that should determine whether somebody should be alive or not, and not a president of a country. So saying shoot on sight is jungle justice, which makes us no different from the animals.
All right, then. Doctor, maybe in 10 seconds, President Nguema have been clearly sworn in as the new president of Congo Republic. What do you make of that? Coming from an election that he won 94%?
There's nowhere in the world that somebody win a free and fair election in over 55%. There's nowhere, no free and fair election that somebody can win over 55%, because there's what is called incumbency bias everywhere. So for me, that election was manipulated.
Right.
And there's nothing much he's going to do that he has not done in the last 10 years.
Is 82? Is 82?
There's nothing much. That's a recycled leadership that has become a tradition in Africa and taking us backward.
Mr. Martins, in 10 seconds, please, because of our time, what's your position again about the fact that we have the president returning back to office? I mean, he's promised job creation and pledges development. In maybe 10 seconds, your position, Mr. Martins, quickly. Oh, dear. Okay, well, because of our time, yes, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. I want to say big thank you to Dr. Peter Adosike for joining the conversation this afternoon. Dr. Peter is an author and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here. Also, thank you to Barrister Edward, all the way from Uganda, who joined us virtually. I want to say big thank you to him as well. And also, Mr. Martins, a really joy for joining the conversation all the way from Kenya. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African news, business, and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to all the stories. The International Monetary Fund has approved a 10-month staff monitored program for Zimbabwe aimed at maintaining recent economic stabilization and strengthening macroeconomic management. The IMF also cut its 2026 growth forecast for Africa to 4.3%, warning that energy importing countries without strong resource buffers could face greater pressure. It says the economic fallout from the Middle East conflicts and a decline in foreign aids are pushing more African countries to seek support from the fund. And from that, so we'll move straight to talking African business. Meta is ending a major content moderation contract with Kenya outsourcing firm Sama, a move that will affect more than 1,000
100 jobs. Sama says the decision follows years of scrutiny over working conditions and legal disputes involving content moderators. The U.S. tech giant hired the company in 2019 to remove harmful, violent, and hateful content from Facebook in sub-Saharan Africa. Both firms have faced criticism over alleged poor working conditions, including lawsuits from former employees in Kenya and South Africa. Workers have also raised concern about the psychological impact of reviewing violent content, though Sama denies allegations of mistreatment, saying it provides fair play and counseling support. Meta says it is ending the contract because Sama did not meet its standards, adding that future moderation work will rely more on artificial intelligence and machine learning models. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking African sports. The Athletics Federation of Nigeria has welcomed sprinter Favour Ofili back after World Athletics rejected her request to switch nationality. In a statement, the AFN confirmed the 23-year-old remains eligible to compete for Nigeria and in months of uncertainties. World Athletics declined the application, citing concerns it could undermine the integrity of the sport. The AFN says Ofili's case was reviewed alongside 10 others, and although her individual circumstances were considered, the panel ruled that approving the switch would breach eligibility rules. The Federation has urged renewed support for the athlete. AFN President Chilobo Okowa says the focus should now be on creating an environment for her to thrive. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, The Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello, good afternoon. This is another exciting episode. It's another wonderful day, a day to learn quality things about your health, really. And, there's something really about everyday routines that feel safe, it feels predictable, it feels almost automatic. You wake up, you prepare a meal, you get ready for the day, you step out, settle into your home at your space at home. Honestly, most of us don't think twice about any of this? Well, we'll be building around this in this episode, really. I'm Praise Peters, and this is Health Check on the Voice of the People television, where we take a closer look at the things we often overlook when it comes to our health. And you can watch us on YouTube and on SLTV channel 264, on YouTube at Vop TV Live, of course. Now, here's something worth thinking about. What if the things we use every single day without questions are quietly affecting how our body functions? You know, today we're talking about hidden chemicals in everyday life and what they might mean for your health. When we're talking about this, we're talking about your home appliances, your insecticides, your perfumes, your lotions, your non-stick pans, everything literally. And it's going to be a robust and interesting one. But to help us make sense of it all, I'm joined by two experts, Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a wellness physician and a public health advocate with several years of experience, especially in preventive health and lifestyle medicine. And I'm also joined by Dr. Adedayo Adegite, an endocrinologist who specializes in hormones and how they influence the body. And they're going to be shedding light on this. Thank you so much, doctors, for being here today. You're welcome to the show. All right, doctors, how are we doing? Just quick one. This is weekend, right? So want to check on you. How's it been? Dr. Charles, you really look like you've worked a lot. How's the profession? How is everything going? Let me start with you, Dr. Charles.
Yeah, we thank God. It's been busy as usual. We're trying to be intentional about getting the needed rest.
Exactly, because doctors themselves that take care of people also need to be taken care of, right? So please prioritize your health for the sake of your patients, right? So how are you also doing, Dr. Adedayo?
Well, same here, trying to rest.
Amazing. All right, it's good to have you on the show. All right, let's just dive deep into the conversation today. So, Dr. Dayo, you're an endocrinologist, right? Most of the things we want to talk about today are, surrounding or rotating on endocrine disruptors, yeah, and EDC, endocrine disruption chemicals and all that. So please, can you, tell us about this briefly?
Okay, EDC, endocrine disrupting chemicals, are natural chemicals that are everywhere in our homes, everywhere you look, and they have a way of mimicking or blocking signaling of the hormone. So they interfere with hormone functioning in different ways. Some of them mimic estrogens, and they have far-reaching consequences on our health in different ways. Because they interfere with the hormone, so they can cause far-ranging conditions like infertility, low libido. Also, people are prone to developing obesity, all kinds of metabolic disorders. People can have thyroid dysfunction as a result of exposure. That means chronic exposure to these chemicals. And then some people can also are prone to developing cardiovascular diseases like stroke, heart attack. So because these chemicals can be found everywhere, can block the arteries, been found in the lungs, have been found in different tissues in the body. So many of these chemicals also can cause cancers, all kinds of cancers.
And these chemicals we're talking about can also be found in our environment, even when we do not know.
Absolutely.
So most of the time, we just channel our attention towards the very visible things like stress and all of that, not knowing that even the things we're using comfortably in our homes are even causing these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. All right, so let's start from something simple, right? So we don't bombard the audience. So your everyday cooking, you're storing foods, you're using of creams, cleaning the house, and at what point do these normal things start interacting with our bodies in ways that we do not even notice?
Okay, so let's start with plastics. Studies have shown that most of us are exposed to, we consume daily hundreds of thousands of plastics, microparticles, unknowingly. In a year, an average person would have consumed up to millions of microparticles through water bottles, through plastics that we use, and through different, means. So, and these microparticles are pro-inflammatory. They can lead to chronic inflammation. They can also cause a lot of problems. But beyond that, most of the plastics that we have contain a particular chemical called the BPA, bisphenol A. So this bisphenol A is an endocrine disruptor. So apart from the fact that you can ingest these microparticles without knowing, and they can block your blood vessels, they can cause chronic, they can irritate different tissues in the body, and subsequently they can lead to cancers or even block your blood vessels. Therefore, you can develop stroke or heart attack. But the particular chemical in the plastic called bisphenol A, which actually makes the plastic to be malleable. That's what makes the plastic to be malleable, soft. So it's been shown that this, in some studies, they found out that young men who work in industries where these plastics are produced, they tend to have low libido, low testosterone, and their sperm quality is very poor. As a matter of fact, now over the last 50 years, they found out that the quality of sperms of an average male globally has reduced significantly by up to about 2% per year.
Wow.
So in the last 50 years, the quality of sperm of an average man has reduced by 50%. Same for testosterone. And the singular factor that has been linked to it is this BPA. That's bisphenol A, which is contained in almost our plastics. So that's one of the major problems that we have everywhere. We all consume water every day in plastics and other. They also contain in tubings, like they use for, like in the hospital environment or in different places, tubings, those flexible tubings also, they contain this BPA. So we also have them in non-stick cookware, what we used to cook at home.
Yeah, non-stick pans.
So the non-stick pans. The non-stick pan contain a coating. That coating is Teflon. So once that Teflon is scratched, it actually releases a particular, chemical called PFAS. So, and this material can disrupt the hormone too. I mean, if you take a large amount of this, it can affect your endocrine in different ways.
Wow. Okay, so I have so much to say as regards that, but let's talk to Dr. Charles first. So from your experience, Dr. Charles, are people even aware of the gravity, right, of how these chemicals that are underlying in our homewares are even as dangerous? Because these are everyday habits. We use them all the time. And most of the time, if we don't see that something is really, really condemned, we do not dispose of it. So are people even aware of this? And what do you have to say concerning all of this as well?
Yeah, and the reality of the hormone-disrupting chemicals, obviously from what the endocrinologist has mentioned, is far-reaching. But a lot of people are still not aware, like we know, because when it comes to issues relating to our health, Nigerians in particular now, in the context of Nigeria, they are really not as informed as they should be. A lot of people are not really curious about health-related issues. People don't do studies. People don't do research. People don't ask questions. And besides, we still have a lot to do in terms of public enlightenment and creating awareness relating to important health issues like this, because this is a public health issue. And this is something of great significance because over time, with the statistics being seen and all sorts of hormone-related problems that are coming up very quickly because of all these exposures that people are having over time, because it's a cumulative effect over time. You're having gradual exposure, even from children, from childhood, even amongst the young people, over time they are being exposed. By the time they get to a certain age, you can imagine the level of exposure they would have had and the effect it would have had on their health. And we know from cancer, taking cancer as one of the many illnesses that can result from these hormone disruptors. Some of them are carcinogens. We have mentioned before that cancer has a genetic basis. So there are certain people who already genetically are predisposed to having these things. And then you can imagine them now having other factors that are actually contributing to the manifestation of that condition. So basically, we need to do better in terms of creating awareness, and our people should also be more curious about their health. And we need to ask more questions, and we need to find safer alternatives to this. So if research has shown that this is a contributing factor to a very major health challenge, then it is on us to actually find a way of restricting the use of this and then finding suitable alternatives that are safer for the general population.
All right, talking about suitable alternatives that are safer for the general public. You know, we're talking about plastic wares and all of that, non-stick pans and all. But these are what we use to cook. We use these things to cook. And I was making my personal research and I saw that, you know, slicing on a particular kind of surface could also contribute to all of these. So are you saying we should not cook? So what should we use to, you know, make sure that these things do not affect us? Or are there alternative solutions towards, you know, this?
Yeah, absolutely. There are alternatives. For example, for plastic, wooden, cotton surface.
Yeah.
So you can make do with maybe wooden or marble.
So wooden is better than plastic?
Yes, better. Yes. I mean, you can make do with that. Although I think people find the plastic a bit more because the cotton is smoother.
Yeah.
But then in terms of, you have to consider your health first.
Exactly.
So you can make do with the wooden, may not be as sharp as you want it to be, but certainly you're protecting your health.
Okay.
Then another thing is the wooden, you remember the plastic spatula that we use. It's been shown that it contains what they call the flame retardant. And these flame retardants are produced from, you know, these electrical materials that are recycled. Recycled electric materials like your old TVs, the computers, they melt this thing to produce those your,
wow.
Yeah. So, and then when you use them, this flame retardant actually releases a lot of toxic materials, you know, and which can cause a lot of problems. I mean, we've talked about cancers, they are pro-carcinogenic, they can also disrupt your hormones in different ways. So alternative would be to use maybe a wooden spatula, or we can make do with stainless steel, if need be. I mean, you can make you do with stainless steel. So there are alternatives. And also, so I remember lately, you know, my wife in our homes I think in most homes, people now know that you shouldn't warm your food with plastic materials. But what people still do is that they use plastic cover. That plastic cover still releases a lot of problems, a lot of things that are carcinogenic, that are makes prone to you, it makes you prone to developing cancers. So instead of using the plastic, you know, so people are going to use ceramic to warm the food, they put plastic on top. So that plastic is also a problem. So you can use paper instead of using, you know, plastic. Yeah.
All right. So what about the non-stick pans, really?
The non-stick pans,
is it that when there is a scratch, we should just dispose of them and get another one?
Most of the things they use in coating these things, you know, all these pans are exposed to a high amount of heat during cooking or whatever.
Yes.
And of course, when there's so much heat, there's a lot happening in terms of in the molecular level, and then you're having a lot of things leach into your food. Basically, I think, in my own opinion, I think people in some generations past were not having most of the health challenges we're having now because they were doing things more naturally, and they were using clay pots, they were using more natural sources of cooking utensils and the rest of them, and that's safer. But some of the things that we get carried away with are durability, how nice something looks, how appealing it is to the eyes. You know, that's what drives our choices, you know, of purchasing these things, not thinking of the potential harm it has. Because all those coatings come in contact with your food. At high temperature, they leach into your food, and they may ultimately give you some health problems or health predicaments. If you go to some eateries, I've noticed that if you don't want to eat in there and you want to take away your food, they pack hot food in plastics. And they still give it to you like that. And even while you are receiving the plastic is still so hot, you can barely touch it with your bare hands. So you are wondering, between that time you are receiving it and when you actually get to sit down to eat your food, how much of it has actually leached into your food.
Yeah.
Though you may not necessarily taste it in your food, but it's present. A lot of people still take sachet water, and it is exposed to the sun, it's exposed to the heat of the sun. People leave their plastic water bottle in their cars, and then the heat of the sun, is on it. Before they get to drink it, it's all warm.
Back into the
and they just feel it's just the same thing. It's not really the same. All these things really add up. And truly, we really do have certain types of cancers that are hormone sensitive, like the breast cancer, like the prostate cancer, endometrial cancer, thyroid cancer. All they just need are certain things to, to have an imbalance and hormones kick in. And when this hormone kicks in, it drives the progression of these cancers. So it's very important that we are very sensitive to the things we consume and we have a bit of knowledge about what is contained in what. Other things that are potentially harmful, doctor has mentioned the bisphenol A, which is a component of plastics and food packagings and all that. You also have the phthalates. Yeah, the phthalates are also seen in certain food packages, seen in some of our cosmetics, some of the things we use in our everyday life, and they are also hormone disruptors.
Now, talking about cosmetics, this is something that I really, really, really love because it's what everybody literally use. So let's move away from foods. Let's look at deodorants, body sprays, perfumes, and
lotions,
creams, lotions, and all of that. So what do you have to say to that? How dangerous is it?
And some of them contain parabens. Some of them, these parabens are chemicals that are added to these lotions, these skincare products to as a form of preservative, and then some of these things, when they come in contact with our body, they get absorbed into our bodies, because most of your skincare products, you actually do rub them into your skin.
Yes.
And they get absorbed.
Direct contact.
Yes, and they get absorbed into your system. And then once they get absorbed into your system, they potentially can cause hormone disruption. That is why certain children can have early puberty, what we call precocious puberty, because some hormones are already at work that shouldn't be at work at that age. Yeah, that's what precocious puberty is. So you would now see that a lot of new things are cropping up in an individual, and you're wondering where is this coming from. And also a lot of things that people apply in form of makeup, in form of eyelash, whatever, lipsticks, lip balms, and all that.
Now.
Yeah, it's beauty. Yeah, they make you look beautiful. They make you look attractive and all that. But at the end of the day, there is always a cause and effect. So something is causing something. You apply something, then something results. So at the end of the day, we should also keep in mind that our skincare products should be as close to as natural as possible. It's always safer to do natural, because most of all these things, at the end of the day, they may be causing an issue that we may not know are actually related to the problems we're encountering.
Okay, ladies, catch us up. Okay, speaking from the standpoint of an endocrinologist, right? I want to know how these chemicals can really, really affect the body and what we can do about them, because we have to look good. Am I speaking for the ladies? We have to look good. And this is not even just for the ladies. Everybody uses lotions. Everybody uses creams and all of that. So are there certain chemicals we should look out for? And are there some that we should avoid in our products?
Okay, so they said to be forewarned is to be
forearmed.
Good. So there's no point. What I found out about Africans is that, in fact, some people will say it's something that will kill someone.
Something has to kill a man.
But the average Western folks don't think that way. If they know there's a problem, they think scientifically.
Exactly.
I think we live in the bubble world of myths a lot, believing that these people are just talking their own. These things are not real. But most of what we are saying are founded on scientific evidences around them. A very good one is what Dr. actually talked about. There are even studies to show that quite a number of babies that are being given birth to now, because their parents, maybe their mothers, ingested or used some of these products during pregnancy, and it has an affair with the hormone intrauterine, during the womb, to the extent that there's what they call anogenital distance. That is distance between the anus and the genital, the tip of the genital. That distance in a child, there is a specific number or that it should look like. So when you give birth to a child, you can actually predict whether a child has been exposed to all these chemicals, whether it has impacted on the amount of androgens released. I'm talking about a male child. So, and this predicts whether this child is going to develop infertility later in life.
Wow.
And they found out that increasingly, this anogenital distance is been reducing over the years. So, in those days when we were in medical school, they used to say that infertility. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about infertility since we're talking about endocrine, because it's the major source of concern to me. I mean, check the average male in the average clinic. Poor, very bad sperm quality.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrible. Now we're having, in those days when a woman cannot carry baby, the first place they look at is the woman.
Yes.
But now it's the man. Men contribute more to infertility than women, far more. And it's because of the quality of sperms in them. And some of these problems started during pregnancy. So these chemicals are real. And I think it is time we look at them. And of course, so what you can deal with, let's deal with them. There are things we can't deal with. There's nothing you can do about them. But the things that we can walk around, let's walk around them. Now, talking about plastics, do you know that many countries, including Rwanda, I traveled to Rwanda about 10 years ago, and as way back as 10 years ago, plastics had been abolished there. You couldn't use plastic in Rwanda. You couldn't use plastics. I think the Nigerian government, I think maybe the state, or I don't know, it's the federal assembly, they were trying to proscribe plastic some maybe 5-6 years ago. But eventually, we always introduce politics into everything we do. Personal interest will always come in. So these are real existential problems that I think the government needs to begin to address. Because maybe one day we'll just find out that majority of men cannot procreate. So beyond infertility,
and
of
we'll
course.
almost not be able to trace the reason why.
Exactly.
Because it has been happening
over time.
Yes, because it's getting worse every day. Then they even found out in a study that, for those who want to maybe do assisted reproduction, they found out that even babies giving birth to through assisted production also have very poor sperm count while they were growing up because of this problem. So it's not just about, if you say, we can circumvent it, when the time comes, we'll do assisted reproduction. But they found out that babies that are delivered through assisted production, they have very poor sperm count and low level of testosterone. And of course, when you have this risk of having all kinds of metabolic problems are there, obesity, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, hormonal imbalance like thyroid problem also. So it's a big problem that I think the government need to, and I think health practitioners and also the media also need to increase the populace's awareness about them.
All right, so what's the best way, what's the safest position to be? Is it that we should not make use of these things, or we should look out for certain kind of chemicals and watch out for the others?
Well, I mean, for water, some people don't use only glass and stainless steel. For cooking utensils, our parents used to use what they call adogan. This is iron cookware. Yes. And it's safer than the non-stick pans.
I'm talking about the lotions, the creams, the deodorants, the perfumes.
Yes, you can look good with natural products. There are some natural products.
Like?
I mean, I think you just need to look out. If you have any product you want to put on your body, ask yourself, what does it contain? Exactly. Does it contain BPA, bisphenol A? Does it contain phthalates, like doctors say, parabens, triclosan? these are, chemicals that you need to look out for, or PFAs. These are, I think, if among maybe like about 4 or 5, these are very top chemicals that you need to look out for. We mentioned the BPAs, we mentioned the phthalates, we mentioned parabens, we mentioned triclosan. I think there's another one is PFAs. So all these 4 things, look out for them.
And the heavy metals as well.
And the heavy metals.
Heavy metals.
Mercury,
arsenic.
All of them.
Okay.
They are all very, very important.
This conversation is making me realize that there are so many things that we are not really paying attention to, really. So, Dr. Dario, are there some other things that are not necessarily obvious, but are really, really harming us? Think of air fresheners and all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also receipts. We collect receipts. Receipts.
Really?
POS receipts. Receipts that you collect at the mall, they contain some chemicals, PFAs, phthalates, and all of that. So maybe next time when they want to give you receipts, say, hold it, I don't need it. Or take a picture.
Okay,
if you need it for accountability, take a picture and walk home. Some of us, especially ladies, you keep stacks of receipts for whatever reason.
Can we really be careful enough, really?
Yeah, be found doing your part anyway.
You can do your part. You can do your best.
Then, of course, in addition, many of these deodorants I see now, you would see written aluminium free.
Yeah.
Because they are becoming more conscious that these metals should not be there.
Yes.
Because the aluminium compound that is in antiperspirant has also been linked to some health challenges.
Yeah.
So definitely you'll find out that some brands are already telling you 0% aluminium. Because of the potential effects it can have. Then the pesticides too, which I think we need to talk about it.
Atrazine.
All the DDTs, the fertilizers, the pesticides, the things that we use to preserve our crops and all that. At the end of the day, they still affect us when we consume them. So you need to take extra care in washing everything you get.
Even our insecticides. By the time we spray, we spend some minutes still in the room, and that's doing something right.
And you still inhale all sorts, and they're a combination of different chemicals. We are living in a I want to coin a word, a chemicalized world.
Yeah, we are.
Because everything around us,
what
we touch, what we put on our bodies, what we eat, what we breathe in, even the emissions from factories, from industries, from the generators, from the automobiles, chemicals, all sorts of reactions happening in the air, and ultimately human beings get to be the eventual.
You know the animals are not spared. There's a study where they found that polar bears are becoming more infertile because they're exposed to pesticides, the same pesticides like humans. So polar bears are becoming more like female. their testosterone level
is dropping.
Fertility is dropping.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, this conversation is getting really interesting and quite revealing. But right about now, let's take a very short break. And when we come back, we'll talk about what this really means for our health and what you can realistically do about it. Please stay with us. All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on the Voice of the People television. We have been exploring how everyday items around us may be exposing us to more than what we even realize. And now let's bring it a bit closer to the home, what all of these actually means for our health and what we see in the real life setting, really. So there are people that are really dealing with these today, that are connected to us, and they are facing everyday exposures, really, from all of these items. Is this something the body can adjust to? Or, because I think our immune system tends to, fight some of these things for us, depending on your system. So is it something that we adjust to slowly, or is something that can begin to interfere with our lives, just for awareness purposes?
Well, unfortunately, quite a number of them, especially the PFAs, in fact, they call it forever chemicals.
Wow.
That means once it enters your body, it never leaves. never leaves the body, and it will continue to disrupt the hormones, because, put you at the risk of having all the problems that we've highlighted. So they never leave. But they found out also quite a number of studies that those who are exposed to, for example, the BPAs, those industry workers, people who work where there's where they make plastics, when they stop working there for a period of time, or those who were exposed to chemicals like the pesticides, when they're, maybe not exposed for a period, maybe about 3 months, they found out that the quality of their sperm goes up a little bit, testosterone goes up a little bit. But in babies, once you're exposed to it during your pregnancy life, it's almost irreversible. So it's...
so what can be done about it?
Well, so I think parents, actually mothers, need to be aware of this. Maybe when you are pregnant, reduce intake of... Don't just use chemicals anyhow. Don't just put anything in your body. It's not affecting only you. It also can affect your baby, especially your male child, can be at risk. And if you work in a plastic company, maybe from time to time, you need to be checking your testosterone level. And then you can measure the quantity of these chemicals in the body also. You can measure in the blood or in the urine to know your level of risk. And then perhaps also, I think there should be also policies to ensure that the quantity of these chemicals that are put in plastics, because Europe actually has legislated how much of these chemicals can be put in plastics, but we don't have any legislation in Africa. So I think we need to begin to look in this direction. I think they said about, in plastic, the amount of BPA that is allowed in Europe is between 4 to 12 microgram per gram of plastic. So, but in Africa, I'm sure if you check, I'm sure it's far more than that. Wow. Because there's no legislation. And there's no control. Everybody just does whatever they like. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Charles, this might be a lot to take in, right, for everyone, because where do we start from? We've talked about home appliances, we've talked about deodorants, we've talked about the pesticides, but these are the things that we really need in our homes. So if you would break this down, especially to more sensitive people like pregnant mothers, the babies, the children, and even adults, what would you say we should start with in making sure that we start living in a more, conducive environment for our health?
I think it comes from a place of public health awareness, health education, and then also pregnant women or intending mothers must also realize that they need to know about occupational hazards. Before you take on a job, know the risk associated with that job. Don't just be carried away by the remuneration or you like the workplace. You need to be well informed. And then when it comes to public health, the health ministry too need to do more about occupational risk. People, both men and women, they need to work for their daily bread. But while working, the environment must be safe enough to not be detrimental to their health in any way, because occupational risk is so high when it comes to what we're talking about. Because, for instance, industries that deal with lead also, people that deal with paint, there's lead in paint. People that work in industries that use batteries, like lead accumulators, batteries, you find lead there also. Then all the pipes, people who do the plumbing works and all that, your PVC, polyvinyl chloride and all that, you also have lead there. And at the end of the day, lead has been shown to have a lot of things to do with the development of a child. So if a child has been exposed to lead, in the early years, the child may have encephalopathy, can have some developmental problems. The child may have, a lot of things having to do with how they develop and how they grow. And even adults too, when they deal with lead, people who have lead poisoning over time. This poisoning does not happen. It's not something that happens immediately. It's over time. So little exposure over time, it all adds up before you now see the effect. You find out that a lot of people may have these lines on their gums, is indicative of, they call them lead lines, Button's line or lead lines is from lead poisoning. You find out that some of them may have anemia. You find out that some of them may have some neuropathy or some neurological problems, and ultimately you find out that this ultimately affects their quality of life. You also find out that lithium, people who also deal with certain batteries or certain chemicals like lithium. Lithium too can be teratogenic. You can have some kind of heart anomaly, in an unborn child that is exposed to lithium. If the mother is exposed to lithium early, while the child is in utero. And it's also important for us to note also that even radiation that people come in contact with, in other climes where, things work properly and public health is really, really of significance, they have radiation detectors in the environment. They'll tell you this area is a high dose area. People should not live there. People should be far away from there. People's workplaces are not there at all. But I don't know if we have anything of that sort here.
I think sometimes last year, there was incidents of lead poisoning somewhere in Ogun State, if you remember. You remember? Yeah, it was everywhere. And unfortunately, some of these Chinese companies, they just set up and then they use lead for I don't know what. And then, of course, I think where the company is based, there's some water or maybe there's soil pollution and people they plant their crop. And then, of course, many of them develop symptoms of acute lead poisoning. And that was how they found out that, they're able to link, because most of these companies, they come to Nigeria, they set up close to where people live.
Exactly. Which is not even advisable.
And people are exposed to all sorts. People also are exposed to even, like we're talking about plastics. Some companies are situated close to where people live and they're exposed to microparticles.
Sources of water,
plastics.
sources of domestic water for domestic use or water for consumption and all that. All this, we need a strong policy enforcement and a proper regulatory body that looks into these things. And, that's the only way we can curb it. Absolutely. Because otherwise we'll just be having cases of this, and it can actually get out of hand. And by the time things are affecting children, you can imagine how their health status will be by the time they're adults. So they can't even be productive adults that can drive the economy. So we really need to do something early.
Wow. All right. So on a very concluding thought, Dr. Dayo, what do you think we as the people that need to be very, very intentional about our daily living, what do you think we should do about our basic home appliances?
Well, I think so much has been said here today. Next time, just be intentional about your choices, what you buy. If you would need to buy something, check. Look,
the choice of kitchen utensils.
Yes, the choice. We've also explained that there are always alternatives, healthier alternatives. Check that pomade or that lotion or that deodorant. Does it contain BPA or phthalates or whatever it is, parabens, all of these chemicals. Some of them, they will write there that it is also free. It is BPA free. It is paraben free. They actually write it there. So you can make those choices. Some of your cooking utensils, we mentioned that you can make do with safer, healthier alternatives. And then, of course, like we said, these things are everywhere. You may not be able to evade or completely all these chemicals, but as much as lie in you, try and avoid those that you can avoid.
Basically, do what you can
within your power.
Okay. Well, this was a really, really amazing conversation, and I know we've learned a lot. Well, the truth is we may not be able to completely avoid everything around us and all of that, but we can be more aware and more intentional about all of these and be better informed, because sometimes it's the little everyday choices that makes the biggest differences over time. Well, I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Dayo and Dr. Charles. Thank you so much for coming to expand on this subject of discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, this is where we wrap up today's conversation. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, please stay informed, stay intentional, and stay healthy. Bye for now.
Thank you.
No wonder the quality of life generally.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop Tv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Lagos State is stepping up efforts to ensure every resident has access to affordable health care with the formal inauguration of the Lagos State Health Scheme Enforcement Team. The move marks the beginning of full implementation of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's executive order, making enrollment on the Ilerial Coast Social Health Insurance Scheme mandatory. Officials say the policy is designed to end out-of-pocket spending that has often forced families into financial hardship during medical emergencies. The head of service, Olabode Agoro, says enforcement will begin within ministries, departments, and agencies before extending to local governments and private sectors.
A strategic engagement with heads of agencies was convened on the 11th of December 2025 to secure institutional ownership of the executive order and ensure alignment across government MDAs. The engagement was facilitated by the Parastatals Monitoring Office, and it provided a unified platform to clarify expectations, harmonize approaches, and build a common understanding enforcement framework.
He adds that such civil servants must now present proof of enrollment during monthly staff audits, with salaries at risk for those who fail to comply.
For any staff, the salary will be withheld.
At the federal level, the Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Kelechi Ohire, praised Lagos for aligning with the national drive for health sector reform, describing insurance as a key tool in preventing what he calls health poverty.
When I heard that today the enforcement team was going to be inaugurated, I decided to fly into Lagos this morning, not just to witness it, but also to offer our support and solidarity as we move this forward.
Officials of the Lagos State Management Agency say the scheme offers a range of plans, including options for senior citizens and residents in the diaspora, to ensure inclusivity and sustainability. The state government says enforcement team will operate with professionalism as Lagos moves closer to achieving universal health coverage. I am Monica Okolo, reporting for Vop TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop Tv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
news on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes the society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 coming up on 29, right?
The 2564 Atlantic County.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Edu Dialogue will bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices.
Hello there, and thank you for always staying here and watching us, and of course, watching all of our program. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of Television. TGI, thank God, it is Friday, and this is a wonderful edition, I assure you, because usually whenever it is Friday like this, you see almost everywhere bubbling, you know, every organization to be precise, because weekend is around the corner, you know, even to my colleagues here as well, you know, they are already preparing for their TGIF, you know, and I must actually call out my ingest person, Adura, who has actually set the tone for the TGIF already. But we'll be getting more of that particular one after the show. Yes, welcome on board. It is People's Voice, where since story shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the line of sparking conversation across the nation. School fraud versus Syria loser. Tinubu Atiku clash. You know, when I saw this particular conversation, you know, of course it was a build-up. Yes, it was a build-up on Wednesday when Atiku, the former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, actually granted that particular media parley. And he said so many things that some were took out of context, and of course, some were directly to the ruling party. And I was actually, you know, getting set since that Wednesday, waiting for the time to actually meet up with the ruling party, of course, for them to actually clap back, which they did. They didn't actually disappoint. And so many other, you know, figures have actually weighed in, you know, what they feel about the both sides. But of course, we'll be taking this conversation, you know, precept upon precept to actually see what and what we can actually get out of this conversation. Join the conversation with experts inside, and of course, share your perspective and thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into all the news stories with details. All right, no election win, no real opposition party. This is coming from the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. Wike has actually, you know, made this decision, which happens today. I believe they are still, you know, in that particular closed door meeting, but of course, some, you know, messages are already out, and of course, some of their conversation, you know, was actually put on TV, and of course, they granted the press, you know, entry into their meeting. Wike made a decision of this today and said the political group cannot claim to be a true opposition without winning elections. Visiting the PDP National Secretariat in Abuja to meet the new National Working Committee, Wike stated, you cannot become an opposition party without winning an election. Those who say they are leading the opposition have not contested any election successfully. He pledged loyalty to the PDP leadership and urged reconciliation with former members, saying most want to return. Yes, we have crisis, and of course, we have almost come out of some of them. And Wike added that PDP National Chairman Abdurrahman Muhammad also said that the party is focused on rebuilding trust ahead of a future polls. So this is Wike actually coming out, you know, will I call this a shade, you know, throwing shade at any other opposition party? I wouldn't want to say it's a shade, but of course, he's only trying to speak to the PDP as a national leader that you can't call yourself opposition party if you cannot win election. So we don't know if they are limited to the level of election they should be preparing to win. If presidency, you know, should be also part of the morale boost that is trying to give to them, or it is just from senatorial to reps and of course governorship election. We would actually look into all of that, and of course in the coming dates we would actually see what would come out of this particular statement from the PDP national leader, but would still urge them to try and see how to settle with other aggrieved members, because on a daily basis now some, you know, people are actually leaving the PDP. We also heard that the woman leader in Kaduna State, PDP Kaduna to precise, have also resigned from the party. And this is quite a very serious conversation. We should actually look into that particular. PDP should do better. You know, if at all they want to be on the ballot, but we doubt if they would be on that ballot for, you know, presidency. Away from that particular one, let's come to Amechi's quarters now. Amechi said, of course, Atiku can run in 2027, but should consider age. A former transport minister, Rotimi Amechi, said Vice President Atiku Abubakar is eminently qualified to contest in 2027, but must weigh age and capacity. Amechi noted that presidency demands a stamina. This position requires the capacity to put yourself on the road and see what is happening. He cited Benin Republic's 49-year-old president versus Tinubu's claimed 74 and Atiku's 80. All right, Amechi also seeking the ADC ticket rejected a consensus candidacy. I do not agree with consensus candidates because we have to allow power to vote. He dismissed regional or religious politics, saying he opposes zoning and that those who supported President Tinubu were pursuing a religious agenda. Right, this is coming from Rotimi Amechi. Sometimes I would actually get this man, you know, acting all cold, and the other time is acting all out. We don't actually know, where it really stands. But of course, if this is coming from him, then let's just take this as it stands, because we also heard, I think early this year, that he wouldn't mind if what's come to us, that he would just become a minister appointed as one. But maybe this was just speculation, or his spokespersons, were talking on his behalf. But for Amechi to say that he does not even want the consensus candidacy, which was coming from, Atiku Abubakar on Wednesday when he granted that media parley, that the first they would, try is the consensus candidacy before they go direct to primaries. But if Amechi is saying nothing like such, or is not even in support of that, then it should be a concern for the ADC, gladiators. We hope for the best in the coming days. Away from that particular one, let's come to the just signed budget now. Tinubu signed 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget, and of course extended 2025 spending. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu just signed. This is just happening in a few, some hours ago at the State House, signed a 68.32 trillion 2026 budget, and of course extended the 2025 capital spending to June 30. The budget set aside 32.2 trillion for capital projects, 15.8 trillion for debt service, and 15.4 trillion for recurrent costs. Tinubu urged MDAs to ensure disciplined spending and thank the National Assembly for swift passage. Of course, I actually saw this particular, picture, and of course, the president, alongside with the National Assembly, leaders, at that particular signing. And we have so many questions as regards to this, but we might not be talking about, budgets today. But of course, I know this budget will not escape between today, tomorrow, on Monday, in the station. And of course, we'll take our time to actually, dissect that particular conversation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 0904473265. Follow us on social media, of course, at Vop Tv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV. And of course, on YouTube with Voice of People TV, can hit the subscribe button. And together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the almighty conversation here. I had the reason why I actually termed it almighty conversation, because this is coming from two gladiators, two friends, if I may say, two political allies, if I may say, over the years. And of course, they usually go separate, come back together as coalition, go again. And of course, this time around, I think they are going head to head. School fraud versus serial loser, Tinubu Atiku clash. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Hello there and welcome back to the program Midday People's Voice on Voice of Television. A war of words has erupted among key political figures ahead of 2027, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and former Minister Rotimi Amechi exchanged jabs over credentials, privatization, and age. Speaking to Renewed Hope Ambassador on Thursday, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu dismissed opposition pressure. They want to scare me off. It is a lie. He mocked Atiku's record of privatization council chair. They privatized Ajaokuta. Is it working today? No, is the answer. So the president said. Atiku fired back through a spokesman, Frank Shaibu, accusing Tinubu of hypocrisy and citing his academic claims. Bola Tinubu has a history of attending a school in Lagos 2 years before it was founded. This is coming from Atiku's quarters. And of course, Wike branded Atiku a serial contestant and loser, saying he will run again in 2031, and argued you cannot become an opposition party with winning an election. Amechi also said Atiku is qualified but must consider age, noting that the presidency needs a stamina. A 49-year-old has just begun, of course, has just, been, sworn in, of course, as president of Benin Republic, and has begun a new, era for Africans. Of course, this particular one did not go unnoticed as well. Ruben Abati also slammed Atiku for calling Jonathan inexperienced, calling the remark condescending and very rude. So all of this is coming, at the same time, and I think this is simultaneous a strike there. Looking at the two gladiators looking at each other, you'll agree with me that, and of course in the background, that's IU as well, and the vice president. Yes, if you look at these two, men there, they used to be allies, they're good friends, and also political counterparts. So this time around, they are also on the opposition party, and let's see what will happen between these two figures in the coming days, since they've actually decided to be throwing jabs at each other. That's what will happen in the coming days. We're not being joined by Mr. Kunda Yalawa, a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawal, I know you've laughed enough. Looking at your president and, of course, the former vice president, throw jabs at each other. And this particular, situation, always, bothers me whenever I see a situation like this. My question is, one time these people are always together, trying to strategize. Just maybe the other side did not favor this particular party, and of course, usually for Atiku Abubakar, move to this particular quarters and see how they want to re-strategize and strike politically. And another time, they are in opposition. Do you understand? And the next thing, they look like they've never been friends. They look like they've never been, they look like they've never, strategized together, or they don't even like each other. Why do we get to see all of this? Is this because of just, politics, or this is a grudge that is beyond just politics? Because it's a thing we have to talk about. But before I ask you to, say anything now, if you look at the news stories, everything is actually intertwined with the main conversation, where Wiki also said that no election win, no real opposition party. Of course, if you say you are opposition party, you should be able to win elections, and not just going rounds and saying that you are a formidable opposition party. I know he's actually throwing shades at ADC, but trying to boost the morale of PDP. But notwithstanding, when we call a particular political party a coalition, it means that these are new people, new set of people that want to, breed something new. So, of course, we have to give them a benefit of doubt to see how they can be tested in this 2027 general election. Now, Amici also said that age is the issue. He doesn't say Atiku cannot run, presidency, but he said age is the main issue with Atiku, being 80 and just like Benin Republic, where we just saw, a 49-year-old president. So he mentioned that particular one. Now, when you look at all of these news stories with what the president has said to the opposition party and what the opposition has actually mentioned to them. Now, I would want you to respond to all of this, but in as much as we want to respond to all of this, let us pick it up from what the president also said. Policy and records. Now, it talked about privatization. It talked about the Ajakuta. It talked about the Delta Steel. As an analyst, I would like you to give me, clear conversation.
It's like somebody who's a failure. Is calling somebody else a failure.
How do you mean, please?
That's what I see. A failure is calling somebody else a failure. Because this is the third year of the president's administration.
Okay.
And you notice this problem has been there. But for you to mention it, that means you believe somebody failed. It's a problem that needs to be fixed. But in your own administration, you have not fixed it. So should we not clap for you because you are mentioning Atiku that during their time they did not put the Ajakuta in place? But you have been here for 3 years now. Your budget is far greater than the budget of Atiku during his time. And then you are now calling him a failure. But you have not fixed it. Do you have a mouth to say anything? Do you have opportunity to talk? No. Because you have 3 years now. You've been voting money to the same place. You have not achieved anything from it. And you are calling somebody a failure. So what's the difference between you and him? So that is out of point. The president has nothing to say. Adibini has fixed it. The Ajakuta is working. You cannot talk, against past administration that they failed. For that problem that they missed, you are having that same problem and you didn't fix it, and then you are talking. So the president has no say in that area. It's a misfire. Second, for Wike, I said it's a misfire. Do you get that? It's a misfire for the president to call Atiku a failure because he didn't revitalize the Ajakutas, because in his own watch, the same problem is still going on.
Okay,
and he has not
Mr. Lawa,
Wike,
okay, Mr. Lawa, I just wanted to, cut you in there. The president mentioned privatization, which I don't know why you're not talking about.
I'm talking about it.
Privatizing, so many, organizations, but of course, he talked about the Delta Steel more, and of course, Ajakuta. And if you are now talking, I'm not making a brief, but of course, we have to understand how some of these things work. You'd agree with me that aside from Ajakuta and the Delta Steel, we have a refinery that has not been, that has been in coma, that is not working until Dangote came to try to save Nigeria.
No, it's still not working.
No, that's what I'm saying. Until Dangote came to save Nigeria with his own, his own. No, I'm not.
Did save Nigeria?
When I use when I use the word, I'm coming, Mr. La, when I use the word coma, I didn't say that they were back from coma. They're still in that coma.
No. When you say you said Dangote came to save us, Dangote didn't save us. So there's no benefit Dangote is bringing to Nigeria.
Really?
Yes, there's no benefit.
Is that what you think?
No, it's not what it's fact now. What benefit is he bringing? He has a refinery in Nigeria, and we are still buying an international price.
Mr.
So what value?
If Dangote's refinery was not working today, do you know how much you would have been buying for presently?
Even the one they imported.
So it's just a question.
The one that is imported, the importers are importing, is cheaper than Dangote.
From which source, please?
I don't care.
What's your source, please?
No, see.
We have to get it. We have to get facts. On this table, people's voice will get facts here. So
Okay,
that's what I'm asking. From which source would you say that the imported fuels are
all over
cheaper?
It's in news.
No, there's nothing like all over. There's nothing like all over.
It's not new now. That the one they import.
Instead, Dangote is actually saying that they're actually fighting him. As regards to some of your, will I call them the oil cartels? Because don't forget that these same people that we're talking about here that are still importing outside, you understand? Some of them are still having issues with Dangote, just because Dangote is also willing to crash some prices to an extent. But of course, they do not want that particular situation because it will not benefit them. And they want everything to be sold at international price.
Savior,
I hope you are aware.
You are seriously...
I'm not making a case for him. But Mr. Lawa, I want to get here is that I don't like emotional, analysis. I'm coming. I don't like you.
What's emotion about
I don't want you to analyze with emotions. I'm coming. You should get your facts right. If you are to tell me on this table, Mr. Lawa, hold on. If you tell me today that the other importers that are importing fuel, aside from Dangote, that their fuels are cheaper, you give me facts based on where you actually saw it. And not only facts only on your phone, but you also give me facts and tell me, as soon as I close today, let me go to AYZ filling stations and I'll confirm. That's what you should say.
Yes,
you understand? But please, when you are giving your submission, make it clear, for clarity, so that we can also guide the people properly.
That is what is happening now.
That's not what's happening.
All over the place.
No, that's
it's
not what's
even
happening.
The papers reported on the radio. I'm going to bring you the evidence. But
Thank you.
Argue that.
So I think I will still see next week on that particular conversation.
But what I want to say is
ahead.
that, I should just shift away from that.
Come back to the main conversation. Yes. The privatization, yes.
Now, what I'm saying is that if you say the Obasanjo Atiku administration privatized, it didn't succeed. Now, some things like, let me just mention the Ajakuta, it didn't succeed because it succeeded in some areas. You get it? Now, you inherited that same problem.
Do you know how many presidents that has come after before he got to start?
I don't care. You get it? I don't care. What I'm after is your administration came on board.
Okay.
You met the same problem. You didn't solve it. The reason why people didn't vote for Atiku up to now is because they believe you will come in and solve it. They didn't say you are coming in to begin to blame Atiku. Atiku's era is gone. If it's back now, it's a different thing. You are in his place. You get it? He is outside there. You are in there. You have all the resources. And if it's not working, you can't make a case. If it's not working, you are also in the same shoe with him. You and me in their administration. You get that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so what you're trying to say in a nutshell is that since the president has not been able to fix the Delta Steel Ajakuta to make sure that he revives them to start working, that he also has failed.
Yes, now, as of this present moment, it's a failure in that area because it has not worked. Because the same thing you are complaining about Atiku era, you get it? It's the same thing you are doing because in their own time, it didn't work. In your own time, it didn't work. You understand? So both of you are on the same category. You can begin to smile at each other on that aspect. Let's come to Wike. It is only in Nigeria that I hear that opposition, you must win election before you can be called opposition. Where is it written like that? These people, many times, that's why I said that many of them don't even know the purpose of where they are. They don't even understand politics. They don't understand the democracy. They just come out and say, how can you say that it is when opposition win election? I mean, party win election before you say it's an opposition. No. Even all the civil society set up, they are all opposition as long as you are scrutinizing the policies and the activities of the executive in the government. You are automatically an opposition. So where does it get its own? That was why in the era of Buhari, they had to delete some parties because he said he didn't win the election. What's your business about that? Did you fund the party? So it's only in Nigeria because here, everything we do is always upside down. Because the people are never carried along. The people don't determine who becomes leader in this country. It's determined by very few cabals. That's why somebody will come out and say, it's because you have not won the election, you can't be regarded as an opposition. You should have checked his dictionary for the meaning of opposition before you come out and begin to speak to Nigerians. I mean, say things that he doesn't understand.
Okay. Now, I'll still come back to you and Wiki. I think you're always making it clear whenever you don't like a particular politician, you go straight, you know.
No, it's not about like or not. It's a misfire because you know what? Many of these children in school, you know, we teach them all these things and they listen to your programs every now and then.
They watch, rather.
Yes, they watch and listen even in radio, TV. Your TV is very popular. We know that. Now they listen and they get confused. Some of them will go back to their textbooks or what the teachers have taught them and say that what the politician is saying is totally different from what and they want answer. They want to know which one is actually right. So that's why we need to let them know. You get it? That when you are a political figure, you don't just come out and speak. Whatever you say, you get it. Everybody looks at it.
But don't you think that... Don't you think that he was only trying to encourage his own party?
You don't try.
Don't you think he was trying to encourage his own party?
No, you don't try. Because both your people who are part of your party, people who are not even politicians, children, or adults, all of them are listening to you. And then they get confused. That's why sometimes when we discuss here, we'll talk about facts, we talk about this, we argue, we try to put...
Of course, to give clarity. There's nothing more than that. It's clarity, yes. And for people to learn, yes.
Information. That is why it is also important as a politician when you speak. Because the post you occupy deals with what you say. It has a lot with what you say.
Okay, Mr. Lawa, let me bring you to this particular, corners. I want to bring you into a particular place. Then afterwards, we'll move into another, part. I just hope that we'll be able to, touch all of these things before time will start calling on us. Now, let's first take this whole situation of age. I love the fact that Amechi talked about the Benin president, 49 years old. I remember was it 3 years ago? Was it? No, this was not 3 years ago. I think 7 years. The bill started from 7 years ago. Not too young to run. When President Buhari finally signed it into bill, right? And till date, I think the youngest senator in the Senate presently is Ekpenyong, who's representing Senatorial District of Calabar, Cross River. And my issue is it really possible in this country that we would have a young presidential candidate? And the likes of these gladiators would become elder statesmen to see how to support instead of them coming out. Now, this is actually, I'm going to break it off and I'm going to make it, list everyone around this particular conversation. Look at all the opposition party. Is anyone below 50? No. Look at all the opposition party. Is anyone actually below 50?
You mean the gladiators? graduation in the opposition
yes,
party.
in the opposition
but
party.
There are younger ones here.
I'm coming. When I mean presidential aspirants.
Yes, okay.
All the presidential aspirants from all opposition party, Mr. Lawal, none of them is below 50. None.
But I have a reservation for that.
I'm coming. I was waiting for you to get to that point, which would actually link you to what article said, but I would wait for you to actually give me your reservation.
Yes.
Now, the president of this nation, you know his age, going to 80s now, right? Now, Atiku,
it's controversial.
80, right? No problem. Now, how old is Peter Obi? You should tell us. Now, how old is Amechi? Mention it as well. Look at Kwankwaso. Now, even go to any other, even to Showore that is saying from his own party, is above 50. So when we look at this whole situation and a particular politician, in that same race is saying that, Atiku should consider his age. If it's about age, Amechi himself should not be contesting. So, my question, Mr. Lawal, is it the modus operandi of this nation? Is there any hidden constitutional, place in our Nigerian constitution that we've not read that stipulates that you have to be old to be a president in this nation?
No.
Because of experience. Let me use Atiku's words. Please go ahead.
Now, one thing is this. Me, I don't support age as a yardstick for you to be a leader in Nigeria. I don't. Traditionally, in Yoruba land, age is respected as somebody that is wizened and, have experience and know direction of things. So the head of a family, extended family, thank you. In Yoruba, we call it, in Ibadan, we call it Mogaji.
Mogaji.
It's always the eldest person. Because it seems as can control experience, he has mingled with so many, so he can control the whole thing. He said, let's go to the Olori Ebi when they have issues. So that's the way we do it in Yoruba land. I don't know in any other area. So in our own area, my own submission, age, I don't see it as a criteria. I don't. Because there are some young people who have performed woefully than the elderly ones. But the thing is this. My own is, one, do you have your health? Can your health carry it? Are you qualified? Those are the criteria I look at. Do you have enough experience? Are you morally upright in it? What have you been doing before? Let's see. These are criteria I look at for us to move forward. I don't look at whether you are young or old or no. There are people who are 90 and strong, and they are still stronger than those who are 30-something. Go to those villages, even in the city, you see some elderly people. They are 80 and they are doing very well. They look okay. And they talk well. So let's look at the experience. Experience matters. Age, respect, all those things matter. Your antecedents. Where are you coming from? What have you done before? I'm not saying whether you are a politician somewhere. I'm talking about where are you coming from? Maybe you are a teacher. You have served the nation for 35 years. You retired. You have no problem. Somebody like that has integrity, can lead. You understand? These are the things we should be looking at, not whether it's age or, we are now moving to the era of age. We have established the era of which is causing problem of what do we call it? North and south. What do we call it? Remind me. Zoning. Yeah. Which is causing problems. Somebody say no. Even if a leader is doing worse. He's the worst leader. Everybody is dying all over the place. They say no. It is the turn of that particular region. He must complete his term. Look at that. You are not considering whether that person is capable or not. What you are after is the turn of that. Look at that. Now you are talking about age. Even if we have the best person that can rule us and do well is 80 years. And they will say, no, we don't want 80 years. We want 20-something years or 30-something years. You don't care whether that person has experience, whether he has his antecedent is not good enough. You still want him to be there. You can say the way we use so many, unnecessary, criteria to determine leadership here. The thing is this, come and prove yourself. If you can, okay, look at in America, how old is Trump? How old is Biden? But Trump will stand throughout, he will do debate with everybody. He will come on media, come on this, do this and that. He will go all over the place. He even play golf and win. And I think he's 8, I think it's 80, is it not? Is it close to 80? And look at it. He's agile. So let's put those ones aside. Let's have debate. Come out. If you are 90 or 100 years, you can speak, you are agile, show it to the world. Let us see what you have, what you can give us. That matters.
Okay, so you are not against any age
no, I'm not.
Situation.
No.
Because Rotimi Amechi mentioned, he said, any presidential candidate or any president of a nation should be young or should be able to, know that he or she rather, will be able to move here and there as regards to that particular position and should have stamina, should be, strong enough. But let's leave that particular conversation since you don't have issues with age.
No.
Now, let's talk about something that was quite controversial some days ago. An article made it clear from his own quarters. When Peter Obi was asked if he would leave ADC, he said the ADC primaries should be free and fair. He used that word. And he was asked if Atiku clinched on the tickets, and becoming the ADC presidential candidate. Will he support Atiku? He said that let the primary be free and fair, that he doesn't have money to spend and he wouldn't want that particular primary to be transactional. He never answered that question. All true. That's it. And he said he wants to be president. That's one. Now, Atiku was also asked if the party decides to pick a consensus candidate and pick Peter Obi, would you support him? He said that's the first discussion, that they would check a consensus candidate, but if it doesn't work, meaning that if they decide to pick any consensus candidate, even him, if it's not him, he would also oppose it. He said if it doesn't work, if that agreement does not work on that table, then we'll go for direct primaries. Meanwhile, Amechi also said that he's not even in support of any consensus candidate, meaning that he has also made it clear from his side, and he said he's also contesting. And when they talked about zoning, of course, he said he's also in support of zoning, but if we really want to look at it, that we're not being fair on the North, because the North has just done 10 years, and the West, the South rather, is already doing 18 years. Now, when we look at the situation of Peter Obi and Atiku, and of course the ADC, which are the gladiators in that particular party, you realize that everybody is at loggerheads, wanting to win election, which we don't know what their primaries would turn out to be. But he said something quite strong. And I don't know if the ADC have not taken their time, to look into that particular conversation. The same way Reuben Abati quickly, responded to him on behalf of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, when he said he was inexperienced. He talked about how governors can just come from being a governor and just wanting to become president. As he said, look at the one, of course, in my party also, it happened. He mentioned Jonathan's name, and afterwards, he now mentioned the president. He said from a state that was controlling a state, now he became the president. They are inexperienced. We talked about that, but for someone like him, who he was a politician, and of course, I talked about the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, coming out of, the prison fresh, and he was one that did more of the politicking. He said he was even the one that actually went out of the country through his approval to do the scouting to pick some of the people that were in that particular administration. He said a lot, and of course, he mentioned that some of the people in his party, of course, that are, are trying to contest with him are inexperienced. And this brings me to the question that I'm to ask you. You have talked about experience and age, which I intentionally, threw the question first to you. You talked about age, I talked about experience. Now, Atiku is looking like the most experienced because he has been in the corridors of power. He has been a vice president of this nation. You understand? He literally did, he ran the governance through, the supervision of the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo. And of course, just like he said, he did more of the politicking. And with his wealth of knowledge, just like the Mogaji or Lurebi that you said. Do you think that Obi still stand a chance? Can Obi deliver? Because he just mentioned that the same way Jonathan failed to an extent, now he said that the president cannot get it right, but he was thinking that he will, but he can't because he's also inexperienced, that is disappointed. So he mentioned in his statement, so of course it's in the public domain, so it's not like I'm the one mentioning all of this or cooking this up. It's in the public domain. Now, if you had mentioned all of that and you look at what he is saying, indirectly, of course, Obi is also boxed into it because he was only a governor and he has never been in the federal seats. So what can you make out of this?
Well, everybody is doing his own. Me, I don't agree. That,
no, you said something about experience, so I wouldn't want it to change from here.
No, I'm not changing.
Please give me clarity on this.
What I'm trying to say is that when it comes to experience, you have, categories.
Okay.
Administrative experience, political experience, family experience,
security experience,
security experience. You can have
economy experience.
Yes, economy. You get it. Somebody might say, like, we're having a problem of insecurity in Nigeria. Somebody might say, okay, this person that is contesting has more experience when it comes to security than others. And since security is a major problem, let's try him. At least if you solve security, every other thing will fix itself in place, and then you want to go for that person. You may say this person is good in
economy, rather.
Economy. Yeah. That if you put economy right, the whole other wants to fit in place. Let's go for this one because he has more experience economy-wise. Somebody might say this one has more experience when it comes to international, diplomacy. That we will be able to negotiate outside and see what he can get for us in, that let's vote for him. Now, it now depends on the issues that you want to, solve in the country at that moment. So if you are not saying experience, which experience? Now, let's look at it. Atiku has been vice president. So we can say he's closer to the presidency than others. But being a vice president doesn't mean that you actually, make decisions. Do you understand? You are just by the side. If anything, it's what they give you, you do. Compared to somebody who has been a governor, who makes all the decisions.
But to state level.
Yes.
Not overseeing taxes of Nigeria, including the FCC.
He has local government. Now, what's the difference between state and local government? You get it?
Mr.
He has
Lawa.
Ministries.
Mr. Lawa.
The president, yes, now. This
Mr.
is
Lawa.
ministries here, ministry here, department here, service here, that service. You see.
So what are you saying in a nutshell?
What I'm saying is that
this is looking like a setup to you, right?
Yeah. No,
but I intentionally did. I intentionally did.
Now, what I'm trying to say is this. That is not enough for Atiku to say
to water down every other person's experience.
Don't have it. You could have said, I have more experience in so area. You understand?
He said it generally that he has the experience in every area, actually.
You can't say, you don't say the others don't have experience. You just say your own. You'll be talking about your own. And people will now begin to now make your operation based on what you said to others, and then they will now decide. You understand what I'm saying? That's being political.
Because we're pressed for time, so we have to be quite fast now. Let's take it to the two words that you can actually see on the TV screen there, which is about
school fraud.
The school fraud and of course the serial loser. Now on credentials, Atiku's camp raised question about Tinubu's academy, its academic history. How much personal credential controversies typically influence voter behavior in Nigeria presidential election. And of course, when it comes to a serial loser, even Ruben Abati threw, a jab at him as well that, you've been contesting for like 30 years now, and all like you've been trying to say you want to be president for 30 years, and all of that. So why should you be, talking down someone who has been a president and you have not been a president? It was really, really not having a Tiku's conversation, But let's look at this, situation. What can you make out of it?
Yes. Now let's look at the Constitution.
Okay.
Now in the Constitution, which one of them is actually, against the law? Which one of them has, broken one or two part of our law?
You should tell us.
Good. Now we have two areas. We have forgery, and then we have a failure. So if you look at a Constitution, our law, which one of them has broken the law? Is it certificate forgery?
But we're looking at
we're
looking at it from the political context.
No, it's still politics now.
Okay.
Constitution is politics.
We're talking about which one would actually influence the voters' behavior in presidential elections. That's what we're looking at.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I said one, naturally.
Okay.
Naturally, I don't know. I think it's even in the Nigerian Constitution that the moment you have this certificate forgery, you can't contest. That's why one of the backlashes they're having against INEC, that INEC, this is your department. This is one of the major areas where you are established. Integrity of the candidate. So if you cannot check the credentials of the candidate, then where is the integrity that we want to believe in? What are you giving? Because you are the one giving us the candidate, you get it, that we'll vote for. And then who are you presenting? Is it the one that has integrity or the one that doesn't have integrity? Now, we look at it in one side. Which one of them have broken the law? Second, which one of them have the integrity? Third, which one of them can you use as something to boast about, for young ones to emulate, or a model? Like you want to talk to children in school, you want to teach them, and then you want to use for a candidate as something for them to use as a model. So who are you going to use out of the two of them? We don't, in school, in education, we don't call anybody a loser. If you are trying, we keep telling you to try more.
Okay. All right, because we're pressed for time. Now, Mr. Lawa, of course, you've actually given your clarity based on legal grounds and, of course, the Constitution. Now, do you think that...
and the moral aspect.
And the moral aspect, which I love, that particular. Now, do you think that people would rather say, oh, at least this one, whenever it tries, to contest, he usually wins. And, of course, this particular one, whenever it tries to contest, of course, it's always failing. And that would be a yardstick for anyone, for some supporters to pick this over this or pick this over this. I don't know.
The question is it based on the fact that it was a free and fair election?
That's what we are hoping.
It was manipulated.
That's what we're hoping.
Like
we're hoping.
The last match was the day before yesterday. Anyway.
Mr. Lawa, I don't want to go into sports with you. All right, but let me say this, and of course, this is our closing. Voters' priority now. We have between corruption allegations, economic hardship, age, and of course, credentials. Which line of attack from this particular exchange do you think would resonate most with voters by 2027? Just pick it, and of course, we'll close from there.
Say the first two. Because
why are you limiting it?
The first one is keep ringing in my head. That's forgery.
Okay,
that one should be out of it.
The first is, between corruption allegations, okay, of course, Atiku was also accused of corruption, which he also, touched a little at his media rally. Between corruption allegations, economic hardship, age, and of course, credentials, which line of attack do you think, will resonate most with the voters in 2027?
Well, I would say, though the credential should be the most priority, the highest. That credential should be the highest. It should be one of the major reasons.
So you don't have issues with corruption?
See, the moment you are a liar,
okay,
you keep lying across.
Okay.
The moment you are a manipulator, it's difficult for you to stop.
Anybody that is corrupt is also a manipulator. Don't forget.
What I'm saying is that there must be a genesis of it. Did you start from lying about things like your certificate, your age?
So what you are saying in a nutshell is that you would feel that you feel it is the credentials that would be the main, that would
because
resonate,
that
right?
credential is a bedrock for others. Economy. If you have the right person who have integrity, you get it, and can boastfully say this, that person will not want his integrity soiled because he's not used to, all these things. Therefore, he will want to do the right thing, and the economy will be shaping, and the economy will do better. That's why in developed country, any small thing about a candidate, or even you are in office, do you know that two reps, as their reps, resign in America because of sexual allegations? In America, do you know that two reps resigned?
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. Since we've actually picked, credentials over corruption allegations. It shows that you don't have issues with corruption.
I don't say I don't
Any
have
leader,
issues. I
no,
said the best drug. Then let's say that will be the foundation. Then we'll now arrange it. Number one is
all right.
corruption.
I think
number two,
I think
all of them are bad.
I think Mr. Lawa is trying to refix his box now, but of course we'll press for time. Thank you so much for coming on board, sir. All right, hopefully we'll get to see ourselves next week again. Yes, coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last for so ever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udon. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop Tv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nutrition experts are emphasizing the importance of healthy eating in preventing disease and improving overall well-being. At an event marking World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Lagos, stakeholders highlighted the role of balanced diets, proper portion control, and reduced consumption of processed foods in tackling rising cases of lifestyle-related illnesses. They say nutrition also plays a key role in energy levels, cognitive development, and productivity.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting,
They come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also stress the need for greater awareness and the integration of dietitians in healthcare institutions across the country.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
They add that promoting healthier food choices remains essential to building a healthier population.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
With the growing concerns of lifestyle-related illnesses in Nigeria, the conversation is drawn towards the role of nutrition in our everyday lives and everyday habits as well. For many, the conversation is really about awareness and better living. I'm Prince Peters from Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2024, please the sport. Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport. Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. All right, welcome back to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room. The weekend is upon us. Thank God it's Friday. So much to talk about, an exciting world of football. And we saw the big ones talking about the Europa League and the Conference League in Thursday's big games, talking about the semi-final as the men get separated from the boys. I am your host, Jerry Apelehoi, and it promises to be exciting on the show this lovely hour. We get to look at matters arising, talking about the fight for the English Premier League, as well as the Bundesliga looks like it's going to be concluded this weekend, as well as the La Liga looks almost good for Barcelona. That's and more we'll be talking about on the show as the Super Eagles also prepare for the Unity Cup. All right, I'm not alone in the studio. I have a feast, the Algerian himself, all the way from Algiers. He's a good budget with us. It's great to have you join us on the Locker Room.
It's good to be back. Algiers was nice.
Yeah.
Algiers witnessed the Champions League and the Europa League.
I heard that the Spanish La Liga is considering playing league games in Morocco.
Absolutely.
Wow, that would be an interesting one.
But then that's going to spiral a lot. It's going to open a lot of discussions because, number one, if they want to play some games in Morocco, considering the fact that Morocco